मैं बड़ा बना पर उम्र में बड़ा नहीं। मैं वो संतरा जो कभी सड़ा नहीं। मुझे गेम खेलने की अजीब सी डिजीज है, इसके सिवा मेरे पास कोई दूसरी वजह नहीं। अंडरडॉग गया हाइड्रा और एंटी, उधर टीम में मेरी जगह बिल्कुल नहीं थी। फिर मैं गया पंकी सेना में, हार नहीं मानना। मिनुली ने ये बात कान में कही थी।
पैरानॉइड बॉम्बास्टिक, जॉनी बोला मैं हूँ बड़ा सार्कास्टिक। मेरा गेम सेंस गंदा, बोलते वो गेम पे आओ धंधे पे लगा देता, देखे हाथ में हार पे।
हाँ मैं बड़ा बना पर उम्र में बड़ा नहीं। मैं वो संतरा जो कभी सड़ा नहीं। मुझे गेम खेलने की अजीब सी डिजीज है, इसके सिवा मेरे पास कोई
धोखा देने वाली से तेरा चेहरा मिलता है। माफ कर दो जाना, थोड़ा शक करना पड़ता है। उसकी बुरी आदतों से भी डरता हूँ। आई धड़कन थाम कर हर रात मरना पड़ता है। आशिकी के नाम पे मुझे धोखा मिल गया। अब रोते दिल के साथ में हंसता हूँ। जान इंतजार में बैठी है कब से मेरी माँ, कब तक दूंगा मैं उसको सजा। इश्क की गलियों में अक्सर सुअर बनके घूमता हूँ। हकीकतें भी जान कर हाँ सच्चा इश्क मैं ढूंढता हूँ। मेरी किस्मत में यारा है ही नहीं वो, मैं गलत हूँ सनम और तुम ही सही हो। मैं अक्सर सुअर बनके घूमता हूँ। हकीकतें भी जान कर हाँ सच्चा इश्क मैं ढूंढता हूँ। मेरी किस्मत में यारा है ही नहीं वो, मैं गलत हूँ सनम और तुम ही सही हो। धोखा देने वाली से तेरा चेहरा मिलता है, माफ कर दो जाना थोड़ा शक करना पड़ता है, उसकी बुरी आदतों से भी डरता हूँ। आई धड़कन थाम कर हर रात मरना पड़ता है, आशिकी के नाम पे मुझे धोखा मिल गया, अब रोते दिल के साथ में हंसता हूँ। जान इंतजार में बैठी है कब से मेरी माँ, कब तक दूंगा मैं उसको सजा। इश्क की गलियों में अक्सर सुअर बनके घूमता हूँ, हकीकतें भी जान कर हाँ सच्चा इश्क मैं ढूंढता हूँ। मेरी किस्मत में यारा है ही नहीं वो, मैं गलत हूँ सनम और तुम ही सही हो। से तेरा चेहरा मिलता है, माफ कर दो जाना थोड़ा शक करना पड़ता है, उसकी बुरी आदतों से भी डरता हूँ। आई धड़कन थाम कर हर रात मरना पड़ता है, आशिकी के नाम पे मुझे धोखा मिल गया, अब रोते दिल के साथ में हंसता हूँ। जान इंतजार में बैठी है कब से मेरी माँ, कब तक दूंगा मैं उसको सजा। इश्क की गलियों में अक्सर सुअर बनके घूमता हूँ, हकीकतें भी जान कर हाँ सच्चा इश्क मैं ढूंढता हूँ। मेरी किस्मत में यारा है ही नहीं वो, मैं गलत हूँ सनम और तुम ही सही हो। धोखा देने वाली से तेरा चेहरा मिलता है, माफ कर दो जाना थोड़ा शक करना पड़ता है, उसकी बुरी आदतों से भी डरता हूँ। आई धड़कन थाम कर हर रात मरना पड़ता है, आशिकी के नाम पे मुझे धोखा मिल गया, अब रोते दिल के साथ में हंसता हूँ। जान इंतजार में बैठी है कब से मेरी माँ, कब तक दूंगा मैं उसको सजा। इश्क की गलियों में अक्सर सुअर बनके घूमता हूँ, हकीकतें भी जान कर हाँ सच्चा इश्क मैं ढूंढता हूँ। मेरी किस्मत में यारा है ही नहीं वो, मैं गलत हूँ सनम और तुम ही सही हो। है ही नहीं वो, मैं गलत हूँ सनम और तुम ही सही हो। इश्क की गलियों में अक्सर सूअर बनके घूमता हूँ, हकीकतें भी जान कर हाँ सच्चा इश्क मैं ढूंढता हूँ। मेरी किस्मत में यारा है ही नहीं वो, मैं गलत हूँ सनम और तुम ही सही हो।
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to another brand new live stream. कैसे हो पब्लिक? I hope you are doing well. मैं मैच लगा देता हूँ उससे पहले.
Finishing with Miramar today, so it's going to be really interesting to see like how these teams are going to go into these two matches, and it's going to give these coaches a lot of time, right, in between all the other matches to prepare for those final two. So I'm interested to see how these squads start here and end here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be interesting to compare the differences. We haven't seen them yet. I'm talking in the future now. But compare the differences to the adjustments that we're going to see potentially on Erangel, and then look at what adjustments we may see from the start Miramars to the end Miramars today. But that's a conversation for later on, because we do have to get stuck into the action. Hopefully not super quickly, but stranger things have happened. At the moment, I'm not seeing too much danger on these drops. It looks like teams are fairly extricated from one another. It's a little bit interspersed on the east side here, though. Hot Jukes with Tianba and S2G. However, I don't imagine that's going to be too much of a problem. Grab some vehicles, get back, regroup. The circle up to the north side should help to pull that apart as well. Maybe some danger between Godlike and Orangutan, but yeah, they're far enough afield. I don't think that they're going to get too aggy with it.
Yeah, you can see Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be heading on over to El Pozo. That is normally out the 7th drop, but they are not here in the finals, so they should be able to get looted up pretty quick here. They're going to start off by, of course, securing those vehicles. Super important inside of Miramar. Coops right in the trike. You can see him looking up, being like, trike, come on, man. Where is my UAS? Where's my Murado? He's going to need to find something else here. Or stuck to
guys,
doing some little baby looting here. They're going to be fighting some buildings. But
They should be all right.
yeah, they should be plenty. They'll have plenty of time here to get looted up.
Yeah, they're fairly center on this one. They could potentially break out towards some of the areas in Crater Field to send some looting over there. Alula as well, likely to head towards La Cobraria. Maybe try and hold some of the hills, leave an outpost down south. Aurora getting some target practice in. Yep, that bush is gone. That's no points for that, though. Unfortunately, shrubbery does not count towards your elimination total.
Hey, you always gotta check the bush, all right? You never know. You never know. There could be a random player hiding in that one. And you're gonna see QZZ get his Murata, so he's gonna be driving fast down the lane. But yeah, you gotta get the fingers warmed up here.
Ooh, I'm seeing a duo from Aura kind of chasing quick from Alula up north near La Cobraria. It seems like they wanted to try and get engaged with that fight, but I don't think they've been able to hunt it down quick just a little bit too up to his namesake. Hang on a minute, they are back on the road again. And Quick is turning tail, moving back towards the rest of the roster for Alula. In the middle of La Cobraria, they're still hiding out, and he has to dunk it out by the concretes. Now he's holding on the upstairs. Backup needs to come through, but currently no response really being seen from the rest of Alula. They're leaving him kind of high and dry as Jiggle from Aura is going to try and descend on this location too. Finally, they're into the vehicles and they're coming in for the rescue. But will it be too little too late as Quick has to go for the hot swap to the UMP juice?
What a sick shot with that shotgun. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit the mark enough to get a knock. And you can see Sleepy, he ended up going to that other side there because he doesn't have a vest at all. He wanted to be able to at least get something. But because of this fight, now you got the rest of Aula being able to hunt them down. You can also see some of the other members of Aura going to come trying to support these three men. Can he hit the shot? No, unfortunately, Reb doesn't get it. It is a 3v3 from this close end, but the fourth is coming, and that off angle. Let's see how this turns out.
I mean, when you have that south side hill under lock and key for No Fear, if he's going to get engaged here into the fight, maybe not, maybe more preoccupied with some loot, they say, you know what, it's fine, we got this under control. They're not pushing, they're being timid. They have lost a player so early, it's not what you want to see. A very aggressive roll down coming through from Aura in that scenario. Did not want to let Quick get away. I thought maybe they had stopped off a little bit before, but no. They just kept on going, kept hounding that one down. It's worked out here. The question now for me is, as I always talk about with early engagements, how long are you going to spend getting stuck in on this one?
That's the exact question, right? So I like what Aura did, right? They saw a solo player, chase him down, get the secured point. That's fine. I'm starting to wonder what Aula's doing. Yep, because of the fact that they are taking way too long. They are getting caught out, and now here comes Aura on the push. Sky running in with the UMP, looking to get those finishes, and they are on the run. Nasser trying to at least get some angles here. Ooh, hits the croucher, but it's not going to be good enough. It's Aura to delete the first squad here on day 2 of the finals.
Every player getting their elim. Horror getting stuck in early on Miramar. 4 eliminations for the team, 1 apiece. Sleepy will get back to his feet, and they can look to re-establish control back down towards Crater Fields. They may need a little bit more loot on side, depending on how much was going through. I think I did spot a Winchester on one of the players for Horror, so probably looking to get that one replaced. Although there will be crates on the players coming through from Alula as well. In the meantime, though, Godlike has managed to capitalize on this opportunity from this northeast side. They've managed to move in and could contest for the Crater Heels approach.
All right, yeah, you can see these movements coming out really, really quick. Leaderboards, you can see right there on the right of your screen here, folks. E-Arena up on top, waiting to see when Godlike's going to wake up. They definitely need to here today. They're sitting in 14th place with 13 points. Let's see if they can do it. There's still plenty of matches here to be played here, folks. I have a big feeling these leaderboards are going to get shaken up big time by the end of the day.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, that 18 match sets, generally you can put more stock into your averages performance rather than those big E-Arena 29 elimmers kind of coming on through. Which, even then, didn't serve them too well in a 12 match set, which is absolutely insane. But, yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about getting consistent 6-pointers on the boards is so great for your team. If you can do that every time you get further than that, brilliant. Beautiful stuff. Furia running into a little bit of a roadblock in the form of Enigma Galaxy, but a 1v1 over the top of the hill. Silence shuts him out. And Lord will no longer be able to levy the toll on the crossing. And Furia may even be able to get the res here for Enigma Galaxy. It is not a good start. In 3rd place, you don't want to be losing players early, not like this.
That was a huge shot there from Silence with the DBS in the mid-range. Is able to get the knock. Very, very crucial. Instant thirst as well. So you can see Coops is going to be hunting down some high ground, trying to get the revenge for his teammate, but Ayala is climbing this up as well. Is Coops going to see him? He does! He finds Silence slipping. Now he's going to go for the 1v2.
Uh-oh.
Got to watch out for that shotgun, though. Oh, that did tip him up a little bit. Coops so good in the CQC, though. Push it back and forth. Finds the angle and catches the 1v2 against Furia.
He baited out so many of the shotgun shells, forced the weapon swap. He knew he had a disadvantage against the shotgun there and was able to do a lot of work. This is vengeance coming through for Coops, and Furia left flagging. Unfortunate. Silence may be resable here as Chief sidles in to go for the res. There is another fight happening on your elimination feeds as well as Fourth Thrives clash with Team Flash on the south side. Fourth Thrives doing well. A nade over the top, and Coops goes for 3 now against Furia, who took one of their players down, but they are finding out what it feels like to be under the wrath of Coops. Turning his attention out now to the open sand dunes, but not going to quite connect on the first part of the spray down. Looks for more.
Ooh, headshot! Oh. Are you kidding me? That is Coops with the 1v4 against Furia.
Beautiful stuff coming on through from Coops. Furia needed to keep that one together. That was not looking tidy. Flash, in the meantime, have now been dragged down to 1 on the south side as Fourth Thrives are going to be the main benefactors of that, getting 3 elims. I think, yeah, they're the team that has taken down all 3 players so far from Flash. Aurora, a little bit further afield in those Picado hills to the north side of it. They are not going to contest it just yet. So for Fourth Thrives, they now have to move in because we did see a fairly hard east shift on this zone.
Yeah, that eastern shift is going to definitely get these teams moving here pretty quickly. And yeah, Fourth Thrives, they are not in the zone just yet. They're right on the south side of San Martin. They're going to be just kind of making sure they get their vehicles going, choosing for the buggy. All right, they're all set up, and now going to find a spot in this next zone. As far as teams that are not here yet, you're going to be looking at Nosham Red Force. They're all the way down in Los Leones. They're still in the blue zone here, so they're going to be one of the teams pushing the latest into this circle. They are in 12th place right now with 21 points. But with this zone shift like this, it definitely buys you a lot of time here. So the most important thing is just rotating very carefully, not trying to get shot out of your vehicle. Play things very, very calculated. You can see Tianba already set up in these buildings near water treatment. And this is where they're going to park themselves for as long as possible.
Oh, yeah. You're just going to hold out for the time being. See if you can hold down on these houses. Just trading shots. Ooh.
Oh!
Crazy's found himself a big green gun.
That's my favorite. The AWM. I want to see some snipes, man. Nothing gets me more excited than see a crazy flick headshot to turn the game around. Let's see what Razy can do. He's got the 8x too. Let's see what this replay. Coops, pow, gets the knock on to Silence. Wins the clutch 1v1 here against Ayala. Look at the terrain usage from Coops here. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I was highlighting before, right? That shotgun bait coming through from Coops, peeking up so quickly and back down, dodging the shells coming through, and again, forcing that weapon swap. He knows that he's going to have the advantage, or at least be on a level playing field if he can do that. The nade on target, yeah, great. Furia just didn't seem to understand how to compete against this high ground position. I'm not too sure what more they could have done there. Maybe just not engaged on that spot to begin with. But yeah, it's a little unfriendly. Next circle comes on through, and that will take us back down towards San Martin on that south side. Keeps the hills to the southwest of water treatment. Hacienda all in play. And teams are going to start to crunch in onto the middle. This roadside to the southwest of water treatment is going to be tricky to navigate, and it looks like Tiamba are going to try and do so, try and keep themselves alive. S2G find out just how tough it can be to move past this location.
Yeah, smart play there from Tiamba. They go ahead and move, and they take this gas station. They realize one of the players from S2G are isolated. Easy point lockdown. That's going to hurt S2G, leaving them with 3. That's an elimination for Tiamba and a slightly better position as well. So this gas station is pretty solid if the zone shifts away from them. The most important thing, though, is protecting those vehicles. It's very weak to that hill behind them. So they're going to have to put them in some different spots just in case the zone does shift.
I mean, it is that road that they are sat right next to that is so difficult to cross right now for teams out on the northeast side, which is why you're seeing so many teams committing down to this southwest edge, right? To being a little bit more uncomfortable, a little bit too close for comfort, but you don't have that major blockage of trying to get across that open ground, which is going to be difficult for Vitality, unless they can find a big opener, crack the can open with that AWN, land that shot, and try and find that pick. Ooh.
Oh, that's
Aurora.
a huge one.
Aurora getting spotted. I think 4 Thrives are getting stuck into the fight. 4 Thrives, 4 players alive. Aurora having one of their players flushed away, and now Hazaifa close up into the fight. The pump action for Reefus, trying to hold the door, but the SK-12 has a couple more rounds behind it. And Ziol goes down quickly too, with 4 elims already on the card. Aurora going to be contributing to the points tally for 4 Thrives fairly soon, it looks like. Doc goes down. Wow. The big boom through the window. And Aurora ain't got nothing in the face of 4 Thrives, who look to mark the start to their ascendancy.
And the crowd goes wild here in Paris, France. The 4 Thrives fans are chanting their name. This is what they want to see. And this isn't going to get just any squad here, folks. This is against Aurora, who has been crushing it here so far. So that's the 4th place team out. 4 Thrives in 6, now with 6 eliminations, looking really, really strong to start the day.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how you want to kick things off. But remember, as we said before, it is a marathon today. You can't allow yourself to get tired out. I mean, it's excellent when you find those moments, when you find those high octane, high adrenaline moments, but you cannot allow yourself to drop off after that. So I hope that they're going to have their heads screwed on tight so that they can keep their nerve for the rest of the day as well. And there is still much more of this match to play, so they have to get a lot further. And in this position that they are right now, against Nongshim Red Force, I feel like they potentially could have a good time, but they're going to have to shift northwest away from their current location, past San Martin, which is going to contain, I would say I was going to say 2 teams, but it's one plus another player. Top's the last player alive for Flash. That was dealt with earlier by 4 Thrives themselves.
Yeah, you can see Top does get away from now. Now 4 Thrives, man. I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to the finals, I'm already feeling a different level of aggression here. Like, these teams are pushing immediately. The second they feel weakness, they're sending it. Now here comes Aura. We saw Sky get an elimination in the feed. We're going to keep an eye on this one, though. This is still outside of the circle, just to that bottom right side of San Martin.
Yeah, this is on board with the fight in the northwest now, as Horror are able to find Salme. They got that flush that they found the knock for earlier. And Godlike, they are now down to 3. S-Power, though, can just regroup over towards the rest of his team, and they should be fine out there. Horror can look to try and navigate their way forwards. I don't expect another fight between these 2 teams, maybe for the next minute or so. Oh dear.
Oh no, not
that's a real bozo play right there coming through. Yeah. That's Max Man's grenade of the day.
You know what I'm saying? But our observer's just too good, right? Had to show the replay real quick, just in case you missed this, right? That is where it's at. Yeah, so unfortunate for Aurora. And it just goes, and I'm telling you folks, at this level, I mean, we got $500,000 for first place, and it's little mistakes like this that hurt, but we can see Razy with the AWM starting to put in some work.
Shouldering that can opener. Looks to try and split the seams of Tianba's hold on the longhouse, but we know what Tianba can do when they're holding down a longhouse, so we know what Milu can do at least. Vitality want to try and find it. The res comes through. Milu is low HP, but he can get some healing done. Razy is close by. Another stepping forwards, but staying on the rooftops here is bold from QZZ. It may just work with a nade. In response is brutal. And another to follow it up over towards Aching. Now only 1 player in the longhouse. Milu looking to try and hold it down. With the Molotov burning, it's going to slow it out, but there's the off angle coming through from Axel. Where's the backup coming from Eagle? He's too far away to get involved here. The nade dribbles down the stairs. Might prove to be difficult to get past there. Does go down. And the res is still yet to come through. 3 players now for Vitality on the inside. Nade's cooking. Axel with a long one. Up to the top floor. May just blast them apart, but Eagle, he's just chilling. What is going on?
He's leaving it up to Milu, saying, you got this, bro. Oh, I guess you don't got this, as Axel gets the nade onto him. So that is Tianba just getting picked apart here. And really unfortunate for them, but you know what? Vitality soaking up some good points.
I mean, the Eagle has flown away here. It is not what you want to see. I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to do. Maybe he wants to keep that forward position, but the rest of your team's dead, mate. You need to do something about that. Vitality were able to run through there. They got a really great opener with that AWM that we were talking about, the can opener on the position. And he was able to keep that momentum rolling with some big nades up to the top of the roof and a couple more positions beside. Amino looking to stop the run out from Vitality, and they will have to run out with the circle shifting central.
Oh, Amino's got this on lock. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see a crazy shot here from Vitality to help this team out. I know that there is an AWM somewhere around there. And, oh, nice shots there. They know exactly where he is. They say, oh, you think you have this down? Oh, that headshot, though, said, okay, how about you like some of that? So, oh, that looks like it is Eagle going down. Oh, there's the AWM. Brazy's got it. Said, pick me. I dare you. I dare you. Go over that rock.
लगा ही था मेरे को साहब बोला भी कि AWM का शॉट आने वाला है.
Boom! Takes him down from behind the rock. What a pickup coming through from the shot. At the end of the AWM barrel, beautiful stuff. They baited him into thinking it was a rifle fight as well. Yeah. Little tickle trades, and then he was like, I'm going to win this trade surely. And then he's like, bam! You didn't expect that. Claps back.
हाँ ना यार, मैंने भी नहीं किया. उसे घर फेंक दिया था, फिर से उठाया उसने.
After losing one earlier to Horror on that northwest edge. Oh, Tizzy, that's not good news. And that's immediately flushed by 4 Thrives on the southeast.
Now we're going to go ahead and see Vitality. That goes to show you, folks, the bolt action could change the game for you. And it works out here. AWM clutching it up. Now you can see the rest of
Zone इधर ही बना. मैं तुमको ये कंपाउंड बोला था. Zone ये कंपाउंड किधर बना. अभी तो शायद से ये
they know they have the numbers here though, so they're like, all right, there's got to be a couple players that got like somewhere.
अभी मेरे को अगर मैप पे दिख गया तो तुमको बता सकता कि किधर बना.
Trying to get a little bit of information.
मतलब मैं तो अच्छा नहीं हूँ मैं.
Doing some little pre-fire shots onto some windows, looking to possibly catch somebody off guard. But here we go into the end game. Stage 5, circle starting to close. And this is an interesting one. I mean, we still have San Martin in play. A lot of open field, though, as well. You can see Aaron getting in some headshots on the So Easy. And now here comes Team Vitality on the push.
They're looking to roll around. 2 players now remain for Godlike. Federalis leads the charge into the position. S-Power first to face. Molotov on the wing. Puts him down. Immediately posts him. And now S-Power on the inside has more to say.
What the fuck?
The suppressor on the end of the SK.
S-Power, S-Power! S-Power दे! S-Power!
Looks for more as well.
S-Power दे! 1v4 दे! Band की!
To keep it going. Manya will not be in this fight just yet as he drops for another flush. And in comes the backup. Manya.
दे S-Power दे! 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 तेरी तो S-Power 1v4!
Ascendancy.
S-Power किधर घूमता है? S-Power इंटरनेशनल लॉबी में घूमता है.
Out of them, but no. The gas in the tank. Burning.
Let's get this going. Are you
Momentum आ गया भाई. S-Power चलता है तो भाई ऑर्डर चलती है भाई.
Multiple 1v4s. S-Power at the end of the day yesterday said the domination begins, and now it has begun.
Unleashing that luxurious hair, sweeping it left and right with the shotgun shells ringing out in the ears of his enemies. Vitality have no idea what hit him. Milu, S-Power, these longhouse shotgun plays, I'm telling you, man, there's something special about it. I love to see it. I absolutely adore it. With 5 eliminations now on the game, Godlike looking to keep their march going, but they have to get across some open ground here.
Admino बच गया रहता ना वहाँ पे, तो भाई game convert कर सकते थे यार. बहुत अच्छा game convert
what has unfolded, and crossing this open ground is going to be difficult.
ऊपर से भाई उधर zone भी नहीं है भाई. मैं बोला था वो zone उस round तक फिर वो team को wipe out करना था. Vitality वहाँ से wipe out, मतलब 2 team के बीच में ध्यान और Vitality की fight होती.
Match
वहाँ
turns
पे
out to
क्लीन कर देते, वहाँ से क्लीन करके उनको वहाँ से
Coops had a 1v4 earlier. They're sitting with 4 points.
बट देखते हैं आईडिया के लिए भी अच्छा मैच जाना चाहिए क्योंकि लोग के पास भी 2 पॉइंट है. ओजी के लिए भाई मेरे को पता नहीं यार, फाइट के लिए भी सेम सिचुएशन है गॉडल जैसी कि फाइट कन्वर्ट ही नहीं हो रही है. फाइट कन्वर्ट ही नहीं हो रही है. हम लोग ले रहे हैं, हम लोग फुल स्ट्रेटजी अपना जो बनाया है उसके हिसाब से चल रहे हैं. बट ये क्या था भाई, ये क्या किल दिया भाई इसने.
You thought. Down he goes on that side. All too happy to pick up the point there. They're now on to 6 eliminations. And that will hopefully bolster them. Oh, he was going to find the shot onto S power as well. I mean, I said I was thinking they were going to
पता था क्योंकि वहाँ से open ground है वहाँ से जाना
It's
थोड़ा
still a really tricky approach here. And down goes
option ही
Manya,
नहीं था
but they
open
have
ground
left an
है bro.
impression on this
But
match. Godwin
anti
can hold their heads high on their route out of this game.
5 पॉइंट तो निकले
It's plays like
भाई
that
ऐसे
that could be
लॉबी
the
में भाई वो
difference, right?
5
I mean,
पॉइंट
from
भी
a
निकालना
big
भाई
jump
मुश्किल है
in
भाई
prize
क्या बोल
pool.
रहे हो आइडिया इस
So,
टीम को
I
देखो
mean,
भाई
godlike losing players early, still
भाई
put some
बहुत
good points on the
tough
board on the back of that
competition है भाई,
1v4.
बहुत तकलीफ
Looking out
है।
over to Enigma Galaxy though, what are they gonna do? They got their eyes
मेरे
set
को बस
onto
इतना समझ में आ रहा है कि जो
Ida, and it
टीम
looks like
एग्रेसिव
Hoops
दिखा रही
does
है
get
जो टीम
caught
मार रही है
though on
ना
the transition by Sky. But
whether
he
it
should
is
be able to get safe
strategic
here, Rez. I like the fact
कि
that
वो
Rauf is
strategy
starting to
wise मार
throw
रही
some
हो
util up on
एंगल
top
पकड़ के मार रही
just
हो
to buy his teammates some
the
time.
most important thing कि
And
अगर
they
जब तक वो
should be
मारेगी
able to
नहीं
get
ना
the reset here.
तब तक
I mean, that was a
तुमको यहाँ से
long-range
कुछ करना
assist
मतलब
coming through
placement point
Horror
पे
on
तुम
that
reliable
north
हो ही
side.
नहीं
I think that's
सकते
at least 300, if
placement
not
point
4.
तुमको ऐसा बोलते हैं ना कि
That's a really
के
helpful
ऊपर का
hand over
claim
towards
होता है
Ida
वो है
to
वो
leave Nigga
ये
Galaxy
lobby
on
के
2.
लिए
Ralph now in position to potentially look for the res, suppress
जब
the
तुम
run
large
out
बचे
here
हो
with
ऐसा
those
कुछ
two
हो तो
nades
तब
lying in
तुमको
wait. Darkin,
Ida ने
Molly in the
अगर
corner. That's actually going to
That's
help
help 'em,
the
yeah.
the
Wipe
res
किया तो
coming
भाई
through. So for
इसीलिए फायदा
Ida,
है
they're keeping them on the outside, sure, but they're keeping
लिए
themselves on
फायदा
the
है
inside as well, which is
और
going to allow Nigga Galaxy to get back to
फ्लैश के लिए तो
fighting
भाई
form, and they're in the
no
zone
doubt
too.
बड़ी
Arena
अच्छा गेम
with
किया भाई
versus Zora
उनके
on the north
लिए।
side though, that looks like it could get nasty soon.
Yeah, I think Ida are just kind of holding him out here because they realize the zone is coming and the edge of this might be outside of it, but let's see how the play ends up reading out. Satan throwing in some nades in there, trying to get that crucial first knock. Rita trying to make some plays. Oh, the off angle here from Ida is going to be huge. Let's see what he can do from that spot.
Could have been huger, but I think he just dropped the nade into the sand dune instead of throwing it over towards the opponents there. Not quite as efficacious as you need it to be. You can see on the picture-in-picture there's fights across the map. Horror really suffering against the arena as Enigma Galaxy still hold the tail over Ida on the run rolling around the edge. Emre goes down, and there is just a cacophony of shotgun shells blasting them back. A tide of lead sweeps them straight back in the door they ran out from.
I'm so shocked that they ran out like that. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy can do on this push, though. Darkin's up on top. Coops in the front line with the S12K. That's the weapon you want in the CQC. The best close quarters combat gun in the game. Let's see what Ralph can do. Everybody shotguns out. Oh, nice play there from Ida. Catching some little angles there, peppering up the side of Ralph. These guys are level 3 out of their minds, though, right now.
Oh, goodness me. There's the off angle. I think that's Iarina taking shots across the way. Because, of course, Iarina did clean up the fight with Horror just a moment ago as well. Hot Jukes on that northern side. They got some really big openers with a couple of nades on board. And we're able to...
Bounce!
What a bank on the nade there from Coops. And now just one player on the top floor. And the shotguns are going to continue to put the pressure down. But there is still a little bit more left to fight. As Enigma Galaxy are taking shots from across the way. They get rid of Ida. But now step into their shoes. Take down one Turkish team. Another one's here to play.
Hello. Catch is right there waiting for you. Aaron's going to have to turn around, though. Throw a smoke down. Trying to be able to get up Solus. Enigma Galaxy, though, great start. 8 eliminations so far. Ulf have 9, though. They're looking to put themselves up on the leaderboards here. But hey, Iarina's going to have something to say about that. They're going to go ahead and start throwing some util onto the side of Ulf. Ulf are going to have to decide where is the biggest threat here, and it's got to be Iarina. Scarface, thinking about trying to pick up his teammate, but Iarina's right there.
Oh man, this position is really annoying for Ulf. If they could have gotten rid of Enigma Galaxy, it would be so much more free and easy for them. They could take control of that whole dune all the way out to their west side, but with Coops and Ralph still in action, they are penned in here. Solus bleeding out, and Iarina can start to establish that chokehold on them.
Oh, vehicle coming on up. The mollies too. Aaron's on fire. Not able to make it happen here. Scarface on the other side is getting peppered as well. He's going to throw some util, but Ulf just getting picked apart. Iarina.
Big.
Oh, those nades huge. That's going to pepper up Mormon real good. And it opens up the door for Enigma Galaxy as well.
They're moving across the open ground, and they do fall. Ulf cannot weather the storm again. It's that position from Enigma Galaxy, the prevention of them sweeping out to the west that really came back to bite them here. Tony K layering down some more smoke cover now, and Enigma Galaxy with a 2 versus 4. Well, Coops can do it on his own, right? So what's Ralph even doing here? He's not needed.
Yeah, he's just there for moral support at this point, right? Let's see what he can do. But hey, you know what? You could never count out the IGL. That is Rauf. He's already still got that anger built inside him, that fire, all the way from Erangel Pachinki. Looking to apply it here. Coops with the headshots. Gets peppered up a little bit, though, in the process. Things that these guys are out of position big time. It's going to take a miracle for Enigma Galaxy to do it. but we saw 1v4 before. We could see it here again for the third time in this game.
That would be pretty insane. That would probably be the most 1v4s we've ever seen in a single match of competitive PUBG Mobile at this level. They've got about a minute before the zone closes fully on that stage 9 zone.
Confident feel
and they just have a sliver of it on the edge of that open concrete slab. They are just in, but that's not going to be comfortable.
Oh, look at this flyby right here. I mean, E-Arena doing a 2-2 split. Now, if for some reason Coops can get 2 of these players now, okay, yeah, Schweppes is going to move on over, play that mid-range. I like that. You know, just better safe than sorry. Use your numbers advantage, use the blue zone, and E-Arena should have this locked down.
Yeah, they're playing this very, very safe. E-Arena looking to try and convert from the top of the tables to a chicken dinner at the start of today. It would be so incredible for them to open that kind of a lead. And again, we've talked about it before, Schweppes, the only player here with a chance to get the 3rd title of PMWC champion. The only player in the world with that opportunity.
Oh, here come E-Arena. They're going to go on the push, where they're going to get aggressive. They take down Coop. It's just Rauf, and that is it. E-Arena get the first chicken dinner here today. They're hyped up, they're excited, and they were on top of the leaderboards here, so that's going to push them even further beyond.
And they played that north side well. They rotated through, they weren't over-aggressive. I liked that regroup off the 2-2 because, as you said, if you get one of those miracle picks, all of a sudden, one of those angles is basically gone because you have to stick that res, you have to try and keep your numbers advantage, then there's some negotiation that can happen. Regroup is 4, there's nothing that Nick McGalaxy can do. The flex out, I think, was probably okay, but was pretty bold, and I liked it. I liked it towards the end there. For E-Arena, they should be happy to kick things off today with a chicken dinner, but we've seen them do that before. We've seen them do that before in record-breaking fashion. I do not want a repeat of what happened for the rest of that day. They did not keep that pace, and it is, again, that marathon today. So for E-Arena, a brilliant start to push them even further at the top of the tables and free and clear of a lot of players keeping up to them right now. For the time being, of course, with a lot more matches to play, there's still the capacity to close that gap, but yeah, very, very happy with that opener. It felt controlled as well, in a way that I think that the big rondo that they had
अभी देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है, क्या सीन है। गाना नहीं दे सकते।
Terima kasih pertama-tama buat pihak EWC dan PMWC telah menyelenggarakan turnamen ini. Saya sangat mengapresiasi dan berterima kasih karena telah diundang ke sini dan saya sangat senang dan vibes-nya di sini sangat-sangat real, nyata, memang benar-benar keren banget.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for EWC and PMWC for inviting me here. It's been a very surreal experience and it's a very real experience as well. And it's just gonna go on and on and on.
It's great to have you here. Now we can see that obviously you are supporting Team Vitality while you're here. The boys from Indonesia are performing really well on the main stage. Tell us like a bit about the boys and how they're getting on, and how do you think they're gonna do here at PMWC in the finals?
Tentunya kan kamu di sini datang sebagai pendukung Vitality juga. Gimana pendapatmu tentang tim Vitality yang sudah bertanding di PMWC ini? Terus habis itu juga gimana apa harapan kamu kepada tim Vitality?
Harapan saya untuk tim Vitality, terakhir Indonesia mengangkat Piala Dunia di 2019. Semoga di 2026 ini bisa kembali mengangkat Piala Dunia kembali. Dan saya mensupport Vitality sangat-sangat dengan keras, dengan antusias yang besar bersama dengan viewer saya di live streaming. Bahkan mereka sudah meramaikan stiker-stiker Bigetron dan Vitality di kolom komentar. Mereka full support buat Vitality hari ini.
Papa बाद में आओगे तो चाय लेकर.
Indonesia wins the World Cup is back in 2019 and now 2026. I can only hope that they can win it again, and I can only also wish the best for them. I will give them my full support, as of course also the viewers in the chat and the live stream also they give their full support now, and we will hope for the best for Vitality.
How have the chat been since you've been here? Like, how has the experience been while you've been co-streaming right here with the event going on behind you? What's the chat been like? How has the streaming experience been for you here on the main stage?
Jadi gimana pengalaman kamu tentang live streaming di Paris di EWC ini? Begitu pula juga dengan ya apa sih vibes chatnya dari selama ini yang bertanding dan juga pengalaman kamu juga live stream di sini?
Pertama-tama mungkin dari peralatannya ya kok, karena peralatannya di sini benar-benar bagus, benar-benar disupport banget. Saya senang banget bisa difasilitasi buat bisa jadi co-stream di sini. Dan untuk viewers di live chat, mereka semua senang karena melihat peralatan yang proper ada di sini.
First of all, I just want to say this is like the best equipment I have ever found. This is like a full equipment that I never even used myself. So it's just like a very surreal experience so far.
Well, and Jang, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here at EWC. PMWC has 2 more days of competition, and we can't wait to see you on your co-stream popping off. So thank you so much for joining us in this interview. Enjoy the rest of your experience here, and we'll check back in with you on Sunday. Back to you guys.
ไม่ออกติดกูหันหลังสมองนะเอาเลยนะขวาตัวเดียวที่เหลืออีกตัวนึงน่าอยู่ซ้ายไม่จอดนะมีเกก็มีซ้ายสุดตัวเดียวตรงนั้นตัวเดียวให้ผมดิไอ้เกอร์เจนเกอร์ลึกกันเราเกอร์ลองได้คิวป่ะตัวท้ายได้หมดเลย
E-Arena coming in hot, wanting to maintain that first place. And boy, what a start for this team here in day 2, even though we're going to be playing some matches from day 1. Still, E-Arena, this is what we've been...
I can teach you code in Python in just 30 days, even if you've never written...
But man, they delivered. I will say the reason why they won is some teams doing some mistakes, right? We'll dive into it a little bit deeper here with Natura, but man, E-Arena putting up the 10 placement points from that chicken dinner, 10 eliminations on top of that. They were already number 1.
Yeah.
And now they're creating a gap. Yes. Hey, it seems like this tournament might be the chase after the White Rabbits.
Absolutely. Like, you've got Enigma Galaxy coming in here. They were in 3rd place coming into the first game here, so they've done a bit to extend that gap a little bit more. But you've got Ulf, you've got 4 Thrives. Those kinds of teams, they're also bringing some heat to the game here, Lace.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are going on about still this first 29 match. Did you guys have eyes yesterday? E-Arena, have been performing the entire time. This ain't even their first chicken dinner. They have actually had so much progression through every single match. It's been amazing to watch. Yeah, we're going to revert back to that, that huge statement they made in the group stages, but their consistency has been key.
Yeah, and for Enigma Galaxy, it's all about that goose Koops, because this man has been performing. He actually baited Furia into rushing him after they were able to eliminate Lord, and Koops was able to handle them all by himself.
He got the revenge he was looking for. I mean, Koops, you know that we were missing him during PMWC Season 1, and he's been putting up the numbers, but look at this. Let's quickly go through that 1v4 scenario. During this entire fight, Koops is on the mountain, uncontested, and this is not a position you should be willing to push. I feel like this is a big fumble from Furia. This is not a fight you should be even willing or even thinking about taking. And Koops having the time, going to flush the elimination, denying extra information from Furia. But this grenade, one of the best grenades of the tournament, a Maxman grenade of the day, as he gets that 1v2 and then sprays him down from a distance. He gets the headshot, eliminates the final player. What an insane clutch, but so did S-Power Niptura.
Didn't he just? I mean, I wanted to replay this because look at what he's able to do here. This guy is a machine. The angles, the quick flicks. He's using these angles. He gets that one. He realizes that Razak is coming around, gets that elimination, and then he knows he doesn't have time to heal up, so he throws the Molotov in there, tries to come out, tries to get these angles going, and that is just buys enough time for his teammate to come on in. The Molotov will go forward. It's fantastic.
I gotta say, that Molotov he put to try and clear his backside, that was one of the best Molotov. That is a global level Molotov coming out from S-Power. He is showing he has what it takes to be up here.
Absolutely. I love what we're seeing from him today.
भाई इसको क्या हो गया भाई?
I love what we're seeing out of him today.
भाई इसको पूछो ना क्या हो गया भाई? भाई पूछो तो उसको क्या हुआ? तुम लोग पूछ ही नहीं रहे हो. बेचारे को बुखार विकार आया रहेगा भाई. तुम क्या कर रहे हो भाई? भाई वो बीमार है, उसको छोड़ के तुम
had such an immense sort of split hold in the hillside while Aurora was sort of making their rotate, and it was only a matter of time before they were able to do that. And what we were obviously touching on yesterday is their pacing. So obviously when they get that first contention and then following up with the fight, their pacing is back to what we want to see. So it's very, very impressive that they were able to do that. Unfortunately, they did have IQ at the southern side trying to find a position in zone whilst that contention was going on. Noxious Red Bulls were sort of running up the eastern side, so they kind of like fell a little bit short there trying to move in because there wasn't much cover for them to sort of
भाई क्या बंदे भाई.
You know, a little solo, and unfortunately he was found out because Top actually was sitting on top of a building, and that's probably the best spot and the only spot that could have been played.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very, very happy with Fourth Thrive. T24 especially coming in clutch there. He's back on that long range with the mini. He's back.
सच बताओ रे वो भाई ये मेरे को कॉस्प्ले कर रही थी. ओह 68 भाई. अब टफ हो गया है गेम भाई. अब तो #1 को चेज ही नहीं कर सकता है ब्रो. अब तू #1 को मतलब कर सकते रे, लेकिन अगर मतलब 1 से लेकर अगर तू 5 तक अगर नहीं मार रहा है किसी को, तुम लोग अगर पहले 4 या 4 टीम को तो मारना ही पड़ेगा ऑफ कोर्स भाई. जब तक तुम लोग पहले 4 टीम को नहीं मारोगे तब तक तुम लोग कंटेंडर में भी नहीं जा सकते भाई. आई डोंट थिंक सो कि आई नो कि सबके गेम्स सही जाएंगे, नहीं अच्छे जाएंगे करके ये ज़रूरी नहीं है, बट आई वुड लाइक टू से कि अरे अब यहाँ से तो देख 13, 14, 15, 16 करना पड़ेगा यार, क्योंकि आई डोंट थिंक सो. देखना 23 से चालू हो रहा है, 23 से भी बॉम्बर डालना चालू करेगा तो भी इट विल टेक अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम, समझ रहे हो. तो दैट इज अ लॉट ऑफ गैप. उसने डायरेक्ट 68, तुम लोग समझ रहे हो, डायरेक्ट 30 पॉइंट का 33 पॉइंट्स का तुम लोग का गैप रेशियो दिख सकता है. मतलब टॉप का नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं, नीचे सेकंड पेज और फर्स्ट पेज के हिसाब से बात करो तो ऑलमोस्ट यू नीड अ 30 बॉम्बर टू क्लाइंब अप एंड देन यू हैव टू चेज. मतलब तब बाद में भी तुमको रुकना नहीं, चीज करते ही रहना है. तो अगर आपको पोडियम फिनिश करना है, आई वुड लाइक कंटेंडर भी बनना है, स्मैश रूल के अप्लाई बेसिस पे अगर तुमको जीतना है, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट कोई भी टीम यहाँ पे स्मैश रूल के भरोसे पे नहीं बैठती है. बट इफ अगर तुमको अगर स्मैश रूल से जीतने का मौका है, तुम्हें स्मैश रूल मिल रहा है, तो क्यों नहीं कोई लेगा भाई स्मैश रूल. मेरे हिसाब से तो भाई बेस्ट ऑप्शन तो मेरा ये रहेगा कि भाई कंटेंडर बन जाओ पहला तो आज के दिन, एटलीस्ट कल तुमको, आज तुम कंटेंडर बन जाओ, कल तुम स्मैश रूल को कवर कर लो एंड देन एक चिकन भाई फिर छुप के खेलो यार, चल जाएगा भाई, एंड दैट विल मेक यू विन भाई। मेरे हिसाब से तो ये स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए। पहला दिन आई नो पहला दिन खराब गया, बट आई डोंट थिंक सो कि दूसरा दिन को तुम खराब समझ के ना करो। दैट इज ओनली एडवाइस टू ऑल द प्लेयर्स भाई, ऑल द प्लेयर्स एज वेल। मैं तो अपने टीम इंडिया को भाई, मेरे को इतना ज्ञान देने का है भी नहीं, बट वही है कि भाई चाहिए यार, मैं भी चाहता हूँ यार मेरी मतलब अपनी इंडिया की टीम भाई अच्छा करे भाई, बाकी और कुछ नहीं चाहिए भाई। कब तक मतलब हाँ भाई खुशी हुई अभी अपन क्वालिफाई किए, बट अपने को पता है अपना एम क्वालिफाई होना नहीं, पता पहले तो एम क्वालिफाई हो नहीं बोलेंगे यार, क्यों झूठ बोलूँ, बट उसके बाद तो अभी एम है ना भाई, ट्रॉफी एटलीस्ट पोडियम फिनिश भाई, टॉप 3 में भी आएगा ना भाई, आई स्वेयर बेस बहुत कुछ होगा।
Cash, it's about that warm feeling in your heart when you realize you are the new champions here at the PMWC, at the EWC. Here to defend that title, right?
Sorry. अरे यार वो गाना बना साले कॉपीराइट मार रहे हो इस पे मेरे को। I'm a co-streamer bro, I'm a co-streamer for the EWC bro, and then you give a copyright claim on this music.
It's gonna be a crazy change. So much props. I mean,
वो जी यहाँ पे है गॉड लाइक बाजू में ये मैं तुमको बताऊँ पहला जोन कटने के बाद मैं तुमको एंड जोन सर्कल बताऊंगा। एंड जोन जहाँ पे एंड में सर्कल बनेगा, पहला जोन कटने के बाद जब सेकेंड जोन क्लोज इन होता है ना, मैं तब तुमको प्रॉपर नहीं, 2 जोन तो बाय डिफॉल्ट रहते, थर्ड जोन पे मैं तुमको प्रॉपर डेड मतलब बोलते हैं ना प्रॉपर डेड सेंटर जोन बताऊंगा एग्जैक्ट।
How I want to see consistency across a lot of games, across the whole set, rather than just these big pop-offs once or twice over the course of it. And that's exactly what you want, right? If you're able to get 4 points, it's not unlikely you can get 1 or 2 more, and that is a massive boon to your point scoring tally. That's what Enigma Galaxy have been able to find.
Yeah, and again, fortunately for them, it works out with the fact that A7's not here. They're taking El Pozo, which is one of the highest loot areas, if not the highest, in this map. So they're going to be very, very well kitted. They've made some great plays this tournament so far. And yeah, you know, we were talking about them in Erangel. Ida did feed them, essentially. But you still got to beat them. You know what I'm saying? And it's not easy to win a hot draw. They keep everybody up. And they're able to do it time and time again. Irina catching out IQ for Thrives. That's a huge loss for them.
Oh, that is nasty. Not a good opener, and a pretty great opener for Irina. Put themselves now on 69 points total.
Nice.
And they get a free buggy delivery. What more could you ask for? Unfortunate there for Thrives to be losing a player like that. That's a little bit careless, I think, in my book. Should have been a little bit more aware of the surroundings, but not to be. Irina causing problems already this match.
Man, Irina making it happen. Looking on over to Fort Thrive saying "Kapkunkrap," that means thank you in Thai.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Very, very happy so far. 69 points on top of leaderboards, and only just beginning. That smash point threshold is going to be where it's at. So if your Irina have just they continue to have such a fortuitous day today, their goal should be to just set that point threshold so dang high that nobody can possibly smash in the final day. Now, so far in the history, we've seen one team smash at an international event. That's going to be Nongshim Red Force, and that was just earlier this year at the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. It was, I believe, Furia that was on top with the most points, but Nongshim Red Force won that final game just by the skin of their teeth, and that automatically made them the champs. So
yeah, I think it was a 1 point. They were 1 point behind the leaders as well, so they needed to win via smash. It wasn't just a case of winning the game. So a really nice ending for them there, but that's that fairy tale not really converting over to Paris, unfortunately, for Nongshim Red Force. So at the moment, they're in 9th place. Still very much doable, but they have got a little bit of a way to go on that one.
Yes, they do. They gotta make sure that they just stay secure in the end game here. Can't afford any slip-ups at all. Gotta be able to make some plays. Man, that 1v4 earlier from S-Power was so dang hype. They're still having a rough day of it so far, though. 13th place. We haven't even reached the halfway point of this tourney, though, so they still got plenty of time to bounce back. But if they want to win this thing, they've already kind of burned through the bad games that they can already afford. They really need to start putting up some good, solid, consistent points here. Because when you see E-Arena on top, that's a major threat. I mean, we've seen this team earlier in this tournament break a PUBG Mobile record for the most points. Again, so silly that they didn't make it into that into the finals off of it.
Well,
but they got some little extra, survival cash, I guess.
Yeah, sure. But that's the point, right? It's a huge, massive, incredible game. Wow, brilliant, bright lights and billboards, sure. But then they weren't able to do much after that. So it was a big fall off coming through from the arena, and to that end, they didn't deserve to make it straight to the grand final through that. So to be able to come through survivals, fantastic. Okay, now they've started to really up that game, keep that momentum going. This is a much better scenario, which is kind of why what I was alluding to before is I prefer this chicken dinner that we just saw from Arena to the one that we saw in Rondo in terms of quality, in terms of an indicator for what we might expect for the rest of this phase.
Yeah, and we got to be honest too. I mean, these guys very luckily made it here into the finals. They were barely able to pass up the Wolves.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, to see them barely make it in, at least I think it gives a lot of relief, right? Because for all the Wolves fans out there, they're like, we were so close.
Yeah.
But for E-Arena to actually pop off, it's like, okay, you know what? The team that made it deserved it, right? Like, they're actually doing something here. If they were at the bottom of the leaderboards, it'd be like, kind of a waste. But they're not messing around. I think that the way this tournament fared for them so far was kind of a perfect storm, right? Because they had the record, don't make it. They barely make it here, and I think that really just lit a fire in them to be like, you know what? We got to just play our game. Let's go full-fledged aggro. And then that's what's happening, because they are just pushing team after team after team as a full squad and just picking them apart little by little.
A lot of teams will unravel under that kind of pressure. Need to keep your mind thinking forwards. We saw some monumental plays in that last game, so
yeah,
I'm hoping that the nerves aren't going to be too rattled for a couple of our squads. It's going to be difficult, not only on the losing side of those fights, but again on the winning side of those fights, because in those scenarios that adrenaline just hits your system, and it can end up, once it drains out after the end of the game, that can be a real detriment to your performance. And that's when you need to rely on the rest of your team, on the advice of your coach, on the feeling of comfort, hopefully, that you can find with the rest of it, to be able to absorb the impact of falling from that great height.
Yeah, and okay, well, speaking of height, right, the zone goes all the way up to the tippy top here.
Going back.
Yeah, near Crater Fields, near the Hacienda del Patron area. We just saw this circle very not too long ago in the last match, so teams are going to be trying to take a similar spot to what they had. E-Arena are like, yeah, why don't we go to that same spot we were at last time? We won from there. We'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit further west. It does keep a lot of those Crater Fields areas in, but it is very similar, you're right, in terms of that location. Aurora spotting a player from Furia, but Coops will not stop in just one game. He's going to find shots onto them again. I feel like they should definitely be aware of his location this time around. But losing a player, you know, for Furia, that's not a good feeling. That is not a good feeling.
Yeah, that's Miramar for you. It's tough. I mean, you're trying to rotate, and losing players on rotation is a rite of passage here. You try to avoid it as much as possible, but just sometimes there can be that one guy there waiting for you. You can see Godlike getting peppered up from Lost. And all these players just ridiculously good at shooting people out of vehicles. And Jiggle, I heard the crowd pop off. Jiggle ends up taking out quick from Aula.
They did it last time very early on. This time it's taking them a couple more minutes, but same start to unfold. Hora have managed to transition down towards that south and look to control the really sharp high ground that sits to the east of Crater Fields and overlooks a lot to that south side. So a powerful position for them to hold if they can maintain it. A little crash between Flash over on the east side and Vitality. That very quickly concludes with one casualty. Win trying to get some revenge, but not really connecting as Razak bumbles over the top, but doesn't eat damage either.
There goes Vitality, rotating away. They take that elimination and run with it. Federalis driving outside of the zone here, maybe looking for another vehicle. Seems that's what they have their eyes on here. No fear, popping out the buggy though. Going to be putting some pressure onto Aurora. They're on the rotation and they're going to get caught out by Wolf. No fear's going to push up a little bit closer here. Scarface through the nade into the building, catches out top, and that is Aurora getting picked apart here in match number 2.
Only one player now left standing. I do not think Doc is going to get the back up. He is over 500, probably about 700 meters away from them right now in the shadow of Nigma Galaxy on the west side. You just can't move. This is an easy set of flushes coming through. Ult have got this roadside compound. They've got quite a decent amount of cover. It's Horror who sit on their northwest across the road, up on that high ground. So for them, for Ulf, I'm feeling like they're fairly safe. This next circle might put more pressure on them, but being as central as they are, it's unlikely.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty. They don't pretty much have to move very much. Yeah, they don't have to move at all here with this next circle. Vitality, though, over the water treatment are going to push on in. Near Red Force on the south side are going to have to get into some battles here very shortly. And that's just because Nongshim always land on that southern end. So a northern circle like this makes them late to the circle. We'll see what their decision-making is here as Tianba looking to put themselves in a slightly more central position as Sleepy gets a nice knock there on Aaron.
S2G are also pushing in from this northeast side. Aaron down, allows Tianba to move in. Eagle and Milu in with the same vehicle, but there's a beautiful spray down. What a response coming through from Solus, holding in the face of the push. QZ wants to try and turn it around, but Solus has more left in the ammunition. Wow! Looking for now the last player of Tianba. QZ with the M249 is being hunted. Ketch steps into the fight as well to assist his teammate, but there is still more to do. QZ won't go down, but he finally falls, and Solus stands in the face of Tianba. Says not today.
Not today, indeed, as Ulf with a beautiful stiff arm onto Tianba. And you can see the pressure is on. You can see the player Gam Catch relieved after that one. What a play from Solus, though, to be able to shut him down.
There you go. Tian bounced out of that compound. It was not to be. I mean, what a lineup there. A little bit wayward on the crash. It felt discoordinated between the two players in the vehicle. Not quite what you want to see from Tianba. I don't want to say lazy. I feel like it was being harried by Horror with the off angles there on the northwest side. S2G were putting pressure on the back of that, and it became a little bit too chaotic. They couldn't quite find their way through it. There was no way that they could navigate that storm, unfortunately. But for Solus, that is a monumental clip farm. Not quite a 1v4, Jukes, but it was pretty damn close.
That's as close to 1v4 as it gets here, folks. I'm telling you, big plays coming out of here in the finals. Axel getting naded up pretty good, peppered by Al-Ula. Let's look at the replay here. Solus with these headshots. Taking out that duo. And still finding himself good movement here. Yes, QGZ comes on out, pops a nade on accident, and gets the knock.
Oh, okay, we're back in. with Alola versus Vitality, one over the top, looking for another as well. There are 3 players alive on side for Alola, but there is damage pouring back over towards Vitality as Razy now and Axel have to step into the fight to try and keep this one going. Razak gets shut down though as S2G are flowing out to third party on the north side here. Kamikaze, Solke, both moving into position. Lost is out on a north wide flank too.
Axel trying to find some high ground here, trying to find an off angle. Razy just forced to just run out in the open, no vehicle to his name. Trying to be able to help out Federalis. Federalis is knocked and it looks like he will be thirsty here because it's taking a long time. Meanwhile, S2G decided to just back things up. Say, you know what, we don't want none of this zone going down south. Let's prioritize that instead. And Razy is going to start cresting that hill. Can he spot out one of these players of Alula? He sees Red. When he's going to take that shot? No, does not see a good sight line. Decides to back on up.
Yeah, it doesn't have the team shots to be going, well, doesn't have a team to take shots with. Is more accurate here for Razy. You need to be 100% sure that you can lock down a knock, or maybe even a flush. Ida getting rolled down by Orangutan there. Nicely done, but there's still a little bit more to do. Ida being devastated yet again. Rita now the last to stand. Aru and Atanki about face for another approach. Rita cooking a nade to try and slow things down, but there's an off angle coming through from Arena, who is stepping up and forcing him over the ridgeline into the firing line of Orangutan, who get 4 elims on the game and send Ida packing.
There we go, and that's going to be the 15th place team so far. Starting to turn things up, but here we go. It's the White Rabbits valiant out against 4 Thrives. Turny K getting the flushes. It's all up to Falak, and it ain't going to be good enough. Arena just putting in that work, and they're going to keep their whole team alive.
circle जो fight ले रहे हैं ना, ये
back up they get. Nicely done, nicely done. We saw Razy doing a lot of work against Alola. Hang on a minute, this is a solo? A solo against Alola on the north side? Where did that come from? Razy's popping off on the north as a solo.
3 eliminations. Razy putting the points here for Team Vitality. The Indo squad looking good here as they're going to be pushing into this next zone. And we're looking at this next circle as it is just south of Crater Fields. You got OG on that southern end right next to Arena. That battle should happen out any soon. And now you got Enigma Galaxy right next to Nongshim Red Force as well. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Got that Mini 14 looking for that long-range headshot.
I'm also looking at S2G on the northeast side of the circle right now. Duke State have to push in, and as a 4, do you go in the shadow of Horror, or do you try and sweep down and push past Flash? But it is a difficult approach for S2G, and they do not have long to make that choice. I feel like they are committed much more up to the north edge and could potentially challenge Horror on that northern side.
Let's
see how this is going to play out. Schweppes got the high ground as well. This is still only stage 4 here, folks. Admino
अरे यार उन लोग 4 ट्राइब के साथ तुम लोग फाइट ले रहे थे ना भाई, उधर ही फाइट लो ना भाई. हम लोग के साथ तुम लोग क्यों कर रहे थे ऐसा? तुम लोग पॉइंट किए यार थोड़ा.
With the duo driving around just trying to get a little bit of intel. Dawkins nearby. You got to watch out for that. Meanwhile, four from the high ground are trying to catch S2G out on the rotate here. Sleepy is able to put some suppressive fire, keep him away for now. Kamikaze's buggy is smoking, and he's going to get popped out of here by No Fear.
Oh, that is a scary sight, pressing the ridgeline, No Fear. Spiking the heart rate of S2G as they try and make their way in. They did have to make that choice in the end. But moving in, they've managed to get 3 through. And into a position which is tenable, but not really super beneficial to their long-term prospects. In the circle though, which is good. Not the same can be said for Enigma Galaxy, Arena, Flash, Ulf. These teams going to have to move when the time comes. So, but if they keep getting picked apart with Razy still doing bits. Hang on a minute, no, that was I'm suffering. This solo Lone Ranger on the north edge, Vitality, letting us know. Okay, this is the replay of the 1v, I think 3.
Yeah, there we go. Yasser catches him out as he pops out the vehicle. And then, pow, beautiful use of that ridgeline. Razy just picking apart Aula. Those mistakes, man, making it look easy there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Swaps out to the bayonet as well for the final moment. I wanted him to run it through there a little bit. That would have been the coolest. But you know what? You're looking pretty cool already. Razy still with a knife fixed at the end of the barrel.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what Razy can do with it. He's going to be holding on to that AUG as well. No fear up on top of the hill, doing a good job of applying that suppressive fire on these teams trying to find a way into this next zone. Oh, crazy. Soaking up the point. Team Vitality.
I mean, since he's been a solo, he's gotten 4 eliminations. He's weakened Horror's hold on this northern side as well, which I think is a really big factor here. With 4 players, Horror are basically unassailable. With 3, that's a different conundrum altogether. Could potentially have an opening road towards them if they don't go down in this spot, because Sleepy has got that angle. But if Sleepy gets knocked, if he gets spotted, all of a sudden you have to commit so much to one side of your hold for Horror instead of having a couple more sidelines available. And that is a massive benefit of having 4 players in a scenario like this. For Furia, it's going to help them a lot on the western side. So hopefully they can dance to the beat of their own drum into the rest of this game.
Ulf putting up some great points on the board here. They got 7 so far. Sleepy's going to have to leave that high ground position. Woo, making the long drop on in. Vehicle, see if he can go ahead and stay right up. He does.
Clean.
And you're going to have to do another one.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Sticks the landing.
And that's a 10 out of 10 right there. Sleepy. Going to go ahead and look to pick up his teammate, possibly. Nope, never mind. He said, give me that crate. Meanwhile, big fight.
Oh, okay. Enigma Galaxy here getting rolled up on. They're fighting on the southwest side as Hyunbin steps into the cauldron of this fight as Lord gets peppered from the back lines in the arena. Third party, the end of that fight into the card for Enigma Galaxy. And now they're down, second place out this early. Good news for the arena, who are now on 6 eliminations and third partying this engagement. Hyunbin tries to hold, and he's good for one. Turns off for a second as well. It's Furia chiming in with a long-range third party as well. And the arena, they're now down to just 1. Schweppes on the back line, and Furia wants to change the tune.
Ayala gonna have to switch weapons here. XZY just able to get the reload on the MK, but it ain't gonna be good enough. Furia with the 4th party, able to clean up the fight. What a shot though from Hyunbin there. Tried his best, but what could he do with that kind of pressure? Now Ayala looking to apply some even more pressure onto the side of E-Arena. Somehow this squad stays alive, but oh, that 9-8's gonna hurt. It's up to Schweppes, gotta do a 1v2, and it ain't gonna happen today. Furia looking to start that domination.
And down go E-Arena. 74 points now on the game. It's Ulf really their closest competitors, but 2 of their players are knocked. I don't know if Aura are going to be able to confirm these flushes, certainly not just yet. And all the while, Beaky like it's Razy on the side with his ghillie suit.
International player.
Trying to play it quiet, trying to play it smart, finding these angles.
Shh, Razy. Playing it very, very quiet. Finds a little spot to hold himself in for now. But he's so dangerous. He's got that ghillie suit. In the desert. Not quite the best camouflage he wants.
Yeah, it's the green one. Not great.
It's the green one. But you know what? He's looking to get that green for his team. And this is how you do it right here. Staying alive. Just, you know, able to get some confirmations, some sneaky confirmations on some knocks. Soak up some points. Meanwhile, S2G got a little car wall set up here.
Oh, Furia on the move. Silence up and to the ridgeline. Jiggle will be aware of it. Razy completely hidden from Furia's radar right now. Operative word being right now.
Right now, and yeah, look at this. Silence. Gonna have to be silent here, but Razy, he knows something's up. He's waiting for someone to peek that hill, waiting for someone to make the move. But instead, he's just gonna stay very, very quiet here. Uh-oh.
Up they go.
Jiggle, you better watch out. They're coming for you. Silence, driving up the hill little by little.
I think Razy's gonna get spotted here. Igor is gonna run straight into it potentially. Oh, maybe not. Darts back a little bit. They're waiting for the peaks. This negotiation on the north side is tense. S2G isolated right now on the southeast side of all of this. sort of all just playing in the same spot. Looks like they're trying to start to move out now, which I like. I think it's the right decision. And we've got solos from Aurora, solos from Ulf, as well as Orangutan. Atanki may be the first of those to go down, but does take a fair chunk out of Lost before he goes out.
Put some damage on the board. S2G looking to clean this up here. They definitely need a win. They're in 12th place. Win will definitely put them in a good position here for the rest of the day. Furia, the same boat. Let's see who's going to take this chicken dinner. Aura. Rocking a 2-1 split with Jiggle on the absolute high ground here. Don't forget about Doc though. Aurora all by himself. He's still there. You can see him. He is just holding that spot and starting to soak up some placement points here. Only 6 teams remaining.
The thing for Aurora right now is that they know there's a solo on the north side, which gives them a little minor advantage if there's going to be a third-party fight between them and Furia. Raze's angle might not be known. S2G take a shot from Eren, who is their solo from Ulf. And Eren finds the flush as well. So S2G now down to 2 players. Jukes, there's a lot of solos here, but they aren't without their opportunity.
Yeah, that's for sure. They could win this whole thing if the timing ends up perfect. See, nice shots there from No Fear. Oh, instant confirmation too. HemsG's really hurt.
Thought he's going to throw the pan there.
Yeah,
no.
that would have been nice.
Pulls
to say,
the pin on the nade.
Take some of this. How about some of that? Long nade. Not able to get the finish. And it looks like S2G should be able to get the reses here. Does he have a Molotov for another nade? Because I mean, he has the high ground. He might have the arm to get there.
It doesn't look like they're going to go for it. The res likely to be coming through now. For S2G to keep themselves alive as 2 players. It's Razy that I've got my eyes on still. From Vitality, he's gone so far, come such a distance. Eren, most likely the next solo to fall. Igor's has flexed out and is very close to Doc for Furia. That could be a dangerous spot if they're caught unawares. Oh, he's hopped out as well. Doc might just be able to get away with a free elim here. There's a nade in his hand. This is not where you want to be for Igor's. If he doesn't hear this pin, if he doesn't get out of the way, this might just be a free knock, but he's into the vehicle again. And I think he's read into it. He's up into the wall now. Doc has to hold his little shack out in the open.
Silence and Furia just waiting for this fight to happen. These guys are going to wait up to the last second here. The zone is closing. Okay, Jiggle backing things up, and he goes right into Razy. Gonna have to make a play. Great headshots, but Sleepy, great teamwork there to be able to shut him down.
It felt like that was the opportunity there. Jiggle stalling on the buggy slip, but just didn't quite finish off that spray. And the backup from Horror, of course, they did know he was there. As I was saying earlier, after losing a player to it was good news. Oh, another solo goes down. That will be the final solo out. So we are playing 3v3v2 as Furia in with a chance here to put that chicken dinner on the board. Same story for all 3 of our teams. I feel like S2G are the most suppressed in their area right now.
Yeah, but they're suppressed on the leaderboards too, right? So literally all these teams desperately need this game. Gonna be big points regardless. You can see right now, 8th place, 11th place, 12th place. It's gonna help them out big time. Let's see what No Fear can do with that high ground. This is stage 8, folks. The zone will be closing into nothing. Once that zone pops, Sleepy applying that pressure on S2G. He's got the intel now, knows exactly where they're at. He's got a couple nades. Gonna go ahead and use that high ground to try and get the shots. But, some big shots on the Aura. That's No Fear eliminated. That angle being gone is critical.
A really nice pick up there over onto the high ground, as well as Jiggle going down. Leaves Aura now just on the 1 player alive. Furia want to regroup, and the descent comes through from the last remaining player for Horror, Sleepy, who has broadside on Lost, but he's not taking the shots just yet. I think Lost spotted him just before he ducked behind the ridge. And he has to drop down a little bit further to be a bit safer. Spots Lost, gets a headshot, but doesn't quite get that full-blown knock just yet. And he finds the other, though. He finds his teammate, and maybe a 1 versus 2. But Furia now sat with their players rolling across the open zone. And Sleepy finds another. 3 players now left for him to deal with. But there's a P90 outside. He's behind those trees. I don't think it's going to work. No, sirree. Brazil able to find the chicken dinner here, and Furia fight back.
It's about time. We knew that chicken dinner was only gonna take a little while, and it happened to be just 2 matches here into day number 2. So Furia get the win, and the crowd is pumped up for their team here. A huge win for the side of Brazil.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I think it was 9 elims towards the end, something in that region. It's a massive jump for them, as we talked about, on these longer game sets. 18 matches, a game like that can really give you the foundation that you need to jump up to be in contest. With E-Arena going down fairly early, with Enigma Galaxy going down fairly early, a couple of elims on side for these teams, but that is going to put a dent in the gap, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Keeping that mindset on side of every single game, the points we profit, that is one step closer to the title.
That's exactly what it is right there. Nice play though from Sleepy to be able to get that 1v2 on S2G. Gets a couple more points on the board and some extra placement points as well. But you know what? The board is gonna be, the leaderboard gonna be balanced out a little bit right now, because like you mentioned, top teams go out, teams in that mid pack start moving their way up. But I think that inequality is going to be coming right back, because guess where we're headed now?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a little bit toasty over on Rondo next, which is very exciting stuff. We've already seen, what was it, 2 1v4s, at least 1 1v3, a couple more. Why not throw them in there? It's basically just what happens at this stage. But yeah, I mean, the Razy solo 1v3 on the north side there, beautiful. The impact he had also cannot be ignored. If 4 players were alive for Horror in those final circles, I think they win that.
Yeah.
Without Razy having that impact, it completely changes the dynamic. It allows Furia to be so much more free and easy on that western side. The suppressive force of Horror on that north edge is so much assuaged. So I think that is a very important part of that last game that maybe flew under the radar for a couple people.
Yeah, you got to be hyped up for Razy. 1v3, then finish in with a 1v2, and you guys got a 1v1, and watch the rest of these matches coming up in just a bit.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the back.
You enjoying your?
So yeah, really excited to see what today's got on offer. First time here in France, so actually really excited.
What, just generally first time?
No, not generally, but this in France.
Oh,
like
right,
normally it's
okay.
like in Saudi, but here in France, it's exciting.
You enjoying it though? Getting on with the vibes? Bit different, right?
Yeah, we got in early on the train this morning, so took a little bit of waking up, but I think we're into the swing of things now.
You always look fresh. If you do, you can't complain.
नेक्स्ट भाई क्या कर रहे देख क्या दो ना
We've got a little glimpse of a screen up there, and I can't wait to watch some of it.
It's going to be big. I think we've had a lot of interaction from the fans this event, which has been cool. A lot of different nations. It's been super loud. We've had drummers. We've had like cymbals. Mate, I've seen instruments I've never seen before.
I thought it was a football game. I heard it was esports event. That's unreal.
They've kind of been getting sick with it too. One of our commentator talent basically used to be a drummer.
Oh,
so he's been sat there every game, mate. He's watching the background. I just want to get involved. I want to teach him a new
He's loving it. He's loving it.
You any good on the instruments yourself, pal?
Me, no. So Jizzle, however, he has an own producer back in his day, you know.
I dabble. Hey, we got to get you in there. We could cook something spicy up with the fans.
इधर एक वॉच पार्टी चल रही है, इधर एक वॉच पार्टी चल रही है, इधर एक वॉच पार्टी, इधर एक वॉच पार्टी चालू है। मीन हाँ ये देख सकते हैं ना, ये क्या चालू है इधर। ओए बैंडी तू भाई मेरे को कॉपीराइट दिलाएगा भाई, चल। साल भी कर रहा भाई वॉच पार्टी देखना। ये भी चल रहा है लेकिन इसका मैंने परमिशन नहीं लिया तो मुझे पता नहीं भाई क्या चल रहा है। छोड़ो
yeah. Ayala. There we go. I got it. Yeah. Ayala and Silence. Both of them just coming in onto that third party. EA just wiped them completely. No point about it. The 2-2 split coming up onto that the western side, making sure that Furia couldn't. Making sure that S2G couldn't go around to the south side, but also pressuring Hora to actually push into S2G at the same time. Very, very well played. Good control of the teams, good control of the zone, and the timing was really good. They brought it, they backed it up with firepower as well. You're seeing 9 eliminations. 19-point game is exactly what they needed.
I just absolutely love the fact that they sort of, yeah, like you were saying, they had that sort of western side of the mountain. Hora had such a great setup though, right?
Yes.
So I was getting a little bit scared in the I guess final moments because that zone closing in pushes them off the mountain. But Highguard's just down there scouting for the entire team, able to get that little 1v1 out of the way and then having that sight so that when they obviously descent down the mountain, Sleepy comes down the mountain further through this and just cleans it up easily. Their timing today, Neptura, I'm just, why are we Furia fans? Just backing you up. That was just such a smooth play from them, and when we're used to just seeing them get in a vehicle, charge down, whatever, this is more strategic and smart from them. Very exciting.
I was scared for Furia though. I thought we were going to see some drive-bys that we ended up seeing from them yesterday that ended up backfiring, but for Hora Esports, I got to give them even more prop scale because they had a 3-1 split on that mountain that ended up working out perfect, especially when the circle didn't go their way.
There's multiple facets to it, right? Hora, when it comes to them controlling that kind of mountain, La Cabrera is somewhere they oftentimes go to. They've actually abandoned that and gone to Valdemar on most of these Miramars. They had to abandon their loot phase quite early to make that extreme wide rotate based on those sort of shifts that were going north to get onto that mountain fast. And I think they really understood how to hold down on that location well, to the point where they were having to deal with certain circumstances that they didn't want to have to, like trying to cordon off Ulf as they're trying to move forwards as well. So an very impressive game here by Hora, absolutely.
It is. S2G as well being able to collect some points in this last match too. And one team that was able to collect even more points that definitely needs them, Orangutan. Collecting 7 eliminations. It's something that we've been wanting to see out of this squad, being able to frag out a little bit more. I know yesterday we saw the passiveness out of OG that we're so used to seeing, but being able to just bounce back. And it's actually not Aru by himself. It's a Tanki coming out with 3 eliminations.
I mean, it's great. I mean, I think in the group stage we saw more from WizGod than from a Tanki, but he's coming in really, really nice. Ara, the IGL, also stepping up as a fragger as well, which is really, really nice to see. So very excited to see. Very very excited to see what we're going to be looking at into the next Rondo, for instance, right? Getting the that momentum on the Miramar is like 7 eliminations on a Miramar already. What's Rondo going to be holding in store for them?
Feels weird that we're doing Rondo, not at the start of the day.
It does, doesn't it?
But anyway.
It's like, okay, well, mid-game, mid-rondo. Mid-rondo. It's a mid-rondo.
You know what it reminds me? I said it earlier and I'll say it again. It reminds me of when we used to have Sandhog at the halfway point.
Oh, yeah.
That weren't performing well, that we kind of use Sandhog to just... Talking about Rondo, let's look at the top teams right now from Rondo. You got Enigma Galaxy up there. Aurora Gaming so far really hasn't had the best start to the day, especially when we're looking at the Miramars. But going into Rondo, we saw what they were able to do yesterday, and I'm hoping that Aurora is going to be bouncing back here.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, right? I actually do think that there's definitely been lulls in some of the performances internationally as well, and obviously this team for a long time, when we were that alpha gaming, etc., and things like that, everyone was hoping that eventually they'd hit it big, eventually be able to get one of those big titles. Actually, coming into that day one, I thought to myself, wait a minute, is this the time? Is this the time Aurora Game actually finally makes it happen? Because they were able to be up towards the top. They've slipped a little bit, especially with the arena looking as well as they have done so far. But there's still a chance. There's still hope.
Yeah, for Aurora right now. 34-point gap, so I am hoping that we're going to be seeing some insane gameplay out of them, especially going into Rondo. We have seen E-Arena put up 29 eliminations. Can anybody get even close? We saw the aggressiveness out of Furia with the third parties too, but we got to talk about Enigma Galaxy been performing well as well. And what I really enjoy about Enigma Galaxy so far is the way that they've been getting those placement points outside of their win. You can see them being able to be consistent.
Exactly. They've got 14 placement points outside of that win. So they are really making sure they hit that podium time and time again, backing it up with eliminations. And again, this is something that I saw yesterday from Enigma Galaxy, is their timing is on point. Coops is back in his prime, it feels like, and the whole team is rallying around that. So the time synergy is very...
पर गेम एलिमिनेशन मेरे हिसाब से टीम्स के पास होनी चाहिए, मेरे हिसाब से टीम के पास होनी चाहिए 10+, क्योंकि इफ अगर तुम्हारा 10+ एवरेज मेंटेन रह रहा है तो शायद से फिर कुछ हो सकता है यार, क्योंकि चिकन आने का आंसर अब बने नहीं रहे भाई। ये तो वैसा लग रहा है कॉस्प्ले करके अच्छी दिख रही है। वो थोड़ा गाना बजता रहेगा ना इसलिए
on previous internationals. I do think that, yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start for them, but regardless of that fact, there's definitely an opportunity for them to get back to fragging power, fragging potential that we've seen from them in the past.
I'm just looking at Coops right now. He's locked in. Raouf just going around, circling his chair. Satan as well, but Coops, it's all about Coops right now. Hopefully somebody else will be able to step it up from that team as we're going to be going into Rondo. So Hot Jukes, John Allen, take it away. What is Satan looking at?
Here we go. We're headed into Rondo. The match to put some massive points on the board. As if Miramar wasn't crazy enough already, it's about to get even crazier.
Maybe it's just something about the start of the day, Jukes. Maybe it wasn't Rondo all along. It was just the first games. Maybe this will be the calmest Rondo we've ever seen.
Yeah, they brought that Rondo
I want Gordon to
be
the
rip, right?
Coming up with this game by
fresh off the breakfast,
because
ready to find their dinner. And that is what we're going to be looking to find here for one of our teams. It will be the case. Maybe a massive early game. We saw it from
I think this is a map
huge, and the rest of Tiamba as well. Huge start to the day yesterday. Not quite as powerful in the game so far
here
today.
Day 2 of PMWC
here, and if you're an arena fan, you're hoping that they can continue to make their strides forwards and keep that White Rabbit chase going.
Gotta be able to separate yourself from the rest of this lobby, and if you're gonna do it anywhere, it's Rondo, that's for sure. I mean, we've seen a 39-point game in this tournament. Oh man, will that turn things around from. Look at Team Vitality though, averaging, you know, 4.33 limbs per game, 1,000 damage. It's a great average here. The thing is if you want to win that $500,000 at first place, become the champions, you got to do something special consistently. So I'm interested to see, right, how these teams.
देखना पड़ेगा.
Is a great indicator that you're performing at the level that's needed to rise above the rest. So hopefully our teams will be able to keep that on side and being able to get, as we were seeing.
क्या guys, क्या होगा? क्या होगा? क्या पता? क्या पता?
Chicken dinner.
I mean, we want that survival stage, Tiamba, right?
Yeah.
To be able to jump up and compete with the very, very best. Furia, fresh off of their chicken dinner, their numbers don't quite display that sort of a storyline just yet, but it is a great start for them to be able to add that one to their tally. And again, it's a real great mental boon to these teams to be able to find a high-scoring game and to be able to close out that game. Sure, maybe the point swing isn't huge depending on how many seconds into those final circles you last, but I feel like there is nothing more relieving than finding that chicken dinner, than converting it. Even if you ignore the 4 extra points you get just on placements alone, it is a massive mental fortitude booster. And you need to keep your head on straight because you are going to get into something crazy very early on. I know it. I love it. It's Rondo.
चलो Rondo आ गया. Rondo आ गया. Rondo.
They're ready to go. I hope
Rondo आ गया. Rondo guys. Rondo आ गया. Rondo.
Hey, we got a little double flame path action here.
Okay, so Neox Factory is accessible from the easternmost plane path, and to be fair, from the west one, but...
Chalo, Rondo. The Randy chair, Rondo.
Along that plane path. What this is going to do is split these.
Let's go, guys.
It's going to make them slightly less.
Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the channel, guys. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe.
Teams that normally like to go to Neox Factory, if you're in that other plane, you're going to be there late, so that's going to put you so far behind.
Run to, guys. Run to.
Fly, switch drop locations, and make these decisions very, very quickly here. And you can see these squads are out. Top players right now. Scarface from Ulp, okay, 16 eliminations. Mormon right behind him, and of course, Milu right there as well.
Yeah, Scarface on those damage numbers as well, right on the heels of Milu. Look at that, only 20 damage points behind. We'll see if that changes very quickly into this match because teams are now starting to touch down in towards Neox Factory. They'll be grabbing those weapons. Yulin also will now be occupied, and things are going to get hairy quite quickly. As Irina already taking a knock, Tianba as well have already lost one. Irina, by the way, generally preferring to drop out near Stadia, but the plane path they're on didn't assist with that. We saw them hunting down solos in other matches. Those solo outposts that are near those recall towers, which are a major feature in Rondo. They were the team to take that dynamically to that fight in a way that we haven't seen from many others. Oh no, S-Power goes down to a guard.
पावर को लिए नॉक है लेकिन इस बार अब तक मदन ने सौम्य ने हारा और चलो डब्बा डाला है मरना नहीं है भाई ये ड्रॉप ये जितना तुम पहले विदाउट एनी उस पे अगर जितना किल निकालो ना उतना बेस्ट होता है चल रिवाइव हो गया रिवाइव हुआ ना पता नहीं यार रिवाइव हुआ कि नहीं समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है रिवाइव हुआ है क्या इसके वो एचपी नहीं है ना उसके पास अरे है कि नहीं मेरे को वही नहीं समझ में आ रहा है मारते हुए तो नहीं देखा मैंने उसको ये क्या था ये ओ जी ई को मारा चलो ई जोकर को भी दे दिया है चलो चलो ई को मार दिया भाई ई को मार दिया भाई ओजी ने ये को मार दिया फ्यूरिया ने होरा को मारा है 40 यहाँ पे पुश करने के लिए बनी हुई मतलब आ रही है
Laser focusing towards the side of Four Thrives creeping in on this one a little late to this third party and now
नहीं आएगी अभी बहुत टाइम हो गया लेट हो गया
and well set up Furia
बट सेटअप करके रखा उन लोगों ने मारने के लिए हाँ चल गोल्ड के बंदे
not too many nades in fact no nades for T24 Neox Factory's been popping off as well. I think Ulf bore the brunt of a lot of damage pouring on their way. See some elims coming through from Orangutan. Doing bits, but ooh, okay. Ulf may have a little bit of vengeance here, as Aaron is still in the firefight. Tianba.
घुमा रही है गाड़ी उसको क्या
Tizzy sending away, but Tizzy wants to re-engage on the door frame. It's not going to work out well for the first spray, but suppresses the angle. QCZ with the nade cooking. Drops around the corner, but Hyunbin evades the damage.
Motion red for super aggression here.
Full देख रही है Wait! What the
catches QZZ with the
क्या मारे हो
just keeps that suppressive fire on that window, catches him on the repeat.
टॉप तो दे रहा है भाई टॉप उधर दे रहे भाई
Now Tizzy, oh look at that instant peek back. These angles, Nongshim Red Force so good at these CQC angles, man, and Hyunbin putting in the work, forcing Tianba to have to do a full res on their team.
Getting those flushes nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force with 2 elims. They're up to 4 now, but they've got another team to try and deal with. Orangutan sidling on into the fight.
देख रहा हूँ उसको
Using the bus's cover, there's a nade from
नहीं भाई एक को दे दिया भाई
and Aaron, the solo left in the situation for Ulf, is going to find the backlines for Orangutan and slow their approach towards this Nongshim outpost. The 2 players they've got there can just live a little bit longer, but Atanki keeps the pressure up and Orangutan keep marching.
Man, great movement from the side of Tizzy and Hyunbin. They are outplaying so many of these players here. So good at this urban fighting. Their peaks, their timing, just impeccable. Wizgot though with that nade looks good. Tizzy jumps away and gets peppered only a little bit. Pulls the pin again. And you can see they're utilizing those doors so well. But how about that nade? That one looks good. Gets away from it once again. He's not falling for that one.
I like the attempted utilization of the smoke to stop the vision on the nade arc as it was coming on through. But Tizzy read that one nicely. Knew exactly what they were going for. That nade doesn't connect either. Still has a couple more. The shotgun around the corner. Steps in for it. Wins the trade. Immediately Aaron.
Kill चोरी और किया.
Point away for Ulf. He's up to 3 elims there on the inside. This guy's doing bits. The rest of Ulf are happy to hang out near Danqing on that south side.
Good fight OG. Good fight भाई. Good fight. यही चाहिए बोल रहा हूँ भाई अपने को चाहिए भाई. Good fight. Admin ने भी दिया.
Godlike who have rolled up into the fight in Neox Factory. A late approach as they were forced away over towards main round.
Now you can see T24 trying to find some angles here. Zypha, ooh, quick shotgun here.
एडमिनो को शट और टॉप बेंच फैंडी और टॉप क्या मार उसको क्या डर नहीं है क्या टॉप को भाई मारते ही जा रहे
Zypha's gonna have to make another play, but oh, suppressive fire. Was that IQ? Yeah, IQ on the other angle, doing a great job of applying that pressure, that headshot. It's gonna be the end of Furia.
Furia though, well, in this location.
In this location. Correct, yes.
From Yulin right now means that they can get that full reset. The recall towers are still available, and at the moment only one player is completely down. I think that's about to change as well.
नहीं सोमय तेरी तो बैंड ही ये देख ग्रेनेड कर रहे मार
with top.
Ah!
Only needs the one shot.
Man.
Down Salme, and now he wants more. S-Power with the nade, can't quite.
S-Power top, S-Power top, S-Power top.
The nade cooking. This could be perfect. Needs it over the top. A lot of damage.
भाई बहुत आरामी बंदा था रे भाई top.
Stay calm, collected. He had that nade locked and loaded. Just goes, chunks it, and just uses his weapon to take
भाई रे top भाई.
Some recall action happening. Everybody pretty much back up for the most part. Only a few players still eliminated. And now you know what? Why don't you guys do us a favor? Get in game and go ahead and pop some of the lucky spins right now. Hopefully you can get one of those exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament sets. So you can be styled and looking good like a lot of players.
OGS top चल रहा है ऐसे OGS से top बोल रहा है S-Power.
It is India on India action here. That's that Molotov. Oh yeah, he's like, all right, I'll hold the stairs for a little longer.
OG को फाइट लेने का ही पड़ेगा, S-Power को भी फाइट लेना ही पड़ेगा. जोन में बाहर रह नहीं सकते ज़्यादा.
Pushes us down towards the southeast side. Keeps that northern area above Hungshan in the west of Danqing as well. Ulf, very happy about this. I think their hill there is probably going to play quite well for them, I think, Dukes, and that is a great result for them, given that they're in third place right now. E-Arena in first place. They haven't had an impact on this game so far. They were pushed away very, very quickly. There's that power.
नहीं डर लिया S-Power को डर लिया.
A second player on the opposing team angle coming on through. That should be again still recallable. Manya may opt to go for the recall on the forward position, so that he can bolster that and let the back two from Godlike move in behind him.
Yeah, S-Power was like,
अच्छा खेला भाई. दोनों ने अच्छा मैम.
Not today. There's money on the line here. We gotta make
मतलब
this
दोनों टीम ने अपना सही यूज किया है भाई अपना. बट अभी कुछ नहीं होना है क्योंकि मेरे को अभी पूरा मैच बचा है. यू कैन से कि अभी तो इन लोग का ये चालू है. इनके लिए अभी मैच चालू है क्योंकि जिसने रिकॉल.
Very messy now on the western side of this circle. A lot of teams forced into a fight that is unfavorable for a rotation that leaves them exposed. We're seeing the results of that now.
हाँ इनके लिए ऐसा हो सकता है इनके लिए मैच तो अभी स्टार्ट हुआ है. इसका भी रिकॉल यूज हो गया.
Looks like Godlike may have their forward position on one recall as well, I believe. So they could look for that. Actually, it might be E-Arena who have got control of it out on the east side. In the meantime, 4 Thrives with their 3 elims so far have a position near Yulin.
You can see these teams Now it's about how you're going to end. I think the Galaxy downs a ton on that rotate, but they do end up finding a spot in this next zone. Pretty central one too, just a little bit on the southern side of it. But we never know where this next circle is going to go.
I mean, Ulf really have got a brilliant position here. They've had a while to establish it as well. On the hill they have so much control over the surrounding area. They have vision every single direction. Everybody else just trying to play in their shadow at the moment. E-Arena have managed to push in from the east side. And 4 Thrives continuing their hold on the southeast point of Yulin. Doing a little bit against suffering once more at the hands of Orangutan. And E-Arena are actually pushing up to try and third party split that fight on the north edge and maybe hound down Godlike.
Godlike trying to hold on here. Southern shift. Yeah, indeed for a lot of these teams. S2G, Fourth Rise, E-Arena, not liking that one. Now there's Godlike. But Fudia, they'll take that all day long. Possibly even looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner here. As Aurora,
दो प्लेयर मर गए
they're
कब?
going to have to fight because Aurora's going to be pressing into that hard shift side location. Tianba, QZZ knocked. Doing a great job of being able to throw down those smokes very, very quickly here to try to pick up their superstar player. Coops trying to catch some shots into those smokes. They can go ahead and just hold on to that coverage for just a little while longer.
Just a moment longer. Right now, I think that we've only seen fully confirmed to not be really in with much chance.
मैं actually ज़्यादा ना गेम पे फोकस ज़्यादा थोड़ा गेम पे भी ध्यान देता हूँ
Almost everyone in the lobby getting back to their feet. Damage going over towards S2G from Coop, but not quite fully
और
connecting.
vitality कम
He's locked in today, man. I mean, those shots were on point. He was hitting them for the little slight angle that he had. He was getting.
मेरे को बस इतना समझ में आ रहा है कि फाइट मोमेंटम है रे, फाइट मोमेंटम पूरा फाइट मोमेंटम बेस्ड हो जाएगा. फाइट नहीं निकल रही ना तो उनको भी ऐसा हो रहा है कि फाइट नहीं निकल रही और उन लोग फिर बाद में उनसे फिर बाद में गलतियां हो रही है. बस इतना मेरे को समझ में आ रहा है, बाकी मेरे को कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. मेरे इंडियन टीम्स का बता रहा हूँ, बाकी सब तो सच बताओ ना स्ट्रैटेजी बहुत अच्छी लगा रही सब, लेकिन सबका एक ही गलती हो रहा है, वो है फाइट कन्वर्ट नहीं होना. और वो फाइट जब कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहा है तो भाई सब लोग का दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है. पूरी लॉबी बैठी हुई है भाई, देख अभी भी पूरी लॉबी है.
And that is going to be an unhealthy vehicle, not really too reliable when it comes to moving next. But they are safe for the time being next to these two teams. I'm looking at Orangutan and Fourth Rise on that north side. Could be a contest around the mountain that sits between them. Godlike, I think, are going to have a difficult time moving in as well. Either they could swing out into the blue zone very, very quickly now and try and rejoin Rita. But if you do, you're basically committing to going down in the next zone.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, for sure. And EDA need to have a monster rondo here if they want to be able to get themselves into serious money. Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, second place. Down a player. Lord going to be using some of that terraforming to put himself into a safe position. This is still super early. I mean, that's just Rondo. Rondo starts off so aggressive, starts to slow down here in the mid-game as teams solidify their locations. And then it's going to get red hot here in just a minute. Let's see where this circle goes. We're going to see a crazy southern hard shift again. Will it set up? That's going to be huge for these teams. And it does favor the south side a little bit.
Okay, I mean, for Oro, this is great news for them. Their west side is fairly free and clear. EDA do opt to regroup on the south side, which I'm not entirely sure about. I feel like that may be a misplay for them. A very difficult approach from that angle. S2G trying to make the approach that is probably in EDA's future, finding out how difficult it can be. Furia extracting a toll for it, but they do crash in. They do get to the center of this one, and actually may be able to get control of this recall tower that's available for about another minute or so. If they can get control of it, get that recall in fast, they could be in with a full force squad on this location. And I think they know the Jiggle's here, but they don't have a lot of time to play around with. It's really ticking away, and a bounce on the nade's not good.
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a self-nade there. I don't know if you saw that chain link fence at the top of it. Great nades, though, from Nongshim Red Force. Oh, it doesn't hit the mark, though. I thought that was good. And they're going to be sharing this location for now with E-Arena. And this is pretty darn central. So I'm surprised they're really battling this out. This is a dangerous fight, honestly. Like, if they take this fight, they're going to get third party.
I mean, all the fights now in the middle are dangerous. Godlike on the south side.
What happened?
Ooh, I think a vehicle explosion there came on through.
Was
Took
that?
Tandy K down. No, it wasn't a self-drop, don't worry. I would have clocked that one. It was an explosion that came through. The nade, just falls short of the deployable cover. And they continue to not quite find the mark for Nick McAllister, sorry, for Nongshim Red Force. Not quite connecting here, not quite getting what they want to get done. Orangutan try and crash into the middle against S2G. It's looking to go pretty well for Orangutan, actually, as S2G are going to go down fully. These recall towers are pretty much done and dusted. Only a couple more seconds to get them used.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to be able to use it here at this late stage. especially if you already burned a lot of your recalls earlier on. And let's see right now as Razy is able to get a nice knock there on the tops with a nade. Another one would return as Bose catches Federales. And now here comes Win in the vehicle. Possibly just trying to get some information. He gets some for sure. Pops out. Oh, that did sting.
Okay.
Razak though got the shotgun S12K. Oh, gets knocked. And Team Flash put in the work here on Vitality.
Hey, we know what Razy can do, but he's not going to do it this time around. Vitality go down. Flash playing on with 3. The recall towers are now shut down, which means that every elim will stick. There are no recalls available. The arena somehow managed to get straight to the center of this circle is kind of crazy, and to do so with 4 players alive, great news. Hopefully they can make that one work. Meanwhile, on the south side, you've got Godlike, Ita, and Furia all looking for position. Yeah, this is a replay, I think, on how Tony K went down.
Yeah,
he ran into the buggy. He ran into the buggy.
Yeah, well, it was that cover flare that ended up busting up that buggy, and it was just...
क्या भाई कैसे रे?
Did enough damage to pop it.
हाँ भाई.
Hey, no harm, no foul. They're all alive, and that's what matters right now.
कैसे रे? बार-बार वो इस बार पूरे टीम को स्टेप अप करने एक प्लेयर से स्टेप अप से नहीं हो गया यार. I don't think so भाई. ये मैच तुम लोग को एक्चुअल में थोड़ा
trying to push in from the east side, and somehow Scarface doesn't go down here. Finally does get knocked to QZZ. There is an answer, a little bit of damage, and his 4th drive's chiming in for a 3rd party from the west side.
QZZ getting caught out by Ulf. And now Milo getting shot in his back from 4 thrives. Yamba now are fully pinched. You got 4 thrives looking at one side, Ulf looking on the other, and this is all outside of the circle. Disaster here for Tianba, who are looking so strong in this game.
Yeah. कैसा बोलना मेरे को बताना कैसा तुम लोग. अरे नहीं है बैंडी मेरे को नहीं लग रहा अभी. मैं आई एम वेरी पर्सनल एंड वेरी बहुत एकदम जो है कि जो खुला बता सकता हूँ. I was very happy when we qualified for the grand final, but I don't know कि क्या हो गया है. Like अपना गेम रीड कर लिए या अपन वो गेम खेल ही नहीं पा रहे जो अपन क्वालिफायर्स में खेल रहे थे. I don't know what क्या हो रहा है. I don't think so we'll end up in the top 7 I guess. 7 तक पहुंचने के लिए भी अपने पास वैसा गेम प्ले ही नहीं आ रहा है कि वो गेम जाए. I know still दो अपना अभी का बाकी आज का दिन पूरा and then कल का, बट कल का प्रेडिक्ट ही नहीं कर सकते बिकॉज कोई भी अगर स्मैश रूल पॉइंट स्मैश रूल के लिए एलिजिबल हो जाता है तो भाई फिर कितना 2 गेम में भी खत्म हो जाता है, 3 गेम में भी खत्म हो सकता है. तो भरोसा ही नहीं है. You can't stable on third day. You just have only like 2 days game जहाँ पे तुमको कोप अप करके टॉप 10 में जाना है. This is not. I know 2 मेरा मार गंदे गए, इतने अच्छे नहीं गए जितना जाने चाहिए थे. रोंडो ही था जो हो सकता था.
Does go down. That actually comes from Fury. A very long shot down from the south side, close to max range, I believe. Yeah, 393 meters there.
क्वालिफायर्स के बाद बहुत फिल्टर हुए, टीम्स बनी है अच्छी, पूरी अच्छी लॉबी बनी वापस. क्वालिफायर्स में भी बहुत अच्छी टीम थी बट जो नहीं अच्छा कर पाई वो एलिमिनेट हो गई. फिर और फिल्टर हुआ, फिर टॉप 16 जो फिल्टर आउट करके जो टीम बनी वो ये है. एंड अपने को भी इसमें जो अपने क्वालिफायर्स के उसका डबल मेहनत डालना पड़ेगा बिकॉज इट्स फिल्टर्ड एंड आई डोंट नो व्हाट लाइक मेरे को नहीं पता क्या हुआ है क्या नहीं, बट इट्स वेरी जनरल भाई हुआ है ना वो, बट ठीक है. But I still think कि इंडियन सर्किट में अगर अपन कुछ भी खेलते मतलब कुछ भी नहीं इंडियन सर्किट में अपने को पोटेंशियल पता है अपना, लेकिन नॉट इन द ग्लोबल स्टेज स्टिल लेट. क्वालिफायर वाज अनएक्सपेक्टेड.
You're going to have to leave it at some point, and that is where things start to get a little bit muddy.
If this zone shifts to Aurora, they're getting like 20 points this game. Plus, I mean, this is the spot to have. But it is quite on the edge here. Let's see if they end up getting lucky. This is the time to get lucky in the map that you really want to get lucky on, that's for sure. But meanwhile, Nongship Red Force catching Chief out from Furia.
Sneaking in. A shot in. Around the sides of those silos, through the fences. It is pretty resible though for Furia, I imagine. The circle does move away from Aurora though, and up towards the north side. This is a lot of open ground that maybe 4 Thrives could try and leverage, but there's not a lot for them to try and work with. You could see just sweeping out to the west, it's wide open. You're going to need those cover flares, so it depends how many they've got in the back pocket. Create some of your own defilades with that destructible terrain. It's what they're going to be needing to do to control that north side. In the meantime, Furia still giving it large on the south side.
Doc starting to throw some nades in. They know they got to get moving here. They got those vehicles. They're smoking, though. Bose does go down. That's huge for the side of Aurora. And Doc trying to drive very carefully.
And then अभी अगर आप देखोगे then the fight convert ही नहीं हो रहा है.
I need that util. He was out.
क्या बोलूं भाई?
And now Aurora just trying to leapfrog into this next zone.
Last player of Orangutan goes down in the meantime. IQ gets spotted out in the open. I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? It's such a difficult area to try and move into. The question is timing it for IQ. He gets caught a little bit too early.
डिसेंट भी नहीं जा रहा है मतलब ठीक है ऐसा लगे मतलब ठीक है वाला मैच जा रहा है भाई डिसेंट की मतलब तुम समझ रहे हो मोर देन 10 मतलब 10 पॉइंटर्स तो सही है यार द डिसेंट गेम बहुत अच्छा गेम को बोलेंगे जो चिकन डिनर के साथ आ रहा है या टॉप 3 के साथ आ रहा है एंड दैट इज नॉट अब तक हो ही नहीं रहा है ओरेंगुटन को अपना पूरा
good solid position that they've created for themselves. You got Aura on the other end trying to sneak some eliminations. No fear going to be laying down, trying to see if he can catch that pixel. He sees him.
अंडे नजर लग गया है भाई टीम को छोड़ो और कुछ नहीं भाई मैं मुंह पे बोल रहा हूँ नजर लग गया
Back in towards the compound looking to extract more point value from these elims. Tourniquet will be spotted. Yol rattles him down and the rest of the team answering with a volley of fire. Emery by the way from
oi क्या कर रहा है ये
Solo who managed to sneak his way
through.
I imagine Aurora should be aware of this position.
भाई इन लोग तो खुशी मना रहे हैं इन लोग की इनकी टीम मार रही है नहीं मार रही है इनको तो मजा कर रहे हैं ऑडियंस की भाई सही ऑडियंस का मारो कुछ भी करो भाई
just getting set up here. I like how he risked it and moved that vehicle just a little bit further so he can cover himself from that angle. The crowd is hyped, they're excited. The Furia fans are going nuts. They see their team with 11 eliminations so far. And there goes Aurora starting to throw some nades. They are in this next circle, so they're just holding the spot for now.
Just holding it down. Slowly marching forwards. Nongshim Red Force making it very difficult for them to move up and through this compound. If they can get a knock, if they can open a way, might be an opportunity for them. There's trades back and forth across every single angle. Nongshim also have spots on towards Hodra, who are trying to make their way up on the western edge. Oh, it's a nasty ascent up this hill. There is a complete broadside from Hyunbin. He's got that DP, a lot of ammo in the tank, and a big north shift comes through.
The circle goes up to the top and away from all of these teams. So all of them are going to have to start moving. Hyunbin, he realizes it. He's like, oh, we're in trouble. We need to just start getting some eliminations here because getting into this next circle is going to be almost impossible.
I'm looking at this circle. I feel like it's Aurora and Fourth Rise right now, who are in some ways stopping each other from being the best in the circle and therefore allowing teams from the south to have an opportunity. If this fight concludes one way or the other, which I don't think it will, Dukes, not at the moment, it could be pretty tricky for everybody else to march forward, but it seems like they found some sort of peace between the two.
Yes, that's the right play in all honesty. You gotta just throw the smokes in between, but like, guys, let's look down south. Let's get all these eliminations, fight each other later for first and second place, because, oh, this is a feeding frenzy here on the south side, as all these teams are just desperate to try to find a spot into this next zone. Hyunbin up close and personal. He's got the shotgun. He can make the plays, and Nongshim Red Force are putting in the work up close and personal.
Take down E-Arena, the lobby leaders right now, only getting 2 elims there, no placements. A nice result for the teams looking to chase. Ulf, though, in a little bit of danger as they try and sweep up from the eastern side and crash into Fourth Rise, but with Hazaifa going down, with 2 players left, actually only 1 player left in action. It's only IQ up on the north side, and Furia, in the meantime, are sweeping up. over on the inside of the compound. Ayala on the corner does go down to Nongshim as they move out to the east, but Furia now 12 elims. They're looking for more, and a solo from Jiggle, the only thing standing in their way of controlling the entirety of this compound.
Make that 13 eliminations. Furia on a tear. Jiggle up on top, catches out the last player of Ida. Aurora, though, are just waiting for this. Gotta be a little bit careful with that cover flare. A little bit too close. Chief now forced to just run out the open. Jiggle with the jump down, trying to make the play in the 1v2. It's Igor to shut him down.
Hey, that's so nasty, though, because it does mean that Igor is going to be alone, solo, and will not be able to weather the storm of bullets sent his way by Nongshim Red Force. Now out in the open, it's Aurora as we transition up to the north side. And 4 Thrives, I mean, they lost so much on that push forwards, and it's just IQ now. Hazaifa, I don't think you're getting back over to him, mate. And he does go down. IQ, a solo for 4 Thrives. 14 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force, 10 for Aurora. This is a big game, any way you cut it.
And it's going to be one of these teams that's going to win it. Who's it going to be? It's Aurora versus Nongshim Red Force. Yol gets knocked. That could be the opening volley. But Nongshim Red Force just going to hold that angle. So easy, catches top as well. So just knock after knock, back and forth. That's going to really hurt the utility from both these teams. Reefus, level 2 vest, pretty beat up. Sees an angle though. Hits the headshot on the TC and gets the knock.
How do you do it to him, Reefus? Goodness me. That is a beautiful start, and this is the open ground I was talking about before, Jukes. It's just so difficult. There is that sloping ridge in front of Nongshim as well, that means they really kind of only have one angle to go, and it is fully covered off by Aurora.
Yeah, it's because Aurora is shooting some dang laser beams here at the end. The tiniest pixels, nothing but headshots. Nongshim Red Force, we know they got the gun skill to pay the bills though. Gonna have to battle it out with Aurora because Aurora are on fire right now. Now they have the numbers advantage as well, top with 5, and look at that. Nongshim Red Force, they're just stuck. They're stuck in this one spot. They are laying down, but Yunbin evens out the battle with that huge knock on his Yo. Perfect timing.
And it's a forward position as well, which means that in order to get them back up, they need to break forwards. For Aurora, they need to expose themselves. That makes it more likely. We're in a 3v3 clean. Hyunbin suppressing the corner of the rock there, looking to try and put them back behind it. And he will bury them behind it as Doc is taken down on the angle. That is resible, but it's going to allow them to move forwards incrementally, making their way, making their approach here. Reefus don't dare step up.
Hyunbin is just an absolute beast with these laydown plays. Putting in the work, catches top. Hyunbin is on fire. Making it happen for his team. Applies that suppressive fire on Reefus. Reefus cannot afford to get knocked here. If he does, he's gone.
He's got the MG3 from the crate though. Is it going to be enough? A lot of damage done to him. Ziol's been slowly bleeding out. There has been reses coming through, or attempted to come through from Aurora. And they do manage to pick all 3 of their players back up on the forward front. Ziol finally flushed. Reefus dying left and right with the MG3 barking loudly across the open ground, but not going to be enough. It's going to be the knock sent his way, and Nongshim Red Force are giving this an excellent go. Moving forwards, they make it to the rock, and they are just out of range. The nade goes forwards, only Top remains in the way, and the Molotov burns him. Tracks him down.
Nongshim Red Force turning the tables on Aurora. Aurora was looking unstoppable, and then Hyunbin said, oh, you think you got it, huh? Nah, we got this.
Clean execution at the end from Nongshim Red Force. A brilliant exit from that location. It got so messy around those silos, those compounds, really, really tricky, and it's got to be so disappointing for Aurora as well.
They don't lose those.
You shouldn't be losing those, no. It is really, really tough stuff. But the open ground was so difficult to get in and towards, with 4 Thrives being in the way for Aurora. If they'd have been able to deal with that a little bit earlier, maybe they could have had more presence there and stopped Nongshim Red Force from getting as far as they did. But a brilliant oversight on the compound for Nongshim Red Force. The South Korean side managed to navigate that one brilliantly.
I mean, that's as fair as a fight as it gets here, folks. I mean, I think out of all the fights I've ever seen Aurora lose, I think that is the most frustrating one for them, because they know that we just got outgun skilled. Us, Aurora, the Mongolian super squad. What happened? Hyunbin with those laydowns, making the plays, the pop-off, Absolutely well deserved. I mean, that was just disgusting.
Locking it in with the daps. That's what you got to do. You got to be pumped when you get those chicken dinners on side and on Rondo, no less, with a big elim count. That is a breath of fresh air for Nongshim Red Force, hoping to get another global level title as well to convert from their recent win.
Sneaky. I mean, Nongshim Red Force, when they won PMMI, they weren't on top of the leaderboards until literally the last game, right? They stole that tournament. And now in this Rondo, with that many points, ooh, these leaderboards are gonna look dangerous.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Remember, E-Arena, Nick the Galaxy, again, going down a little bit earlier. That's gonna close the gaps once more, and teams can start to catch up. It is looking level. And again, it's that marathon style that we've got on today with the 8 matches from the delays that we had yesterday. The 8 matches today are going to test these teams' endurance.
We still got so many games left.
I'm so excited.
This is just Rondo. We got 3 more Air Gales, 2 more Miramars. How's Aurora gonna roar back though? That's gonna be my question. You know, Doc, he did not like that one. They did not like that. Yeah, they were like, there's no way we get bad beat here. Hyunbin though, I mean, using that terraforming, you can just see for everybody out here that wants to be a professional player, these are the guys you gotta look at here because, you know, in order to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And Hyunbin, with those laydowns, applying those suppressive fires, predicting where they're gonna pick those heads out, hit a few crucial knocks, and he won that for his team.
Absolutely, yeah, getting those picks, absolutely crucial, like you say. And it is a really interesting feature. I think it's probably, for me, the most interesting feature of Rondo is the impact of those, well, actually, maybe 2, but the impact of having destructible terrain, being able to carve out those little divots, those little defilades with explosives, as well as the deployable cover flares. I think those 2 features make Rondo so interesting in these late game stages.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for those 2 features, I don't think either team would have been able to make it towards the end there. There was so much open ground, but they had to close it down, and the team to do it was Nongshim Red Force. We'll see you in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
हेलो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, आपका बिजनेस आइडिया यूनिक है तो उसका नाम भी यूनिक होना चाहिए, राइट? ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्ट्रेशन से अपनी पहचान बनाइए और कंपटीशन को दूर भगाइए। ऑनलाइन लीगल इंडिया के साथ ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गया है सुपर फास्ट, इजी एंड बजट फ्रेंडली। अब और लेट मत करिए अपने ब्रांड का ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाने में, क्योंकि आपका ब्रांड ही है आपकी पहचान।
If your workflow looks like 12 open tabs and 3 subscriptions, stop. This is Envato, because I can generate cinematic video, high fashion images, retouch photos, create voiceovers, build soundtracks, design graphics, and mock up products, all from one dashboard. Plus, get unlimited stock assets. That's footage, music, fonts, templates, and more. Any type of asset for anything I'm building. No more bouncing between tools, no licensing stress ever. So if you're serious about creating faster and cleaner, subscribe to Envato and simplify your workflow.
Nucky, no! How can you do it to him? They want that first place where you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squashed with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
4 Thrives finished second in the group stage, going directly into the grand finals, and eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, PMWC taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, so much damage done, and it's ended. 4 Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the Grand Finals, 4 Thrives took complete control.
Possible, but IQ's down. A T24, we're a 1 versus 1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate. He finds it! He gets it done, and 4 Thrives!
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO Finals Day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like, we didn't felt any pressure and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
The second day brought a different challenge. Every team in the lobby was chasing them, and every mistake could reopen the championship race. They finished with 122 points, 77 eliminations, and 3 wins to become the PMGO Season 1 champions, securing their return to PMWC. Last year, they arrived as history makers. This year, they arrive as global champions.
Nothing has changed for us. Our hunger is still the same. Even you can say we are more hungry for this PMWC trophy. We are even more confident than before. We have more experience. We believe that we can be the team who can win this back-to-back global trophy.
4 Thrives have already shown that a Pakistani team can reach the world stage. Now, 4 Thrives head to the PMWC at EWC 26. Ready to prove that PMGO was not the end of their rise. It was only the beginning.
Hey, get us up on the left now!
Let's go. I'm nading it, okay? I'm nading
it. On the Dacia, bro. He's low. I don't have nades. On Dacia is low.
No,
I can drop a C4, wait. He's low, headshot. Nice. Last one on me. Yes. No, two. Nice. Let's go. Get the loot. Go left, guys. Please, go left. One guy right, one guy left. Easy. They're 2 knocked. Zone will kick them. My door watch. Let's go left. I'm running up.
Behind the tree.
Okay, I'm running up on him. Play time.
No, behind the car.
Kitleyim ben. Risk yapmayacağım. Taşla yapıyor galiba. Mermi çektim. Darıyorum Cema, full darıyorum. Mermim yok ama. Mermim kalmadı. Lan gidin vurun, alana salacağım. Nice oğlum. Nice.
เฮ้ยขวาตัวนึงตายรอบไปนอนอยู่นอนตัวซ้ายเล่นด้วยกันนะมองนี่คือเจ็บไปดิวิ่งมาเลยต้นไม้หลังต้นไม้เจอมาลูกกูสายกลางกดซ้ายกดขวาเฮียไม่วะ
This rondo would be the match to just kickstart a bunch of the teams that weren't performing well in this first 2 Miramars, and one of them being Aurora, showing on Calaris one of the biggest throws that we have seen. They look so good until the end.
Everything was lining up so well. They threaded the needle down on the south to be able to get between Godlike and Furier on that rotation. And I thought to myself, they're playing it fantastic. They're being able to hold a position, cautious of where Horror was, and then maybe flex out on that west side. But Max, the fight against Nongshim, who played an amazing game as well on the other side.
Like, you can't hate too much on it because, yeah, Nongshim Red Force had some insane shots. Hyunbin in particular, the way he was able to every time to allow his teammates to push forward and he would cover them, but he wouldn't just be cover fire. He would literally tear down every single player on Aurora Gaming. I think he knocked out top twice in that final fight.
I'm not happy about it.
I'm very happy about it. If Calaris is angry, I'm having a good day. So, yeah, but like, as you said, it was great rotations overall from Aurora, but the gunplay from Nongshim Red Force is what redeemed the game for South Korea.
And this is completely opposite from what we saw from Nongshim yesterday, right? Because we were talking about Hyunbin just being super aggro and going without his team and all of this, and he's done the complete opposite of that today here, going, I will support you guys. I'll be that support player. I'll be the fragger, but I will let you guys go first.
I mean, it wasn't just this final fight for Nongshim Red Force that looked amazing. It was the parking layer control, dealing with anybody coming from silos, fighting into the circles as well. This for Nongshim Red Force was a masterclass of control.
The fight with E-Arena especially.
Yeah, the thing is, that fight on E-Arena was executed so well. It was so snappy, so quick. But the fact that they survive that fight in the city, right? Get outside the city, fight against the other teams that were 4 Thrives, then win the fight onto Aurora, all of that basically, while still keeping yourself up as a 4-man team is insanely impressive at this level of play.
I think there's very few teams that can make it look that good.
No, because, and this is the thing, is this is one of the teams that can go from 0 to 100, right? They were in that compound, they were there for a long time, they were just kind of keeping away from E-Arena here, and then they just unleashed the beast. I mean, look at these eliminations coming in from each of the players, so even across the board, and they just are able to just turn up the heat, go, okay, it's go time, and go for it.
Yeah, we usually talk about Hyunbin just being able to be the frag out power for this squad. desi as well has been stepping up. It's good to see that all the players have been stepping up in this one. One of the biggest question marks that we have had for Nongshim, especially in this last 2 days, have been those placement points. And for them to finally get over that hump, getting that chicken dinner, considering that the Smash rule is going to be in play tomorrow, this is going to make them really happy. I know you're really happy about it.
I'm loving it, seeing Hyunbin and the boys getting so many points on board. But before this game, right, the placement points were at an all-time low. We just didn't see very many late game finishes from this team. But the fact is, and as we just saw on that graphic, right, they got eliminations on every single player. Very happy, but apparently Eren is your MVP of the game, and he had some really good fights, one of those onto 4 thrives. So good plays here from Eren that I didn't expect. I thought it would be definitely one player from Nongshim Red Force.
Well, Tizzy, the fact that he did 1,200 some damage from the parking bay. I mean, it's one of the highest spots in that circle, never mind the silos that exist there. So it's a great spot to be able to have those engagements from.
No, it was very good indeed. And mentioning Ulfred, because they were in an altercation with 4 thrives, and looking at the circle, I was like, okay, well, Nongshim has everybody in town to deal with. You've got 4 thrives having to deal with Ulf, and so Aurora were able to actually just have the complete west side kind of to themselves, get that long-range third party going, which is that's their MO, and that's probably why we saw them do so well. While they probably should have had that win, was they were long distance, they were able to have that long distance, put some distance between them and other teams. But for Nongshim, for them to actually third party over onto Ulf in the 4 thrives fight, just as 4 thrives were kind of getting cleared up, that is true. They do.
Ida has something personal with
It's so true. It's so true. But Nongshim really showcasing how great their timing is and how well they can actually read the lobby, what's going on around them, and take advantage of that.
One team that we've been following as well, especially today, that has been starting to kickstart it, it's 4 thrives. 4 thrives. In this last match, they were controlling a lot of that north, but they were 2 split, even though they weren't man down. And this is something that we were harping on a lot yesterday from them, having unnecessary splits at times. They were being pinned down by Aurora, though.
They were being pinned down. It's a very difficult portion of zone. I don't think we've seen it be played that much, and so when it's so open like that, it is difficult to try and have the control that you really want. But yeah, there were some changes that could have been made to that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that when you look at how Nongshim Red Force had to play it, in a very similar area, you see how flat that area is. You can't, there's a lot of times where people get stuck in urban endings and urban situations, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay, that team on the outside is going to be able to hold them off. But you saw how flat it was. They couldn't put pressure onto anyone coming from their 4 thrives. They were there in a good spot, but they were there too early.
Yeah, actually looking at another team I feel like did really well this game is actually Furia, right? Able to jump up here in 4th position, get himself a total of 60 points, 2 points behind the podium, held down by Nigma Galaxy. But this game, how they were able to do actually a big jump around the teams in the southern side against Godlike and also the side of Ida, and then getting in the city and sweeping teams. Sure, they don't get the win, but highly impressive from Furia. They feel like now are building up their momentum. They're a very streaky team, and now I feel like the podium is where they want to head towards next.
That's back-to-back games too for Furia, being able to just show that aggressiveness, getting those eliminations as well, maintaining themselves within the 4th place. Because one thing that we're kind of looking at is E-Arena starting to create a gap with some of those teams. That's something that 2nd place, especially of esports, they had 2 outstanding mirror marks, and in this one we saw Eden being able to get the MVP.
I just want to bounce off what you said about Furia with the 2 good games, because I didn't like them moving into that silo location. I thought they could potentially backfill the west side after coming in super late on that south, but hey, they proved me wrong. I think that they really showed great presence of mind, great kind of space control when they were moving through, and were able to take the gunfights well.
Yeah, it was very nice indeed. I was watching them kind of how they were moving, because some teams like Aurora, right, you have your position and you kind of just stay there. There's not too much movement going on. For Furia, they were in the middle of the silos, and yet they were always looking, always moving, always trying to figure out where the next play was going to be. So very mobile, very proactive thinking. You could tell from how these guys were moving. Yeah, just very proactive, and that's what you want to see in the middle of a city fight like that.
Yeah, we did see the 2nd page there for a quick second, and I want to highlight one player from Godlike. Man, S-Power is putting up like so many great clutches. We had some clutches early on Miramar. He did it here on the hot drop right versus top. He was cooking the grenade, got the damage, forced to find CQC. I really do believe, and my favorite player from India, by the way, normally is legit But I got to say, S-Power is putting some global level fights here. He is looking highly impressive. And right now, I would say the best player in India by a significant margin.
Yeah, it's not even close, honestly, especially with S-Power. Now, all we need is to see what the non-sim players were able to do, which just wasn't just one player. We need all the players from Godlike being able to step it up. But as we're going to be heading into the first Erangel, let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
Luti, what an absolute treat today is. I mean, 8 games, that's so many clutch can happen today. I know, 5 more maps to go, yeah, so much more PMWC action to come. But I tell you what, tell me, we wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the fans, right? Of course, they're coming from all over the world. That's right, and we've got some right here in the Gadia City grid as well, so why don't we check in with them? Okay. Okay, you want to check in? Yeah, my side is better. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure my side is better. Calm down, okay. All my fans on this side of the building, make some noise! Nah. I think we're better. Please, from my side, make some noise! Yeah, okay, now you know what you gotta beat, guys. Now you know what you gotta beat. Okay, I see some Furia fans. Everybody, Fasambaruyo! I see. I have 40 fans right there, and I can see in their own language as well. It is time. Sean Macho! Look at them going. They are crazy. Okay, you know what, Luti? Yeah. I'll give you that one. Yeah, you can beat me 1-0, but we'll check in a little bit later today. Casters, who do you think won that?
I think the fans all won that. You know, I'm going to be completely equivocal, yeah, that's everybody won because we got to experience the energy that is going to be put towards this match, the first of our Erangels today, a triple billing. As we sidle over towards match 8 with Nongshim Red Force able to close down a clutch chicken dinner in the final moments of that last game. Now they turn their attention to the grassy pastures, and maybe we'll get an answer to our question about a couple of our other teams, Dukes, because of course the thoughts on everyone's minds when it comes to these Erangel situations is what is going to happen in Pachinki. Yep.
What's up, guys? Welcome back.
To be left alone, or is EDA going to continue down that futile path?
Well, that's the question, because the only other question is Nigma Galaxy going anywhere else? And the answer is no, I'll tell you that. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen on the side of Pachinki. But who's gonna get these points, man? We're heading on over to good old-fashioned Erangel. We got 3 of these matches today, and this is the first one here in day number 2 of the finals, live here in Paris, France. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
It's so American of you to say Paris, France, as if anybody was laboring under the delusion it was Paris, Texas. Come on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
It's about the same heat, though, I'll tell you that right now, because it was hot outside today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty hot in these games as well, as we are channeling the sun. Even when it's hiding behind the moon, cheeky little sun, you know, got to get him back. We did indeed, but we are going across Erangel once more. The plane path splitting the middle in the most horizontal flight I think I've ever seen.
Right, that's as dead center as it gets right there, literally right down the middle. And you can start seeing these teams right now leading the charge when it comes to damage. But man, those leaderboards changing things up. E-Arena still up on top there. Enigma Galaxy down in 3rd, both right behind them. But Aurora and Nongshim Red Force push themselves up. Now you can see Nongshim in 5th place with 59 points. That's a much more comfortable position. But we are starting to see some point gaps already starting to be present. This is the most important day here, folks, because that's what's going to set that smash point threshold. And E-Arena have a nice little gap here, so they're a little bit comfortable, but it ain't over yet. They got to keep that aggression up all day long.
Hey, you know what? I talked about it before, right? E-Arena, chicken dinner towards the start of the day, and then what happens, right? It's that question of then what happens. Oh, by the way, Ida, not in Pachinki. Enigma Galaxy will be left alone. It is a Gatka split drop for Ida.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much to all the coaches, to all the analysts, to the players. I love it.
Shout out to everybody, dude. Yeah. Shout out to everybody.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Shout out to Naruto.
Oh, yeah.
Get that Ninetales Furies Og, baby. You gotta get it here quick before it's gone. As the Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on. Nice little show match earlier. Got to see some of the A7 boys once again. And man, putting in some work. Dropping them jutsus. The ninjutsu.
One
substitution.
Just a second.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told they're called. Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we saw that show match earlier today, which was great fun. I think everyone had a good time with it.
It's fun. Calaris,
and you know, Alpha 7 have to win something.
Yeah, they got to win something, that's for sure. You know, anytime I get to hear Calaris cast the show match is incredibly loves to do those, so I'm so glad he was able to get one in.
He looked pretty good with the headband as well.
Yeah, he did. He rocked the red one too. I was like, man, this guy is styling today. Should have kept it on all day, in my opinion.
I think he has.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
right,
saw him backstage. He was running with his arms behind his back. Yeah. He does that everywhere now.
Oh, Infinity, what's up, babe? Welcome to the stream, bro. Like कर देना, share कर देना, subscribe कर देना. अरे क्या मैंने pause किया क्या?
It's gonna be interesting to see how this whole thing fares out. I'm interested to see kind of how teams develop their mindset here going into today specifically, because I think a lot of squads can't pretend like, hey, this is match 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got our rondo out the way, now into Erangel.
कल किधर था रे नुबड़े?
A lot of work for the team on Ulf right now.
आजकल गेम खेल रहा है, दिख रहा है मेरे को तो. खेल भाई, मजा कर.
A lot of different scenarios. He's been able to
Indian player ठीक है.
Sneaky little
Indian player का तो कल अपडेट आया था कि ठीक तो नहीं है भाई. Godlike में से मान्या और क्या बोलते हैं इसको?
There were some difficult south shifts that forced them off that high
Godji,
mountain.
मान्या और Godji ठीक नहीं है. उजी में भी पाजी और
kind of took a little bit of momentum away from them, but the fact that they're
पाजी और एक के साथ से थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे, एक ही नहीं सच्चे आरू थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे. बाकी बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स हैं भाई, बहुत सब्स्टिट्यूट प्लेयर भी खेल रहे हैं. पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है भाई.
It's a very tight grouping over towards the top side of these tables still. I mean, there is a bit of a drop-off, I think, you know, from 9th all the way up to 2nd. It's fairly flexible still, given the number of matches we still got left to play, but it's going to get a lot more solid, and teams beneath that, I feel like you're stretching a little bit far now to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? I mean, we got to look at the math of it. I mean, there's a lot of games still left to be played. I get where you're going with this, though, right? With how these top teams are performing, it's getting real scary here, right? So, if you want to be able to make a run for that first place, you got to start performing here, right now. Especially for that 9th place on down. It really is starting to get chicken dinner time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've seen teams go, you know, back to back, triple chicken dinner. So for all you guys that are fans there of, you know, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Flat, S2G, all the squads down there, you know, give your team your energy, right? Start spamming the chat. They need that positive reinforcement here, because they are not even close to out of the running there. We got a lot of matches left to go, a couple good wins, and boom, they're at the top.
I'm looking right now at what Enigma Galaxy are doing. This split, we saw it from them in the previous stages. They played it in their group stage. They leave 2 players in Pachinki. They send 2 players out really, really wide. We've been denied the opportunity to see this happen over the course of these grand finals because of the hot drop with Ida. But now they are unleashed. They've been able to not only get the early loot truck and try and get a little bit of a duplicate on that as well, but they have been able to send out that early duo scout that they seem to find to be successful. They sent out towards Milta Power before on a game that they were able to win in the end, and they now have a foothold over towards the west side in the fields that stretch out to the north of Quarry. And they'll have to figure out how to regroup at some point, but for now there are still there's still a permeable line across the middle of this zone as the arena tried to make it a little bit more waterproof and don't let the Eagle fly.
And the Eagle is grounded here. So he's going to go to the lobby. That's the first elimination. Joker catching it. And that is devastation for this lobby, because, I mean, the Arena are red hot today. Just straight aggression, putting on some points on the board. That 2-2 split you called out there from Enigma Galaxy is great to see. See how well it works out for them, though. Yes, they're putting that 2-2, yeah, because if the zone goes on over to the east side, they got a position locked down. If it goes on over to the west, they got a spot. So just depending on where the zone goes, but at the same time, it's difficult to get there. That's going to be the big question. Aurora, still a military base. They're going to be starting to push themselves up through the bridge side. Nobody gatekeeping it, so they should have a clean path on in. But we're still in the very, very early game here. Only one player in this lobby has been eliminated.
Yeah, only the one pickup found.
सब लोग को भाई जाना है.
Over onto Tianba as well, which is not going to be friendly. They had a real glow up into the survival stage, I think it's safe to say. But here, it's not quite been as consistent. And when that's probably likely to the fact that you're adding the top 10 teams back in. Yeah. Right? You're coming back into the lobby with the teams that directly qualified. Tianba, it's great that they've gained that confidence. This is not the Tianba we saw in their group stage. But there is a little bit more force to come up against. Yeah. And that's, I think what they're trying to come to terms with.
This lobby is wild. It really is. I love to see just the progression here of PUBG Mobile. Back in the day, we had like a handful of good teams and everybody else was kind of pretty far down when it came to skill. But the skill gap has been closed, and teams are going to have to get moving real quick here. That 2-2 split working out for Enigma Galaxy, considering that they already have a couple players in this area. Vitality's right behind them, though. Coops got to get away from this. He's on the drive. Trying to sneak away here. Serpentine, he's down low.
चला गया प्ले हुआ कि नहीं भाई ये कैम मेरा ना
The 2-2 split there means that he's just not got the cover of another team of the rest of his teammates to actually take that fight. So for Enigma Galaxy, this is the worst case scenario. They've left Satan alone out on the western side. Ralph and Lord unlikely to be able to push on through. Ooh, Ulf losing Aaron though. As they rotate out to the west as well.
चालू कर दी भाई किधर 2 पॉइंट ही भाई कल वो.
Find that one. And in the center of this, it starts to get crunched in. E-Arena, I feel like they've got a pretty solid spot on this. Vitality trying to line the edge of that swamp.
चल गया ना हाँ चल गया.
Defend it like an ogre.
Run, Satan, run. He's all by himself, just trying to find a position for the rest of his team. But the rest of his team is going to have a tough time rotating on over to him.
Yeah, that's. I was just having a little chuckle to myself about how it looks like Satan's trying to go over the north, and the other duo from Enigma Galaxy, it looks like they're trying to go around the south. And the Benny Hill music was playing in my head. They were chasing each other's tails, and neither one able to catch it. But it's going to be a sent straight through the middle. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's a lovely little thread on the needle there for IQ. Over towards Federalis, and they share the swamp across the way.
Nice little pop shot. Oh, they want this. Okay, 14's on the push. Here come 4 Thrives now. Battling it out. Hozaifa up close and personal. Axel driving away, using that hovercraft to find an off angle. That's going to make things interesting. Vitality going to have to make some plays, though. E-Arena catching out Raouf. So that 2-2 split not working at all. Bounce nade is going to be good from Hozaifa. And 4T turning things around. There's another one!
Hell yeah.
You had to know it was coming, Axel. And you pay the price.
T24 does get flushed in the meantime. S2G third-partying this from the south side. Hot Jukes Razak is in the hovercraft, but it starts to go up in flames, and down he goes. Roll up, coming on in. Hit him with the suplex and take them down out of the ring. They are no longer in this Royal Rumble.
Ooh, welcome to Suplex City, baby. That's how you do it. 4 Thrives, get hot. 4 eliminations, taking out Team Vitality with a great shutdown there. And now you can see on the side of Everest, Team Flash, they're going to be holding that high ground. Next circle about to pop. Are we going to see another crazy hard shift? We'll find out. Lord getting eliminated here, and south we go. Yoink!
All right. I mean, to be fair, this is actually kind of chill, given the layout of all of our teams, right?
We're already here.
A lot of them decided to go down south. The major feature that caused this is those fields.
Godle कहाँ पर है? Godle देख इधर है देख. अरे
nobody wants to sit in them.
दिखाने तक गया.
Really nasty to
और इनकी तरह एग्जाम कैसे गए?
Exam चल रहा था. Roadblocker on the northeast side of it. It creates this lineup. So teams funneled into the south side. So a circle like this actually benefits the majority of the lobby.
Yes, it does. Yeah. I mean, they were already all set up in this position. The zone going here, super beneficial. This is a huge spot here, and it's a battle of contention. Aurora starting to push Nongshim Red Force. It's a rematch.
Nongshim Red Force wins
once again. No doubt in my mind that's how it should have gone in that last match. They make it happen. Repeating history. And does that mean that Aurora are living up to the definition of insanity? I don't know, but they're going to have to change something if they want to win the fights against Nongshim and join them back up on the podium, because they are putting some pace down now. Fights against Nongshim and join them back up on the podium, because they are putting some pace down now, the South Korean side, opening distance and take control of an area on the south edge of this circle. Putting pressure onto S2G, stopping Godlike potentially moving in, as well as Flash off in the distance.
I've had the pleasure of being able to spend some good quality time with the players from Aurora, especially after their performance at PMGC. And I'll tell you one thing. I know
Gordon ना इधर किधर है, इधर किधर तो ऊपर साइड में इधर किधर तो है.
You know, it's not infrequent.
But मैं तेरे को तो मैं zone predict करके बता सकता तेरे को कि zone किधर जाएगा. हाँ मेरे को पता है बहुत मजा भी आ रहा है भाई. अभी और अगर इन पे तुमने मेरे को किक पे फॉलो नहीं किया तो किक पे फॉलो कर ले. तेरा भाई किक पे बहुत रेगुलर है भाई. YouTube पे नहीं है जितना मैं किक पे हूँ, और किक पे मेरा बहुत अच्छा है भाई. इंग्लिश सीख के आना पड़ेगा तेरे को.
Couple players from some other squads out as well. Both did lose a player early on. But E-Arena, 2 eliminations. They are the big squad in this lobby. Got a nice position in this zone as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game is going to fare. Also can't wait to hear what the Desi has to say, especially about like that Enigma Galaxy split. I hope we hear from them because it's such an interesting play.
Well, I mean, that circle shift out to the west side that went so quickly kind of devastated them. If it hadn't been as hard, it basically, I think almost any other circle, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as devastating for them. It was just so nasty because everybody went almost immediately.
देख अभी ये वाला जोन है, देख इधर वाला जोन कटेगा. देख मेरा माउस दिख रहा है, ये देख ये वाला जोन कटेगा यहाँ का. देख मैं बता के रख रहा हूँ. देख इधर पर्पल है, देख इधर का जोन कटेगा. देख लिख के लेना मुझसे.
Yeah, disappointing, unfortunate. Maybe
भाई तेरे को सीख के आना पड़ेगा भाई. तेरा
should go back to Pachinki, and that's what they've read into. But you know, Ida pretty happy with themselves what they did right now, because they have that Gakko position. They are one of the only teams in the northeast side in these open fields.
And they get blessed here in this circle, and that just goes to show sometimes a hot drop is good to avoid. Satan all by himself. Oh, he's so in trouble. It's on fire. That Murado, he's going to have to pop out, lay down, and Nongshim Red Force right there. This is like literally the worst location he can be stuck into. Not good. Well, yeah, just a bad game for Enigma Galaxy overall. Still a couple more though in the books.
It's not terrible.
देख लिया गाड़ी स्पॉट है ना, उनको पता है कि गाड़ी के आसपास ही बैठा रहेगा.
The buildings out in the open. The nades though from Nongshim Red Force.
देख ओए क्या नॉक दिया बे.
But he's still got a little bit of fire in the belly.
Less terrible now.
FLR's power दे दिया इस पावर को.
Did get a nice knock there, and now it's bad.
Okay, yeah, well, he's not there anymore. My point was there is a
भाई
little bit of cover.
FL को क्या मजा आ रहा है भाई, गॉडल से ही फाइट ले रही है.
The reason that they were able to do so.
हाँ ना भाई, तेरा और तुम्हारा FL और 40 का अपना अलग ही रिश्ता चल रहा था भाई. वो वही कर लो भाई.
So I think I read a little bit too much into that to call it enough cover, but either way, he does go down.
6 shot though.
One of the very few players to be able to knock Hyunbin on that trade though.
Yep, that was really nice.
Just saying.
Just saying, indeed. Not an easy feat.
Hora.
Wow, what happened to Hora?
They tried to roll in from the west side, and it didn't work. I think that's a pretty apt summation of what's about to happen.
भाई बताओ, अभी अगर कमबैक मारना है ना तो 2 ही एंगल में कमबैक मारना पड़ेगा. 2 ही एंगल में कमबैक नहीं मार रहे तो फिर भाई भूल जाओ.
Yeah, it's getting hot indeed. You can see also easy on fire. Down to 1 HP, he's gonna get knocked. Ula looking to take out Nongshim Red Force.
S2G.
And yeah, here comes S2G. This Wizard Tower is by far one of the most dominant positions in this zone. And that's why so many teams, they want it.
ये तो हम लोग भी hold करते थे जब हम लोग भी खेलते थे तभी.
On the push, they know that Wizard Tower is weak from this hillside. Starting to throw some utility out, trying to see if they can get a good opening knock here.
Apple के player को दे दिया.
Seems like they're slowing it down though.
कितने दिए भाई? चल दे दिए. Last player देता है. खत्म.
Scrapping it out across the way as well with Furia. 2 players, 3 players now down. Tourniquet's on the inside, terminating with the P90. Pops the reload there, gets the ammo back into control, and the res can come through as well for the backlines. Furia are going to get dismantled, and they get taken down.
Oh, it's rough, especially considering they lost out to E Arena. They feed E Arena 4 more points.
फिर से नॉक दे दिया. ये एप्पल की तो कहाँ से तो बेंडी चल 6 महीने दीजिए उसको ट्रेड लिया है.
Next zone, where's he going? If it centers up, it's
बहुत जरूरत है भाई. ये फाइट जीतना ही पड़ेगा कुछ भी कर ले.
Okay,
क्या बोला था ये वाला जोन था कि नहीं? बोला था कि नहीं ये जोन है? ये इधर ही बनेगा. देख इधर. ये देख बॉक्स है ना. देख बॉक्स का वो वाला. अरे भाई जा क्या कर रहे भाई? देख फिर से रिवाइव होने दे.
Shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one, try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash, and Tops goes down, put into the meat grinder there.
Let's go at Mino, getting a nice knock and finish. 4 points on the side of Godlike. Haven't had the hottest of starts here. Still putting up some points on the board though. OG, other Indian team, putting in some nice knocks. And Godlike OG are right next to each other on the leaderboards.
फिर से OG और Godlike एक तरफ आ जाते. कैसे आ जा रहे हैं?
A lot of matches left to be played. This could be that start for them to take charge. Few good games is all it takes.
There's fewer and fewer matches though.
भाई लास्ट मेरे को चाहिए कि टॉप 2 हमेशा टॉप 5 के अंदर ना. अभी गॉर्डल और जी रहे भाई. चलेगा लास्ट में दोनों एक दूसरे को मारो. चलेगा लास्ट में फाइट हो. लेकिन सबसे पहले बाहर से मारो. खुद में फाइट ना हो भाई. प्रॉब्लम उधर हो रही है.
Breathing down their necks. They've only got one player, and Yasser is already sending out into the open. 4 Thrives getting roadblocked on the northern rotate as Ulf and the Arena sit in front of them. Al-Alula losing their final backstop, and Godlike now trying to roll up into the engagement as Ida takes shots from a distance.
Yeah, and that's it for Al-Ula. Now you got S2G that we're holding this Wizard Tower here, but is now outside the circle. They're gonna have to get moving. Meanwhile, you got Tianba trying to get rezzed up here. Out in the open, they got a couple busted up vehicles here for cover, utilizing those smokes as well, but the pressure is imminent. Now comes Scarface. Scarface with a nice nade on
यहाँ से तो उनको जोन मिल जाएगा S2G को. इन लोगों से नॉनसेंस NS को बस उनको बाहर करना है.
Now the Arena are in this next zone. Godlike trying to possibly gatekeep this. I almost ran right into that nade. That was dangerous.
Solo remaining for Nongshim.
Did they spot him?
A spiteful look in his eye, a glint, a gleam of malice, but it's spotted by Solke.
Oi.
He sees that one gleaming in the grass and puts it down. Snake out of action.
That's huge.
बस ये S2G को इनको S2G का फाइट जीतना है. अरे नहीं रे.
They got one of those players up
गॉडल का एडमिन को नॉक नहीं लेना था. वही तो ऑफ एंगल पकड़ा था इन लोग के लिए.
Now we're back.
Hey, they're more than alive. They're kind of thriving on this northwest side in that fight. Goodness me. Godlike losing their backstop there as Mino goes down. And now playing on as 2 chunks being torn out of everyone as Tourniquet continues to turn up the heat with that P90. Finds a load of elims from Ulf.
नहीं भाई दे दिया. अब नहीं बचे थे. छोड़ो. अब कुछ नहीं करते. गॉडल आउट है यहाँ से. या मानने कुछ मैजिक कर जाए तो पता नहीं, बट यहाँ से तो बचना इम्पॉसिबल ही.
So if you're Tianba, this needs to be your hard focus here. You want to be able to slow them down.
मानने बचे हैं ना.
I mean, you want to, sure. You absolutely do, but the question is, can you? With Tourniquet out, you're right, without that P... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think Joker was able to recover the P90 just there.
Do you have ammo for it, though?
यही हो रहा है अपने साथ. यही हो रहा है. If we rotate कर रहे हैं, अपने को दे रहे हैं.
Touch the previous circle. I'm telling you. It's something about this game. 4 Thrives, they're going to have to leave, but they may have to leave one of their players behind as Falak has taken an E. Scarface down low. Last player alive for Ulf. A nade over the top from IQ. Good bounce. Rolls under. Right by the wheel arch and it's right in his face. Scarface, you can't chew that.
क्या था बेनेड? क्या था ये?
4 Thrives on the move. IQ going on over to Falak. Gets the res right on time. Save.
able to keep things alive. I have no idea what that was. Able to keep him alive, but Zypher not so lucky. As Falak will get back to his feet. But they have a long road to tread now. S2G covering off the south rotate, and I feel like E-Arena sweeping around may not be the worst idea. Maybe try and push through 4 Thrives. Continue on, challenge S2G's backstop, maybe. It's a difficult approach. No matter which way you got it. For E-Arena, they're already on 6 elims, Dukes. They're already into the top 6. They're having a good game, and everybody from 2nd down to 6th has already gone down.
Oh, Schweppes spins out and gets punished. Falak barely moving out the way, gets a couple, but now there's Mormon up. IQ, gotta make a play here. You need to stop E-Arena. They have been too dominant so far. They are putting in work. They take down Falak. Now Mormon gonna have to run away. This nade looks good from IQ though. Gets to secure 4 throws.
Bandy kya kill rahi?
Okay, so they are drawn a little bit shorter than they could have gone. Really nice hold there from Falak. Roll up from E-Arena. He was able to do so much damage. Unfortunately not able to survive, but IQ was. And he was able to put a 10th elimination on the cards there. 4-4 Thrives. They have been blasting on this western side. In the thick of it, the fight, seemingly, well, the flower of their success has bloomed. IQ now rolls over the top, steps up with Aching, and he springs out wide. Nearly sends to the sky, but will take the tumble. Finally going down.
Bhai ko gaadi bhi deke gaye re.
To 60 points.
Now you can say, I'll take that buggy. Thank you very much. As he's gonna go ahead and head into this next zone.
किसने मारा? भाई आतंकी ने मारा था almost. नहीं, किने मारा था? अच्छी.
Hey, you know what's brilliant?
What's that?
Ida didn't hot drop, and now they're in the final circle. Isn't that great?
It's almost like it was a good idea.
Who'd have
ये
thought?
कहाँ से मार दिया?
Who could have thought that not dying immediately would be a good idea? Orangutan trying to break out from their compound on the north side, but again, so open. 2 teams with broadside on you. I don't think you last that much longer here. A cop on that north edge. I feel like we're just waiting for him to go down here.
Oh yeah.
नहीं रे, नहीं दिया, नहीं जीत. दोनों साइड से मार रहे हैं.
Finally starting to make some noise here in Erangel, but it's S2G.
एक तो ये आईडिया वाले ने इतना तंग किया है भाई.
Out in the open though, S2G definitely have control of this circle.
Oh yeah.
At the moment, Ida are completely penned in
जब
within their
तियानबा के
compound,
प्लेयर
and
ने
with this
ऊपर मारा था
circle,
ना,
they have
ओजी
to
को तब
leave.
भी
There is no 2 ways about it. They have to get out of there.
चले जाना
The question
चाहिए
is
था.
how you do it. The start needs to be a big pick.
The zone didn't touch.
क्योंकि उनका नजर उधर ही पड़ेगा भाई.
Crazy.
What a change up here. Kamikaze able to find a
Oh,
P90
मेरे को लगा S2G के
and full level 3 gear. Oh man, that is just so good on the side of S2G. Gotta be careful though. He's gonna be hiding behind this tree. Cannot afford to get knocked, but they have full control of the circle. Ida have to move out. If you're Ida right now, you really need to start
S2G का 2 ही बंदे हैं भाई.
trying to find a
तो
pick.
भाई
If
4
you
के
can
4
get a good
निकले.
knock here.
I think. No, they're just mounting up. I mean, look at the timers on those smokes. Yeah, they're just going to go for the vehicle rollout and try and crash it. They're going to try and read the zone. The laying out back, the laying out wide for S2G. They've left a trap for Lost to be able to find the pickup, but Rita may be able to find something. The fact that there's only 1 knock set to Ida is not great for S2G, but finally get a second. There is finally an answer, and Emre charges in, but the ammo count is very, very low there, and they've already lost 2.
Trying to get this confirmation. He should be able to get at least 1.
Yeah. लिया. बता रहा रमी साला.
But S2G looking to make this happen unless Darkin gets a good shot. He's only got 21 rounds left.
In the Mini 14.
And Kamikaze's full level 3'd out. That's going to be a hard knock.
I mean, there's plenty of ammo left in the back pocket there.
Oh,
Kamikaze.
What
lineup steps out a little bit too wide there. And Emre able to shut it down, but he's getting crunched in by the zone. Forced in, but S2G seemed like they had complete broadside here, but now we're in at 2 versus 2. Emre steps back into the blue. Baits Sulke out for the peak, but doesn't quite confirm.
उसको पता है वो जोन से डैमेज ले रहे हैं. ला तू बुलेट बे.
Sulke puts him down. A 1 versus 2 as Darkin spreads out wide, tries to sweep over towards the off angle.
Hit the gas. Darkin coming up close and personal.
अगर इसने इसको मार रहता तो ना मजा आ जाता, इंटेंस हो गया रहता.
This is our game to win. That's a big S2G chicken dinner.
S2G going God mode at the end there. Chokehold on the zone, able to take it all down. Nobody standing in their way. Really nicely felt there on that south edge. For Ida, a little bit too passive in their zone, in their compound, but they survived deep into the match, Dukes, and that is a good result. I feel like they were able to do, well, I know that they were able to do a lot more than they've done in any other Erangel over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, or any other game in this tournament.
Of these finals.
Yeah, this is huge for the side of Ida. Honestly, a great finish. They were stuck in those buildings. That's a hard one to win. I just personally would rather see them just from those buildings really try to pursue a knock before just randomly sending it in. I think that would have been the play, but hey, you know what? To each their own. Sometimes you got to go for it. It could have gone either way, but S2G, I mean, they're so good at just popping people out of vehicles that it just made it hard. But we did see that solo player from Ida really put in work towards the end, almost turned things around for them.
I mean, Emery was doing a lot over in the open field there. I feel like what happened there was that they got information on the back lines on towards where Lost was, and they were able to float out that way, and that's what they went for in those final moments. Maybe a little bit over-invested on the angle though.
Let's listen in to hear what they have to say on that match.
Sürünüyor ya.
Eve bak.
Sağ çıkıyor. Tamam. Hamsi soğuk bakman lazım ona. Hadi arabayı tutacağım. Bakacağım. Ha çok mermi yok, sıkmayacağım, gelsin. Geliyor, sana geliyor. Pozisyon alacağım. Nice oğlum, nice. Çok iyisin.
That sounded really chill. That sounded really chill, relaxed. They felt in control, and I could smell it.
Oh yeah, they knew that was their win. Yeah, let's get high, folks. This is what it's all about. The best of the best on the planet, battling it out for some major money. What a game. S2G finally get their win here, and we still got a whole bunch of more games coming up.
EWC 26, I'm the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than
Snacks.
Man. Snacks Gaming. Snacks, how are you enjoying Paris so far?
I mean, amazing. Bonjour, and representing India here doing the watch party. I'm the first Indian ever to host a watch party officially from the S tier tournament, World Stage, World Cup. First Indian ever to do the watch party, and I'm super proud that these 8 boys, the game they showed in the group stage, the way they qualified, the standard they have set, because we don't get to play regularly these lobbies, and the way they adapted these lobbies and the way they qualified made us proud, and that's why I'm here.
That's the biggest one, the way that they have adapted to the lobby. I feel like it's one of their biggest strengths too. We saw that with OG, we saw it with Godlike as well. Talking about Godlike, no more hot drops out of that team. They started performing a lot better here in these last matches.
In the group stage, as they said, they did try to experiment the drop fights. I mean, they had a lot of drop fights, but initially for the first day of the group stage, they didn't felt good after taking the drop fights. They switched the playstyle, and now they're playing safe for the initial part of the drop. Then after that, if they survive 4-man, you have seen the players' potential. The way S-Power clutched, I mean, I feel like it's going to be the clutch of the tournament. The way he played, the gunpower these boys have is insane. I just want them to stick together, play 4-man together, because in this lobby, it's all about team game. It's all about the way these teams isolate fights. And I wish they play together and they bring something really good performance back for India.
And I'm hoping that's going to be the case, especially with the first round that we just saw, and then on the upcoming matches as well. I think they will be able to bounce back. I have Godlike finishing in top 5 and OG finishing in top 10.
Damn.
What are your predictions, brother?
I mean, I just want them to do good, because we don't know the struggle they have been going through. We don't know the grind, how much grind they have did. Everything answers only through the gameplay. I wish we get top 5 for both the teams. It's going to be a huge thing for India, because again, I said we don't get used to play regularly in these lobbies, and we get more opportunities because of these boys. And all these players watching from India, all these esports players watching from India, they'll get inspired and they'll feel motivated to do more for the country.
100%. Shukriya, bhai. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show, and I hope that the Indian teams continue to step it up. Back for some more PMWC at EWC 26.
म्यूट रखता हूँ थोड़ा. बस भाई फुल सुनता भाई एकदम चिल रख रहा हूँ. मैं खुद बोल रहा हूँ कि अभी और एक कितना बाकी है कि रोंडो और एक रैंगल हुआ है ना. रोंडो एक रैंगल आज के 6 गेम थे, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 4 गेम बचे हैं. तो 4 गेम बचे हैं तो मेरे हिसाब से 4 गेम का अगर मैं मोटा मोटा हिसाब भी लगाऊँ तो 4 गेम में अगर कोई 50 पॉइंटर भी मारता है, 50 55 60 मैक्सिमम है, 50 55 तो भाई मिनिमम चाहिए. सो दैट कि या उससे बड़े भी हो सकते हैं, भरोसा नहीं. बट मैं नहीं चाहता कि कोई पॉइंटर विंटर बोलूँ या उस पर बोलूँ.
Abilities of S2G have been soaring in the. We just see more consistency, which is what I was hoping to see from this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy right now the classic Kamikaze, which is now canonically known as just the full center as a one player, and then just dominate from there. And the thing is, Kamikaze can get it done, which is super interesting. He just exerts a lot of control. Soul K from the backlines on that anchor, super cool. Wouldn't call it a wombo combo. I wouldn't be comboing Ida with S2G. That's not fair. I'd have them separately. You know, S2G, you know, maybe up here, then Ida maybe down here, something like that.
I felt like there was the only time I could really say it, so that's why.
Sitting at the end giggling at you guys. Can I just hand it over to IQ? Can I just
yes,
like an MVP right now? Because holy guacamole, the clutch insanity from IQ right now. Obviously, you know, we kind of want the rest of Fourth Thrives to join in on that action, but the clutch ability and also the decision making and the macro calls from IQ right now is insane. Also, the opening fights and frags that IQ is doing. We obviously saw it on the rooftop. I think I blinked. I think me and Max just kind of blinked, and I was like, wow, that was the fastest kill I've kind of seen. But like, it's insane the performance coming out of a single player right now.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw him being able to get that first knock on Vitality. I ended up jumping off my seat, Max, because that was such a good opening, and it was actually the decision making, as you were just mentioning, Lace. The decision making from this squad is something that we keep kind of questioning, but they were able to just send it right away to Vitality without even thinking about it. They were like, one knock, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good decision making overall. We're just trading mics all over the place. But no, it's lovely to see that IQ gets that opening knock with an insanely accurate burst spray. Right, that was just a beautiful execution, and it seems like, well, we have the man advantage. Might as well send it and actually get that engagement. So yeah, IQ's just been spectacular, not just in terms of the eliminations he's able to get. We're just trading stuff right now still. But also in terms of the opportunities he is able to create for the entirety of a team. And when an opportunity has been made, man, they just fully send it.
They do fully send it. Let's take a look. Actually, I want to see Fourth Thrive stats so far, because this team is one that has been picking it up so far today. They've been getting those eliminations. I want to see a little bit more placement points out of this squad, especially for this last match. IQ is not just Falag too, Blank, because that's one thing that we always talk about Fourth Thrives. Falag, who Sci-Fi has been able to step it up to when we ended up thinking about PMGO. T24 is that player that just really hasn't been performing that well. I'm hoping is going to start picking it up.
I mean, T24 has always been a really good player, right, overall, which has been nice to see. But you're right, Huzaifa putting a lot of work here. IQ, you were talking about clutch ability with the macro play as well on side. I mean, he's making some good calls right now. I think for this game, you're getting deeper and deeper into these matches is a really, really important thing for Fourth Thrives. There was a lot of love from the crowd there as well, which was great to see. Also, going to just say, why have you got a heavier mic than to all of us? Your mic like is...
Here, let's switch it.
What, you want yours back? King Mike.
बैंडी है ना, ये मेरे को कॉपीराइट दिला के ही मानेंगे रे भेंडी. कल के इसमें भी कॉपीराइट है.
I completely agree with you. Macro wise looking great. I do just want to kind of bring it back to Tiamba right now. They did drop in.
Max, don't leave me hanging. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
please go on.
Let's chat about Tiamba, right? We had a lot to talk about them today, didn't we, Lace? But they've dropped in a new sub now in Shallow. Milu's out for the time being. I think that the team definitely slowed down in a big way. It is hurting them a lot. We're not seeing those snap decisions anymore.
Yeah, it's not even like that they're trying to do something a little bit different. It's now just their strategy is not working for it's insane to see. They're still making the same strategies, the rotates, but when going into a fight now, they seem to be losing it, which they're playing their same game, but it's not working out for them. So I'm seeing I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Me too. And one team that's been picking it up, especially here in the last couple of games too, has been OG. OG has been able to step it up. We saw them finish in the top 4 situation right there, and they've been seeing. We even saw them in Rondo being able to get eliminations too, switching it up a little bit more, using the Rondo.
Ajay bhai, what's up? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see the aggression we witnessed from them back in their respective group, right? It kind of fizzled out. They've been more passive from time to time. But no, here actually a really good 2-2 split, maintaining that high ground position up north and sending 2 players down. I understand the reasoning behind it.
Like kar dena, share kar dena, subscribe kar dena.
All of the winning teams of today.
Infinity
I do
to
want to
bhag gaya
highlight
bhai.
here before we do wrap up this
Infinity
test.
गायब इंसान है
Mantida
भाई,
finally
जिंदगी में
gave up the
कोई इंसान
half
मिले
of
तो
the
Infinity
Galaxy.
जैसा ना मिले भाई, गायब हो
Oh
जाता
my
है
goodness,
बस.
thank you so much.
It's good, right? You know, getting a second place off the back of that is cool. I was almost expecting them to clutch up there versus S2G because that is very typical Ida, is just to get all the way to an end game and then just have a really silly win at the end of it.
Yeah, Ida, sorry, I'm thinking about Fudia because I saw them being able to get that chicken dinner earlier in the day. But Ida, yes, I agree with both of you. I'm glad that they finally just stopped doing that hot drop and decided to change the mentality because they were in last place before they decided to make that change. One team that's currently not in last place and is wanting to challenge that first place is none other than Fudia, and I believe Kalara's got a chance to talk to them.
Hey guys, of course I am down here on the stage with Ayala as I have him after this great performance here throughout day number 2 of the finals. My first question here for Erangel is, sorry, Miramar even I should say, in the second Miramar. You guys had great space control to be able to eventually get yourself to that win. So talk to me about that late game and what threats you might face.
Queria perguntar como é que foi o jogo de Miramar para vocês, né? Ali no final, como é que vocês estavam se sentindo ali no late game? Qual foi a estratégia de vocês?
E aí, tudo bem? Esse jogo aí a gente começou perdendo o chifre, só que a gente não desistiu e continuou querendo. A gente jogou bem esse jogo mesmo estando em trio. Então a gente ganhou os morros, foi jogando juntos e a gente conseguiu ganhar a play.
So it was very nice play. We managed to get it through with 3 players, so it was really important for us. We made the right decisions, and we could get it.
Awesome. So let's talk about the Rondo for a moment, because that was great as well. You guys eventually entered into the silos, the urban area and things like that. And I thought you were going to be in a lot of trouble, but you actually looked amazing in that execution. So what were your concerns on Rondo? Who were you kind of looking out for, and how did you execute that?
A partida de Rondo também foi muito boa, né? Vocês entraram ali no silo e ficaram por ali, parecia que ia dar ruim algumas horas, mas conseguiram sair muito bem. Quais eram suas preocupações ali nessa queda, nessa partida, o que vocês estavam sentindo?
Nessa partida de Rondo, a gente começou bem, fazendo mais kills no começo, depois fomos pegando mais kills, só que a gente errou em algumas coisas no finalzinho que a gente depois da play conversou, então tomara que nas próximas plays a gente consiga ajeitar tudo para conseguir ganhar esse campeonato.
So it was a pretty nice match. We managed to gather some kills on the start and in the middle game, but by the end we did some mistakes, but after the game we talked, we solved those mistakes and we are better for the next ones.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining me, Ayala. That is it for us here down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalars, and thank you, Ayala, as well, for that great answer. And yeah, for this team, I mean, they started off hot today. This last match, though, ended up being a big old donut. I think they'll be able to bounce back.
Ayala, you may have your driver's license back. I will bestow it upon you once more, because now the decisions to use the vehicle are working for you and not just going in there and seeing what sticks. But no, look, the elimination consistency from Furia is, you know, we always speak about it. They are a sort of an aggressive dominant team. But now, you heard it from them. They're taking it there. They are moving a little bit further in placement points, which is exciting to see, especially on the map where they they got their chicken dinner and the way that they were able to just wait. Sometimes they just get a little bit too happy aggressive and they're like, you know what, we're going to create our own play. However, the patience that they are showing now, especially Max, it's just working for them, and it's a great Furia look.
It really is. I mean, I kind of want to go a little bit deeper almost on Furia in the sense that I was expecting silence and Ayala to put up big numbers, which they still are on occasion, but I feel like Higot has really risen up the ranks in this tournament. He's gotten so many great players. Sometimes where players will give him a lot of 1v1s, and you don't want to do that to Higot because you will get those eliminations if you give them that slightest opportunity to fight back. But yeah, Higot is looking great, so literally the entirety of Furia has that potential to be in the top 10 players in this event.
But you got to remember, Igor too is a player that has won MVP in the past for Americas too, when he ended up being in previous teams before joining Furia, right? So we know that he can definitely put up those points. We just want to see Silence even more. Silence, what's your pick for MVP? But let's take a look at the overall so we can see where some of these squads are currently sitting at, because I would love to see where Furia is currently at, with E-Arena still being in first place, the gap being there about 18 points from Ulf Esports.
Well, I mean, for Ayala and Chief as well, like back in Liquid days, I think for, honestly, those boys, the big thing about their team play was that they locked down endgames massively. They massively locked down endgames. We're not quite getting there yet. We are slowing things down, like you say, Lace, which is a very, very good thing to get those placement points on board. But I think that as soon as we start seeing Fury in those endgames, we're looking really good. Enigma Galaxy's still up there. Ulf looking fantastic. I mean, it's more consistent than anything. They haven't really been a big driver in these matches, but sitting at 67 points right now, I think they can push that a little bit further. But Aurora slowly slipping down these rankings now.
Yeah, Aurora is starting to be a bit of a red flag for me as well, Lace.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing to see. They're getting active and busy in sort of these mid games, but they're not sort of pushing it any further than that, and not sort of solidifying any eliminations. It's kind of like I feel like Aurora and especially Ulf, they're obviously doing well. They're not on that second page, but I kind of feel like they're just sliding by. Consistency's there. I would say Aurora has dropped more consistency than Ulf, for example, but I'm kind of just feeling like they're grazing by.
I mean, Aurora, actually, if you compare the placement points to the teams above them, they all got wins, right? 1 win, 2 wins. So actually, the placement points are not bad. It's just really the eliminations they're missing out on. Second page, though, teams
which is wild.
Yeah, starting to still linger down here. But keep in mind, Ida started the day with 2 points. Now they got 25. They're not in the bottom rank anymore.
Stop hyping them up. They've had one good game.
I got to praise them. They didn't hot drop. Okay, so I don't want them to go back to it. Good job, Ida. Keep it up. Yeah,
it's like a kindergarten right now.
Ida fighting.
Good job. You used blue instead of red there.
You get a gold star.
Done. Yeah. I mean, I want to see more Ida. I think Emre's a great player, but we have to be honest. We do have to be honest here about it, where it's not looking great. I'd like to see them push that a little bit further now going forward. But yeah, I do think they're a good team. I think they're a good team. It's just I want to see more out of them, and until then, I'm not going to be praising them for not hot dropping 3 times in a row.
I will. I'm still happy. So
I know you're a lovely guy compared to me.
Hey. By the way, I want to say I'm a little bit scared for Ulf, because they're in second place. They got the second place curse. They're Suk 2.0, right? PMGC last year. PMGO Season 1, they got second place, right? Just behind the likes of Fourth Rise and just above Furia. Second place and Ulf is not a great storyline. They're not friends, but they're still up there.
What was that about the nice guy thing? No. Look, I obviously on that second page just want to touch on Godlike. Their close range battles, amazing. But unfortunately, they're sort of hanging around that engagement too long. And these are sort of in the mid to late games where obviously smaller circle, more teams, third parties are happening. So they're not sort of leaving this engagement fast enough and making that decision to put themselves in a nice spot. However, yeah, their fights, close range, mid-range, in buildings has been so good to watch. And whether it be the whole team or just 2 of them, they do have that firepower and strength, and they're holding on really well. So I do hope that, you know, after this engagement, they can move a little further in with their placement and just get those top 5s.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It is a great point there. Close range combat is really, really good. I think so far in the finals, S-Power has made the best play to date.
Yes.
His Longhouse fight was just, he was a weapon in that moment, a deadly one at that. I mean, the Molotov through the door, I think the impressive thing about that, it doesn't look amazing in the moment, but the amount of times teams will just bank that Molotov off the doorway and it will just burn yourself out. He ends up finishing Vitality with that Molotov, so it's like a lot of presence of mind in those moments, which is great. But coming back to your point, I think there needs to be, yeah, exactly, presence of mind going forward after that of where you want to take the next thing. I'm willing to give this team the benefit of the doubt right now. I still think they're trying to figure out the pressure on a main stage like this, and it's totally okay. And I think they should be proud of what they've done. I think it's nice to see 2 Indian orgs with like very different play styles as well, you know, learning the battlefield and actually doing fairly good in it. I think OG as well is starting to level up. Aru's getting those eliminations, but so is a Tanky. And I think Atanki was a great player.
That was the biggest question mark for OG, right? Wondering when the other players were going to start showing up, not just Aru. And I'm with you with during the Godlike and that Molotov. In that moment, we were all hyped. We were like, yes, that was an amazing Molotov because it stopped the other team from being able to just fully flush out the players that were not from him. But before we send it over to the next match, let's send it over to Kalaris and Neptera.
That's right, down on the stage here, of course, with Neptura, goddess of the sea, here as we have had 4 games down, 4 games to go. We're going to talk about some of the teams as well, Nep, as we had Furia, looking fantastic so far. Let's just ignore game 1 for a second. But other than that, it looks really, really good throughout the day.
It has. I'm really, really excited to see what Furia is actually going to be doing moving forward into the next couple of games, because they are looking just so much better. Their synergy is on point. You can tell the communication is much better. You know, Ayala and Silence, again, in that Miramar, got to shout out them. They were looking very, very good. You know, just being able to play together and work around each other in a way that we were not seeing yesterday. So, yeah, I am really excited with them. They're being very decisive as well, using zone, using other teams. So I do like that a lot for them.
Yeah, listening to Ayala just before in that interview, right, very clearly that they're able to shrug off any inconsistencies, shrug off any kind of challenges that do come their way, have a little conversation about it, and then be able to get right back on the horse again to be able to put themselves in a great spot. So I think I've particularly been impressed by the fact that Furia, when they basically fourth-parted that fight on the Miramar, just to clear out that west side was so pivotal to be getting that win.
Oh, it was, and it was such great knowledge of what the teams had to do, right? Not just worrying about their game, but also worrying about what the other teams, what their options were in that zone, right? You know, they were making sure that SGG couldn't come around to the south side. They were making sure Hora didn't push them either, that they were forced into each other. So really just narrowing everybody else's team, everybody else's options. And that is what I love in a team, is that team control, not worrying so much about themselves, but how do we make everybody else work for us?
Let's talk about one of the big names from the group stage, of course, 4 Thrives, that I know a lot of people are looking at and having big expectations of, and rightly so considering what we saw from them in the group stage.
Yeah, I really am hopeful for them because, yeah, again, similar to Furia, right? 4 Thrives had a rocky start to the finals, but what we're seeing from them, particularly in that last Erangel, is they're starting to do their splits over onto that west side. They're starting to split up, they're starting to spread out, they're starting to take up more space, have a little bit more presence, and to me, that tells me that they're feeling very confident now. They're starting to get that confidence back. For me, I want to see just a little bit more of snappy action coming in. They need to make those rotations a little bit quicker. They need to make those plays a little bit quicker. There's decision making, the timing has to be snappier for me, but otherwise it's just looking really much better.
There's been some good moments, but there is also the fact that this lobby has now leveled up even further. They were able to thrive in the group of death, no doubt about it, but it really has been quite the test here so far for them, especially when they find themselves in some of those split positions where, unfortunately, I kind of, again, like the Rondo situation, I think it's just a little too early to be there, and then eventually they get caved in on. Finally, let's talk about Flash.
Yes.
A team that had like big expectations as well coming in to this tournament as a whole. Not quite got their footing underneath them, though. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think, I'm not sure what's happened, right? Because we did see them have, they never had a huge presence, I feel like, even in the group stage, right? They were never this massive frag team, but they always had this quiet dominance. They were always able to be in those end stages. They were always able to take home a few eliminations, even if it wasn't a podium win. And today and yesterday, there's not even that. There's nothing. They're playing very compact. They're playing very much by themselves. They're not really looking to other players. If players look at them, they're like, no, please don't do that. You know, it's just like, it's odd, and with just nothing in them.
Is it because Max picked them to win?
Possibly. It is possible.
Yeah, possibly. Who just laughed in my ear? What was that? Was that our producer?
I think it was.
Even the producer knows about the Max Man curse. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Infamous.
I think in the group stage they had some good splits and stuff like that, but yeah, we've got to get a little bit more here in the finals. All right, it's time to get into our next game here. Game number 5 of the day here for PMWC Day 2 Finals.
Thank you very much, Kalaris and Neptura down on the stage, leading us into the not the final, Erangel. Get ahead of myself. Goodness me. We're on to match number 9. We're on our middle billing of Erangel today, and we have one more match of it after this as well, as we are near enough crossing the halfway mark of our day after this one as well. Of course, this will be the 4th match that we played on our big bumper bonus day.
Happy Independence Day, bye.
Let's get into it. This Aaron Gale is going to be a big one right here. We've already played 2 matches of Miramar. We had a Rondo, and now we are getting into our second match of Aaron Gale here. And it's going to be interesting to see just which team is going to come out on top, because we're starting to see a little bit of differences here, right? We're starting to see some of the squads at the bottom show up. It's good to see EDA make some noise, and honestly, if they were going to start making a run, now's the time. So it's good to see that movement happen. There's still plenty of games. You've seen plenty of times teams, boom, right, get back-to-back chicken dinners. And let's see if now is going to be that opportune time for EDA, now that they're no longer hot dropping Enigma Galaxy.
Maybe they're feeling themselves after that one.
Yeah.
They're just going to go back.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah. Or like, hang on a minute. We're quite good at this. We got late into that game. You know, let's go back on hot drop them, because we'll win now, right? Right? Don't think that's going to work out. Hopefully they stay away, but that might be good news for everybody who's facing Enigma Galaxy. We saw their 2-2 split out from Pachinki. Not really work out too well from them in that last game. The circle shifts were very, very dramatic. I think it's safe to say for the majority of the zones, right up until the final one, where it started to get a little bit more sensible by that time. So many had already fallen victim to the circle on those shifts, on those rotates. It was pretty difficult to even get to that stage. Not many teams did. Plane path now sending down the east side of the mainland, going between Stal and Saverni and heading over to Novo. So potentially difficult to get out towards Gatka. And you know, this is the sort of situation where I feel like EDA might just go back to Pachinki.
Oh, that would be a sight to see, that is for sure. But the planes in the air, the islands down below, Aaron Gale's officially open for business. And oh man, if we see them go. Be able to make those changes, they're able to push themselves out. Absolutely can make.
उससे मुझे एक बात याद है, कल वाले स्ट्रीम पे देखो और एक था ना, एडिटिंग प्रोसेस में क्या अभी भी, हाँ ये भी एक और हटाना है ना.
It seems. Going for a little bit of a split drop, sending Darken out, grabbing a vehicle to get on in and involved.
Little Milton power action.
Just because it's not EDA going to Pachinki doesn't mean anyone else can't go there, but I don't think anyone else has. So I was keeping track of that. That's a nasty circle for this sort of a plane path as well. Does a lot of work to push these teams close together. Sure, it has some of the military base in. It's just very, very unlikely. I would give it about maybe 10% likelihood that you're going over to that military base. Which is it's not zero.
It's not zero.
Yeah, I feel like teams are going to really start to pack in around in about 5 minutes.
That's what I would do. Honestly, I'd probably make that timing a little bit shorter, especially if you're a team like Aurora, build up military super fast, get moving across that bridge, secure those locations really early on, because with so much zone in the water, this is basically, this is essentially like a circle 3 at this point. There's not very many great spots available. You're going to have to get moving here pretty quickly. And you can also get moving inside the game and get yourself that Ninetales Fury Awe, guys. Go ahead and get in there quick. The Uzumaki Naruto event, by far one of the best collabs PUBG Mobile has ever done. Still around. Don't miss out.
It's looking fresh. You saw, if you missed the show match earlier, make sure that once this stream is done, go back and check it out. It was mighty fun, and of course we had to let Alpha 7 win something, even though they didn't make it to the finals. Sucks for them. They were able to take that title there. The Hokages over on their own.
The Hokages.
In their own right. The little intro video as well. Revel looked super cool. Shadow Clone.
Dude, that was the sickest
I really like that
intro I've ever seen.
That was hot.
Put that on the highlight reel.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Get it done. Enigma Galaxy going to be chasing down the truck, getting those supplies. Although, look like they're going to be doing so with very minimal weaponry there. Haven't been able to quite disable it before it leaves the city. Where's the weaponry? Come on. shooting it as it leaves. They're dropping 1 or 2 more crates out. Finally, it's on fire. So a little bit slow to get this one dealt with. But finally, they find some weaponry they can use to pepper the back of the doors there. And they draw it too close. So they'll be able to leverage that. Zones still looking very dramatic on the southwest side. Nobody quite on the road, but 4 Thrives went to Primorsk very, very early, Jukes, which means that they will have the pick of the litter when it comes to taking a position into this next zone.
I like
the question for me is where do you go at this point when you know that everybody's going to be flooding out this way? For me, I feel like potentially some of the compounds to the east mouth of Quarry could be quite good. Okay. Transitions away from there can be difficult as well. And the reason I'm going for that is because I feel like I would want something that's at least on the south side, just in case it goes to military.
Yeah, I would take the hill above Ferry Pier. I think that's the strongest spot.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're right, that zone could, for some reason, it's been crazy today, right? It could yoink all the way back to Millie, and you have at least a decent spot to be able to get there pretty quickly. And then plus, if the zone does go in almost any other direction, you have that sight line of that field that's right above you. So you can get a lot of work done from that position. I wonder which team is going to decide to take it early. 4 Thrives heading into Primorsk so quickly, though, I think is an excellent decision, because if some reason that zone does go to Millie, with Primorsk secured, they should be able to at least find some boats and make a crazy rotation on in. So it's not a bad idea.
Enigma Galaxy getting out nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force as well, moving in a little bit further south of this, and they will start to line the hills just north of Ferry Pier. It's like they are the first 2 teams to really make that break for it outside of their looting phase. And I'm expecting a response from 4 Thrives fairly soon, but so far hasn't really come on through. Ralph able to get a lot more scouting done than maybe he would have expected to. But they managed to sequester themselves nice and deep in towards this zone, which is, I think, going to play very well for them, taking the position just northwest of Ferry Pier.
For sure. I mean, this is still a very, very close game. I mean, second place on down, one good game, we could definitely see a team even like all the way down 12th place jump up really quickly. E-Arena have started to create a little bit of a point differential, though, in between first and second. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a little one. It's a pretty big one here. It's 18 points between first and second. So E-Arena are going to continue to want to press that on there. At a certain point, though, John, especially if we see E-Arena like pop off in this game, I think the lobby is going to have to start taking notice of it, right? If you want to be able to slow them down from setting that point threshold so high, I think if you realize it's E-Arena by getting at least one elimination on them, you may want to put a little extra urgency on trying to take them out.
Maybe, but then again, if you do that, you could be sacrificing your own point scoring potential.
True.
And like if E-Arena are that far ahead already to be into the situation where it might be an idea to do that, I feel like you're already running into the situation where you're just trying to get up as many ladder points as you can, right? You're trying to just step up, get from 6th to 4th, something like that, go for those jumps. I feel like that's the sort of stuff you're looking to do. Maybe if you're at the bottom of the tables, you could, but even then, laddering up is still very, very valuable. So I feel like, unless it's like first place is on 150, second place is on 120, third place is on like 90, even lower, that maybe then the second place team could try and hot drop and go for something like that if you have that sort of advantage with not too many more games left to play. But outside of that very specific scenario, I feel like targeting E-Arena, I mean, given the form that they're on, probably just generally a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think I think hot dropping in general of them is just terrible, no matter what the situation is. I just think that if you just somehow could see them, like for example, in the feed, you hear the shots.
Sure.
Maybe you do a little bit extra to try and take them out as Godlike starting to make some noise. There's S-Power with the run over. Here getting taken out, but Sleepy. We thought he was going to get the thirst, but Godlike was right there to support his teammate. And a huge save there, right on time.
E-Arena are looking to come in for the third party from the west side here. They've already got a scout close by, and they've seen the elite Elam feed lighting up as well. Manya looking to suppress with the nades. Good bounce. Finds Sky on the flush. Will E-Arena be here on time? And Tiamba are going to join in from the north side as well. They could have an impact as they roll on up towards this engagement. A lot of players down.
So many.
Taken out. knocked for 6, godlike, able to send them to the bleachers.
Oh, but here comes Tianba looking to make things difficult for the side of godlike. Admino is stuck with QZZ right there. Godlike get that fight done pretty quickly, but they're gonna have to make a sacrifice. Oh, the tire busted out from Manya and take it out as well. So man, godlike just not able to catch a break here.
Tianba able to rock in with a good third party there. Vitality a little bit late to get involved. E-Arena wanted to maybe think about it, but they were too spread out on the western side. And so couldn't get involved, but Tianba were there, nice and promptly. The circle, in the meantime, shifted back over towards the bridge. Very clear, he's a hotbed right now. Full drive,
Just saw Coops in the elimination feed there.
That's unhealthy. That's not a good engine.
Here we go. Yeah, that does sound like that head gasket's in trouble here as Huzaifa is pushing up on closer to Furia. Oh, hops in the vehicle, hops back in. And now able to at least get a secure position.
top 5 कर जाएगी प्योर गन फाइट की वजह से
holding it down against
लिख के ले भाई प्योर गन फाइट के बेस पे ही गॉडल टॉप 5 जा रही है वो जैसे पैसिव खेल रही थी ना वो चाह रही है कि टीम बचे लेकिन टीम बची नहीं रही है पता समझ रहा है मैं बोल रहा ना यही एक गलती हो रहा है बाकी कुछ गलती नहीं है
crunch
other
on
than that
in.
कुछ गलती नहीं है
Make it a little bit of calm though before this storm.
Oh, I don't know. It's feeling pretty disturbed right now because everybody wants those central positions. But you're right. It does look like the teams were able to secure most of them.
इसी को देख रहा है एंडी कैसा जा रहा है स्नेक पिक करके.
Shim trying to get an opening knock here on the OG. They got to be careful here. They're getting mighty close. Oh, and Hyunbin gets that opening knock. Nongshim. Are they going to press this? Looks like they are. Hyunbin up close and personal. It's Nongshim Red Force versus OG, and OG are getting picked apart here. Aru's got to find a way to buy himself some time for his team.
Okay. Well, I mean, a good answer over towards Nongshim. That knock over there is going well. Meantime, lost a player. I believe that went over to 4 Thrives over in Ferry Pier as well. Zoru gets back in, looking for those reses.
He's going to get him.
Oh, hang on.
Power.
Godlike.
Oh, S-Power with the double.
Godlike?
Godlike from the other side saying, we need some of these eliminations.
Just a cop left for Orangutan. Back and S-Power says, you know what? My work here is done. Peace out.
See ya.
There are only 2 players staying there for too long would diminish the power of the position that Salme was holding, allow Tianba in for the north. They needed to reinforce that, so the fact that they're able to extract points and lose some of the pressure from that south side as well is excellent stuff, so he knows he needs to be prompt on that. The circle goes back over to the mainland. So they are confirming over there. Tianba trying to leapfrog that godlike position. Looks like it's going well for now. Ida as well, trying to send in from this northeast side.
Got S2G over there by the Blues. They're going to have to come down that hill and find a way in. The things that's all open field there. You got Vitality holding the north side of the circle. You got one of the players from STG's Kamikaze. He's going to be trying to get some angles here to see if he can find at least some next position for his team. But Ferry Pier, like we mentioned, completely stacked. Take a look at the replay here. Huzaifa. Ooh, nice shot there. And pick on Solus.
Yeah, I mean, there's a complete broadside there. No way hiding from that one. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force trying to hold down the bunker. Emre pokes his nose in. And will not like what he smells.
मेरे को लगा गॉडल जाएगी तो एनएस को मारेगी पीछे इसके लिए में से दिख रहा था मैंने मैं समझता नहीं ना रिजेक्ट क्या है.
Nongshim Red Force hold their position on the east side of that ridge line that sits wooded and covered. They're playing on those bunkers as well. A really nice defensible position. Look at the teams out on the east side as well. You've got Ida, Flash, Aurora, Furia, all of them sort of holding each other at bay right now. So Nongshim Red Force feeling very safe and secure for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, next 3 minutes is going to work out for them, but then things are going to really start heating up here. On the north side, you got S2G now starting to press very, very close to Team Vitality. Yep, Razek just saw him, and they're going to be on the move here, possibly trying to avoid this fight, get in a more solidified position in this circle. Kamikaze just keeping an eye on the side of Vitality for now.
सोम्या और सच सोम्या और S-Power है. मैं बोला था सच सोम्या और S-Power अगर चलेंगे तो आज हो जाएगा. सोम्या ही पहले का 3 मैच 4 मैप आएगा.
A lot of damage inflicted.
उसका उधर ही थोड़ा सा बोल सकते हैं ऊपर नीचे हो गया, लेफ्ट राइट हो गया, तो अच्छा जाता.
Raggedy squads on the cards as well, which makes things nasty for plenty of our players. Godlike and Orangutan, though, are both in central positions as their duos, which is kind of their saving grace in terms of survivability.
और ये फ्लैश का तो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है भाई, बाकी सब टीम को छोड़ के भाई इंडियन को कोई मार रहे हैं.
Primor's kill on the northeast side of it to be that off angle for them, but they're kind of keeping out of it for now. They're kind of chilling on the west side. So for E-Arena, we're still waiting to see what they've got for the rest of this game, because their path forwards may lead them to clash with Vitality or with Godlike.
You can see
possibility तो है, but मेरे हिसाब से नहीं होगा. उसका रीजन है क्योंकि ऑलरेडी जोन नीचे जा रहा है, तुमको उधर फाइट करके मतलब ही नहीं बनता, सेंस नहीं बनता. मेरे हिसाब से तो सेंस नहीं बनता है, और अगर इनको किल मतलब पॉइंट्स निकालना हो तो मारे फाइट ले तो पता नहीं.
Is going to eat a little bit of blue damage. He's keeping an eye on Flash. Yeah, he's trying to play this quietly, hoping that he comes in this direction, but instead
आ रहा
pop on over, and it is heavily to the east side.
I mean, this is good for Nongshim Red Force, right, on their position. We were talking about that before. The fights on the east side will need to conclude. Tiamba sending in a might challenge on Orangutan's position, but it's fairly open on those hills. Going to be very difficult to hold. Fortunately, there's not too many full squads around.
Kill चोरी हुआ. ओए निकल लिया बे kill.
Tried to move in. Aurora taking a chunk out to Tiamba. Now look at the overwhelm.
Poji और Tiamba का fight हुआ.
Orangutan tried to hold
nice,
down, but
nice.
will not be able to face the might of Tiamba, who are fielding shallow now on their roster, leaving Milu out, and he is not needed to get
के दो नॉक है.
Down to a
जाएगा वो
duo.
ईगल तो
Trying to get that first aid
फाइट
off.
करके
He's
मतलब
gonna be
नहीं
able to
आके
get that for sure.
उसका किल चोरी कर
On over
सकते,
to
लेकिन
Fairy
वहाँ
Pier, Enigma Galaxy are set up. They're gonna have to push into this next zone as well.
भाई ये कुछ तो भाई क्या खेल रहा है उसको ही मालूम भाई. जिधर दिख रहा है भाई उधर प्लेयर को मार रहा है, और सेंटर बैठ रहे हैं इन लोग तो. अभी तो आउट ऑफ से हो रहे हैं, लेकिन भाई देख ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड कर रहे हैं. देख ये वाव मोड खेल रहा है, इसका छोड़े वाव मोड खेल रहा है.
Yeah, looks like Al Ula are going to be in this very pure position.
Esport 2v2 चल रहा है भाई, देखो. Esport 4v4v4
using those hovercrafts in a game not too long ago. So let's see if Al Ula can turn things around.
Try and hold that west side. I mean, for Four Thrives, a little bit of a lost opportunity there. Remember how early they were in Primorsk, Dukes, and they didn't manage to transition fast enough. Both Enigma Galaxy and Nongshim Red Force both got ahead of them in terms of getting to the positions in that area. It's a little bit unfortunate. I'm not super happy about it. And now they find themselves in the middle of a fight that may not go their way with 3 full force squads. Sorry, Ulf only have 3 players, so with 3 squads
Vitality का fight होएगा.
Luckily they are in the zone, so they aren't super under the impetus to move, but they may want to.
Yeah, now we're looking over at E-Arena, the top squad right now. So many points on the board. Nice point gap. Looking to make that and push it even further.
पागल बना रहे हैं, उनको बना रहे क्या? इधर fight हो रहा है, मारने हो.
Everybody just trying to find their spot in this next circle, because this next zone's most likely going to push north, and if it does, that is wide open field.
Power, रुक जा.
Tianba and Nongshim Red Force
गया यहाँ से zone, निकल गया
on the south side of Fairy Pier. Honestly,
मैं बोला ना अगर वहाँ पे zone गया, वहाँ पे नहीं गया तो फिर problem हो जाएगा.
They're going to take into this next circle, and the
भाई
only way
push
they're
कर
most likely going to
रही
get there is
भाई मैं तो बोलता ये को भी मार दो भाई.
Now for E-Arena, because now is the time that they need to transition into a pivotal point in this game. For the time being, for the longest time in this game, they've just been on this west side, waiting, playing that edge, assessing the situation. But now they need to start forwards, and that is not how you want to start it. Salmate immediately goes for the flush, and he's gonna go unpunished for the moment. I don't think they've got an answer here. A nade up and into the top floor of the window for Teddy K doesn't connect. Zest Power hiding somewhere else in the building there. Will not find that fight. So for E-Arena to lose a player here, I mean, that's great news for the teams chasing them.
Yep, huge news, and Godlike now knows exactly who they're fighting and the importance of them taking this out. Next zone does go on over, huge zone here for Tianba, and
जोन के बाहर है ना अपन। हाँ जोन के अपन थोड़ा जोन के बाहर है थोड़ा सा, लेकिन पहुंच सकते हैं अगर, लेकिन अपने को ये से तो फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी कुछ भी, या तो ई को पहले जाना पड़ेगा तो ये अपन अंदर जा पाएंगे, बट अगर वो जा पाए तो वाइटलिटी मार देगी। वाइटलिटी ऊपर ही ऑलरेडी ऊपर का जोन होल्ड कर रही है, तो वो तो जाने दे नहीं रही है भाई यहाँ से, तो अपने को एनी हाउ फाइट करना पड़ेगा। दैट्स द गेम। जी अगर कुछ 30 मार कान जैसा कुछ तो हो गया तो फिर कुछ अलग बात।
Those teams that were playing on the edge position, yeah, team vitality, you're just kind of waiting to hopefully have these teams in the middle start fighting so they can, you know, get a free rotation onto this next circle without too many eyes looking at them. But it's going to be a tough rotation. Yeah, Razy is going to be driving right back. Say, guys, it's pretty jam-packed down there.
बट बता रहा हूँ यहीं से तो फाइट करना ही पड़ेगा अगले।
Out in that open area. Galaxy finding the back tail of Al-Ula and able to drag that one back. Claws does fall. As the arena is still trying to dislodge Godlike. There's Power with the shotgun, tries to find one.
ओए knock दिया लेकिन बैंडी किसके ग्रेनेड से गया?
Now it's all up to Salme. Has got a nade cooking. Still with the pin pull, drops it down, nearly finds it. As Schweppes tries to move up to support Tony K and get that res. S Power falls and Salme has Mormon now to handle.
मार दे यार, मार दे
with
बैंडी.
that shotgun and Mormon has to back up.
S Power had that. It was such a fortunate nade there. Samway has the right hand priority. That's what he needs. Catches it on the Mormon.
अरे एंटी बेची, ची एंटी हट। ओ भाई अगर वो नेट से फूट जाता ना कोई और एक तो भाई गेम अपने अंदर कन्वर्ट था भाई, गेम कन्वर्ट था भाई वो। गेम कन्वर्ट मतलब एटलीस्ट भाई थोड़ा और सरवाइव कर सकते थे मेरे हिसाब से, और क्योंकि अपने 4 प्लेयर जिंदे ही नहीं बच रहे भाई।
Blasts his leg sideways and down goes another Vitality player. They are getting torn apart as E-Arena descend as well, sending a forward position. And I don't think they're going to last much longer. Ida trying to join the party, and Tiamba are now suffering. Darkin and Swain both on in the fight.
भाई ओजी के जगह पे देखना भाई, टीएनबी ने पुश मारी थी, देख अभी तक जोन में ही है वो। ओजी का फाइट नहीं निकला, अगर ओजी का फाइट निकल जाता ना इधर। अबे पुश मार S2G, क्या कर रही है?
Absolute battlefield, tons of nades going down, and down goes Vitality. S2G.
भाई क्या गू है भाई, लोग किल फीड पड़े नहीं क्या?
And with that fight, all that commotion happening, it allowed them to be able to get a more solidified position in this circle. Great timing from the side of S2G. E-Arena are like, hey, I don't care about the timing. We're just gonna push up and hit some crazy shots and put everybody on notice.
Two teams crashing onto Tiamba's position was enough of a smoke screen for E-Arena to be able to move up nicely. Despite not having one of their players with them, they are now on 5 eliminations. They've pushed past the 90-point barrier now, Jukes.
Wow.
It is a great result so far. 10 teams remain, but they're on the outside of the circle, and the Galaxy are going to cause problems. They've seen what's happened, and they think, no, no, no. This can't stand. No, no, order. And they find, well, actually, it's S2G who find a shot onto Schweppes on the back line.
Stop that, said Enigma Galaxy, and honestly, the whole lobby needs to start really worrying about E-Arena here, because the White Rabbits are starting to run away with this thing. Remember, $500,000 for first place, $250,000 for second. That's a big difference here, folks.
Big difference.
Now we're going to see Enigma Galaxy. They got that knock.
मानता हूँ प्राइस पूल के बारे में ही बात करेगा।
Outside of the circle, Tiamba will be gatekeeping, and this is kind of a perfect situation for the lobby. Nongshim Red Force, though, gets super blessed in the zone. They are dead center. It is really their game to take advantage of here.
And they're really hoping that E-Arena go down fairly soon, because then they can put a massive dent in the gap between these two squads. E-Arena, though, currently focused on Tianba and Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy find another knock, sending it over towards Schweppes, and I don't think this is going to be resible. Mormon and Tony K now having to keep it together. On top of the 5 elims they found already, and Lost might have an angle on it as well, suppressing that angle, but Mormon goes down, can't hold face against Enigma Galaxy, and no knocks are sent their way either. Mormon gets flushed away, as Schweppes does get back up. Meanwhile, over in Ferry Pier, Aurora, Alula, and Ulf all coming into the fight. It is getting chaotic down there. It's getting messy as well. Tourniquet, the last stand for E-Arena, and then Enigma Galaxy have to push into Tianba. And nobody's happy in Ferry Pier either. It has been non-stop action for the last 7 minutes.
Fight after fight after fight. These zones making things so difficult. And yes, Enigma Galaxy are now on the push. They want to be able to finish E-Arena out completely. They don't want them getting any more points. And I believe, yes, with that nade, that's gonna do it. E-Arena finally taken out. But they still put points on the boards here, John. So it's like no matter what the situation, they are constantly moving that needle further and further and further.
Absolutely, but for Nongshim Red Force, this is a beautiful position. They were able to do a lot of damage to Furia, leaving them on one player alive. Flash are going to crunch in behind it. Potential to pick up points there. Aurora are going to have to leave into the sightlines of Nongshim Red Force. There is a big Elin potential game here if they can close it down, because they are in the driver's seat here and they need to keep control.
All these teams need it. They all need this chicken dinner and all the eliminations.
Nice.
And that's Furia gone. Nongshim Red Force. Man, XCY with 5 eliminations all by himself. Gonna have to make a play here. He's got the shotgun, but the suppressive fire from too many angles, making things difficult. Nongshim Red Force are still here though, but here's Bose from Team Flash. This nade could be big. Can he thread the needle through the window?
No.
Oh, so close.
Not quite on the first. Has another opportunity. S2G as well.
Second
Launches
chance.
another one. Don't think that went. Oh, no way. I didn't think that one went through, but it did. And down goes this Nongshim push. They flexed out from their position, Dukes. It felt like maybe it was the right time to do it, but they underestimated the chaos on the eastern side, and they've let slip the strongest spot in the circle, and they will leave it all up to So Easy. A real big opportunity for them to put a massive jump up on the tables. They can still do very well from this location, but they have really had the juice squeezed out of them.
You're so right. I mean, they put some good, solid points on the board, but it could have been a whole lot more, that's for sure. Let's see who can take advantage of these missteps. Enigma Galaxy are still here, 4 eliminations. Aurora with 5. Big win here, could put them all the way up to second place very, very easily. Tianba right there close as well. Team Flash, yeah, with that last player, Bose, just trying to soak up anything for his team at this point. Next circle does go, and up, and it is going to be down to that southwestern side. Enigma Galaxy barely have a position here, but this is all open field. It's time to hit the deck and hit some shots. Satan getting peppered from both sides. He goes down.
He was waiting to take a shot over towards Tianba as well, but S2G take their turn at Tianba, but it's not going to go well for anyone, really. Enigma Galaxy trying to step up, S2G trying to move in, but nobody can find an opening, thanks to the suppression from Aurora. Solke goes down, and Tianba are holding their nerve, but only one player now left standing. QZZ against Kamikaze, over the bonnet, tries to find the shots. 3 rounds now left in the back chain before the S12K gets the reload, but it's not enough. Kamikaze keeps S2G in there, and Solke may get back to his feet. They don't have a lot of time, though, because the zone is moving in.
This area is looking like a dang blender. Shots happening all around in every single direction. You gotta find a way out, though. It's Doc now on the push, looking to shut things down, getting up close and personal, but it's Coops. Coops on fire, literally now, as those names and Molotovs too strong. Coops by himself could not hang on.
And now Aurora ramp up the heat, turning up the thermostat on the lobby. But in the meantime, S2G, they may just get themselves back up to 4 players alive here, Jukes, which is kind of crazy, given the chaos that just unfolded. They were taken down just about with the assist coming in. And Nongshim Red Force still alive, by the way, with their solo player up into third place guaranteed. It's a little bit less efficacious than they might like to be, given what the position that they held, but they'll take it.
Huge game, honestly. It's can disrupt this pretty big time. But you can see S2G, they get the full reset, and we get to see them bust out the welding gun as well. So they're gonna have their vehicle all set up. As far as when it comes to zone control though, it's all Aurora. They have this entire zone locked down. But the thing was, they had this advantage before against a team of Nongshim Red Force, and they lost that game. This is their chance to make up for it and secure this chicken dinner.
S2G on the ferry, but lost. Gets spotted. That is Noxian Red Force's solo, striking out wide. The point gets taken away from him, but diminishes the power of S2G. Maybe gives him a little route in, but already Aurora have flexed 2 players out. I think they're going to be able to deal with this. Ooh, unless a nade lands on Top's head. Launches it forwards as he spotted it. Ooh, nearly, but not quite. Not quite. Has to march in, making the mad dash, and Top actually not quite connecting. Has another nade to pull. Top trying to trade it off, and Aurora can really sequester themselves into this angle. Doesn't spot the nade, goes boom right next to his ear, but doesn't quite burst the drum.
That was a prediction nade, though. He knew that he was going to run up, so he threw it ahead of him and got some really good damage on the So Easy. But he is able to get away for now. Here he goes, though. Here comes some more util from the side of Aurora.
They've lost him.
They're spending a lot of time focusing on this one player of Noxian Red Force who is refusing to go down.
Drops a nade right in front of them. Top steps up, nearly goes down again.
भाई टॉप का तो भाई सीन ही हो गया है भाई। S2G अभी मजा ले जाएगी मेरे को ये सब क्यों लग रहा है? क्योंकि NS का बंदा जो है वो चल इसको खत्म किया छोड़। आप बचे ना S2G वैसे सो। चलो 2 हो गए।
Takes a huge chunk out of S2G and Sulke trying to stay alive desperately, but he crawls
नहीं मार पाया
blasts his belly open. Aurora swing out from Ferry Pier and find a chicken dinner.
And it's Aurora clutching it up. They wanted that chicken dinner earlier, weren't able to get it, but in this one, they get that secure. So Aurora showing some serious consistency when it comes to Erangel here in day number 2. We still got 1 more left to go, and they are looking strong.
Absolutely, great stuff. It's exactly what you want to see. It's been said of Aurora before, right? That they're a team that needs to ramp up in pace. They do need a little bit of time to get into gear, and maybe that's what we're seeing here, right? Maybe they are going to be able to find that ramp up over the next, the rest of the matches today and in the games tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's going to be right on time, too, because E-Arena have been extremely consistent today. Even when they went out now, they still put up 5 points on the board. So they're the biggest threat in this lobby here. Because remember, folks, at the end of these next 3 matches, that smash point threshold is going to be set tomorrow. Once those 10 points are crossed, the next chicken dinner, that is it. We will crown some champions. So E-Arena's job today is to just set that threshold as high as possible, and they're doing a dang good job of it.
They are, but even in that match, like a lot of the teams towards the top side of those tables were able to put up some decent games.
That's
right?
True.
You had S2G fairly deep into that one. Maybe could have got a little bit deeper if they hadn't gone for that push-up, but still getting into 3rd place into that match was really, really great for them. A lot of teams putting up some big numbers, and sure, they put up 5, and I do praise teams for being able to do that sort of thing, but everybody is on the hunt. Everybody's hounding them down. So for Arena, it might be okay, but you can't have a tortoise and a hare situation. You need to keep the pace up. You cannot let sleeping dogs lie, because they will find you and they will take you out of that top spot. It's all to play for. 1 more Erangel today before we move on to our final set of Miramars. Don't go anywhere.
Your boss is happy, your colleague was shocked, and you
Any team that has surprised you today?
So shout out to Godlike.
Hey, right on. Thanks. Actually, spot on. Thanks, Glitter. You can go back and just keep on looking for updates, okay? I want to see what else is going on with the other club championships, and I want to see what else is going on here at PMWC at EWC 26, because some of these squads, especially Aurora Max, getting that chicken dinner. But before we even do that, let's talk about the lucky spin available now. What was a 1 and 18-point gap to that second place has just now closed up to 9 points.
I'm so happy to see it because we saw throughout the entirety of today, right, there were a podium team at the very start, slipping, getting almost nothing done. They were in 8th position before this game. Now with that chicken dinner, rocketing right at the very top here, just behind E-Arena with their 81 points. Literally the only team single-digit points away from our current pack leader of E-Arena. But the thing is, very flash in the pan, right, Niptura? We need to see more consistency and especially not throwing games when you know you can get those wins.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. We have one more Erangel and then 2 Miramars as well. Aurora tend to do quite well on Miramar typically, so we'll see how that goes. Again, yeah, they can be very hot, very cold, so it is just down to game by game what they're gonna do. But we're looking at the second page here. Flash and Aurora, 48 points each. They are looking tied right now, but there's quite a bit of a gap between them and 4th Thrive, so even further down the leaderboard, we're starting to see those gaps emerge.
Yeah, Lace, for some of these teams here in the second page, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them because at one point, we're going to have to start cutting them out because that point gap is just too much. And keep in mind, going into tomorrow, that smash roll is going to be at play and it's going to be plus 10 points of whatever first place ends up with.
Yeah, and it's strange because, like, I know me and Neptura were having a look at Godlike, right? And they're making such calculated and well played. And then I even sort of said, God damn, they're so strong as just a little duo. Why don't they just kind of like go in that little map and do their thing? But it's just unfortunate, you know, they were getting like 7 elims in that spot, but just not making it any further. And I sort of touched about that on the shared studio on the couch. It was like they're getting themselves in these great, like, close range fights, capitalizing on it, winning it. And then, like you were saying, moving back in and not, like, the other teams are sort of circulating because they're doing that too late in the game. But I do feel we've seen it before. Aurora just did it. They can just have this great game, and that will push them up a lot further because they're getting the elims. They'll be able to do it.
And they definitely need it, especially where they are currently. We've been praising them in regards to the performance that they have had today, but we need to see a lot more out of Godlike because they're only just so far away from the first.
म्यूट किया होगा इस चलो guys, match start हो रहा है.
Dribbles here and there. You got Ralph on screen explaining to his team that they're definitely not getting hot dropped over towards Pachinki. It's not happening again. Eda's had a good game now. They're like, maybe we were the problem.
Yeah, maybe we don't do that anymore. Which honestly, I think it's a fair shout. I think, you know what, 4 different members of the talent team spoke to Ralph about that yesterday. We were kind of making sure we can get that one across as many ways as possible. It seems like the message has been sent out.
Yeah, it was like, it was coded through Ralph for Eda.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about that? Ralph was very pleasant about it. He was like, I don't think they should be doing it. Like,
we keep getting points.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I think they got about 12 elims off the back of it, which is kind of sick, honestly. It's a good amount of points. We do get our plane path down from the south side all the way to the north.
Potential for a lot of early fights. You got Flash taking on OG early. His Arrow's already down. Tiamba amongst it as well. Couple of squads looking to get stuck in instantly there.
Revolver to the dome there. Unfortunate for guys over on OG. Flash seems okay though. Getting himself back up on their feet. Like I say though, we got Aura on screen. Eagle. Explosive bow. Almost hit it as well. A little bit of pinpoint accuracy with the arrows. Jiggle, dropping some ammo across. Everyone's a little bit low right now. Level 1 vest, a little bit difficult. I might be actually just dropping some of the bandies over. Well, Sleepy is having a troublesome time getting towards them. I think he's in an awkward spot. Sky, though, is coming in from the other side of things. Is over towards the north side of Severny, so this is a long exit for both squads. I don't think any team wants to be here. Tiamba as well as Aura stuck in this awkward engagement. Eagle with a Honey Badger at distance on the sidelines. E-Arena also swinging by, but they should get gone.
Very much an early stalemate that no one really wants to overly commit to. With that first domino to fall, it's going to be a nightmare. You want to get out of this very cleanly as well. Losing one or at worst 2 players, even if you do take down the other squad and get a full 4 points from it, this is going to be a major detriment to your run with how few games we have left today.
Yeah. Well, I think the big thing though for this in particular is the plane path from the south side up towards the north, and because we had this big southern circle that is pretty much committed to Sosnovka. This is not going anywhere else.
Yeah.
It meant that a lot of teams dropped out early on the plane path to get looted up early. So you do have the likes of S2G, Aurora, Four Thrives, Ida, Alula, as well as Nongshim Red Force already in Sosnovka. This place is getting very busy very quickly. Tiamba moves up. Ahora's already getting himself into a vehicle. Uzi in play, tries to get the damage across. There will be a shot from Shallow though. Really good stuff there with the QBZ. Get some damage in. Jiggle. Line and wait. Could be a dangerous trap in play. QZZ trying to get around the side. Eagle will just run down Sleepy. They don't know. They do not know. He is hidden. Blending in to the rust.
He's got away with this for so long. He's just there, down on the deck. No one knows about Jiggle.
Come on. Come on.
Pistol.
Come
on. Sidearm.
There's...
What the fuck?
Are you blind?
He's a master of camouflage. That's insane. Wow, they actually leave. They actually go.
That's wild. We're playing some kind of game where you go in as a small white man and you have to be painted against things. And he's done exactly that.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe he's become the chameleon in that situation. That's wild. But well played to him.
Yeah, mega mechanics there.
He's prone. That's a lovely prone.
Never seen anything like it.
Beautiful prone on him.
Got away with that one. Liberties.
Yeah.
Absolute liberties.
Dear me. PUBG Mobile Chameleon. Right here, right now at PMWC. If you want to get yourself some skins to allow you to blend in, well, this is not the one for you, because the Uzumaki Naruto event is now on with the Naruto character set as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. S-Power bringing a lot of fury to the lobby at the moment as well. Talking to Max earlier, saying that S-Power right now massively global level. And I would agree with him. I think he is on the likes of, you know, your Mormons, your Errands. He's looking insane. Yeah, for S-Power doing great work for the rest of his team. I think Godlike has really shown that they absolutely can take it to task with some of the best squads in the world, which is cool to see. Satan here from Nigma Galaxy. Another team that's doing really well too. I genuinely think, and I said at the start of the day, is that I've not always been the biggest fan of Nigma Galaxy and some of the pushes, some of the rotates they make. I think they have a lot of potential in them. This tournament though has been, you know, it's been off the walls, just like this, because this is wild.
It's just ridiculous how close he came when he drove past him twice.
He's twitching as well.
Yeah, I know. Not even fully stationary. Look at him. He's got a slight shifty look about him.
He's put the laser pointer down to the ground. He's like, oh.
Nightmare, they're going to see that.
Put that away.
Well, hey-ho, that one worked out. Didn't expect it, but master of camouflage there.
He even try to give himself away. I mean, the laser pointer, really. That's sent me. That's good. Ah, that's a belly of laughs right there. A lot of teams now getting in position though. Furia looking to cross. Haven't had a really bad day today, honestly. I think genuinely Furia has been looking better and better as the tournament does go on. More shades of the past from them. PMMI, where they look very, very strong there. And they're bringing it back. I think that they just had to slow down their gameplay a little bit because their end games aren't nice. That's where they typically thrive. But now they're coming up against Alula, the Claws versus the Panthers here.
Giving us the proverbial question of which set of claws are sharper.
Are they both depicting Panthers though? Because that would be...
Maybe a Jaguar.
Maybe a Jaguar, yeah, like that.
Keep you guessing, you never know. Battle of the Animal Kingdom. Oh, S-Power with a nice little lift there. That's a 5-pointer.
X5 on that one. A lot of airtime.
It's a great multiplier.
It was a great multiplier. I like that. Anyway, we get next circle.
We've seen this before.
You didn't hear. I don't know if you could hear that, but there was audible disappointment from the crowd. Everyone was oohing and ahhing at that one. Does head out far towards that west side. Really uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Ida's already good spot, though. The rest of the team, I would probably say to try and regroup soon, though. Nongshin Red Force has played a similar position to this in the past on this exact spot that Tizzy is currently actually located on with XZY. So I think they'll just try and secure that going forward. They might even try and take the compound that Vitality won on during this map before as well. We'll see what they do. Can't be too greedy though, because again, like I said earlier, it's very busy in Sosnovka. A lot of teams here.
It's going to get pretty aggressive down there where things do kick off, especially with how this zone shifted, man. Cutting out a lot of that play space once again. So you're fighting around the bridge, you're fighting on the island. Like you touched on, even just a couple minutes into this game, with how close they were off the playing path, a lot of squads did already make their mass migration down and start to try and dig their heels in a little bit. You've got a few squads that are still outside in the mainland towards the blue, having a bit of a slower rotate. A lot of traffic as well on the bridge over to Sosnovka. Furia there, as we saw that establishing shot with Alula just ahead, guarding the entrance. It's then Vitality behind them, and similarly Flash behind them as well.
Yeah, Fury's getting squeezed like a fruit right now. It's not looking good for them. They're getting pushed down by Vitality and Flash behind that as well. So this is an awkward approach. They would like to get across, but I don't think Alula's going to let them across so easily. Igor's is far up though, so he just needs an opener. And Alula looks to be leaving. I think that's the correct decision at this time, just because the circle did push so far over towards the western side. You don't want to get left behind. E-Arena still being here is somewhat of a question mark, but if they knew they could hold out a team over towards Box Compound, sure, why not? It is quite cruel towards Tiamba, but this is the name of the game. You pick up the points where you can, and right now E-Arena's doing a good job of it.
Attorney K there. Up on the top side of the rock face, spamming down into Aking, and will leave him wounded off the back of that. QZZ already knocked, rest of the squad following in their footsteps. This is a brutal start for Tiamba, and one by one they fall. So E-Arena find them outside and dispatch them with ease there. Another 4 points on top. That's a 94-point total over the course of today's games.
It's a strange one, right? Because they both started up over towards Severny, Didora, as well as Tiamba. Tiamba swings wide over towards North George. Flash does take a knock there, and probably a flush too. This is over towards the fight on the bridge side, so we'll come back to Tiamba in just a second. Axel low, Razy on bended knee. P90 in play at this early in the game as well. Good to see.
Trying to run back through, but Razak just goes straight into the crosshairs, and one by one this is looking a bit more uncomfortable. Nice backstab though from Axel. Quick switch over to the shotgun through the window. Throws the first man down on the deck. Still has some firepower to play with. Zone nipping at their heels. Razy out of the running. Razak knocked. Axel looking to defend. Throws the nade deep. Thankfully for Bowles, he was able to reposition. That one isn't going to hit him just yet. Ooh, he's closing the distance though. Wants to really get in there. Oh my God! Response back from Axel's quick. And he can get the meds in as well, Blank.
Vexy should just about hit this. It's close, but picks itself back up again. We'll go for the res over towards Razak. This is a good recovery right now from Vitality. Sadly for them, Aura has made an incredible run down from that northern side. They are fast in position. Bozy is down. Nick Galaxy currently holding out Ulf. Lord up on high. Ketch has no idea. Caught in the broadside. Will get taken down, but a lovely refrag coming through from Eren. Ulf likely will now play on as 3. Starting to look worse and worse as time goes down. Lord the only to fall here, and Ulf has been very much struggling to pass on by through Nigma Galaxies. The circle in the meantime did move further down towards the south. IQ taking a tumble though. What's happened there?
Yeah, this is not the dream at all. Ooh, Lord's actually trying to dismount towards the top side, so if maybe they do win out on this fight, somehow they can grab him back up. Oh, good read onto Scarface. Ralph ready for the encounter. Bullets being peppered. He gets him so dangerously low, but he's still standing. He can just tuck in behind the box now. Oh, well, that would have been the operative word. Could have tucked in behind the box. Not going to happen now. Laid out by Ralph. Satan with a re-aggression as well. And this is starting to turn. That's the way Ulf go down. They started out with a bit of a recovery, but finally finished by Nigma Galaxy. Only one player cut short from the roster there. They'll carry on as a trio. Meanwhile, amidst this, we have Vitality bringing the thunder back onto Hora.
It's been a while since I've been seeing Vexy on the main stage, but still got it in him, it seems. Razak does go down, and looks like Vitality might just want to be making the cross going forward. Looks for Sky. Vexy will pick him up, doing a great job here. Settling in for Federalis. Oh, wow, I mean, good job. Really, really well done here from Vexy. I mean, multiple times keeping the team awake and in play, even versus Flash earlier on. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, big step up. Brilliant individual moments there. Zone crunching in a little bit as well. Ooh, Vitality suffering casualties, it seems, with the Elim feed lighting up. That's Flash that are trying to defend the entryway over the bridge. Another headshot from Tops has shut down Vexy after the good form we saw from him, and Axel has fallen due to the damage sustained. The zone eliminates him, and Vitality finally buckle.
Yeah, it's just there wasn't a lot of boat rotates from a lot of these teams on that north side. Spent a long time looting up. I don't think they were quite prepared for how southern this circle was going to end up going and how quickly space was going to be taken out of play. But we are in a really awkward arena of the map as we head down towards the southwest side. There's a couple of compounds around here, a lot of open space going forward. Ralph moves up to the plate here. Tony K goes down first. Good shots from him. Will finally fall there to a sideline. But Mormon just cannot hold on. In comes Godlike. They don't care, they're going straight past.
We hear the Godlike theme music start playing. They want to cash this one in as they drive past, steal Elims where possible, but focus on the bigger picture, getting into the zone. and starting to advance into an actual controllable position on this one. Coop's going right back towards them. They're going to pass each other.
Okay. Like friendly handshake there. Felt like I was in Interstellar for a second. Yeah, Coop's looking further. Pick of his teammates, but actually went back for some more. Satan, I think, is back up again. Not sure about Ralph. I think Ralph did fall down, but this has been a really good game from Ralph.
And it's free में kill दे दिया रे Ben.
No, I don't want to say rare, but he's been making some good flex outs this game. Sometimes his flex out can feel a little bit questionable. This time I was super happy with him, blasting the toe caps off of Scarface as well, who was really incredible to see. Just give it one more bullet. And that was enough. Hazaifa up on top, Godlike tried to send it. Got further and further in, but Hazaifa laying down the law.
It's a great peak. Might actually be able to double down, and he certainly will.
जगह ही नहीं मिला भाई पहले हम लोग आके बैठे हुए भाई
as Hazaifa starts to bring the heat to the battleground. Enigma Galaxy got back in towards the zone. This is their POV now. They actually run into Ida of all teams once more. Coop's going to be hit by the shotty. The pump takes him down.
4 player थे बे 4 4 के 4 जिंदा थे zone बस zone चाहिए था अंदर वो
Ida eliminated. We saw Flash falling amidst all this. But Aurora getting eyes on it from so close. They were able to steal a couple points away. Put Enigma Galaxy back down in the dirt. 3 Elim points on them.
I still think, though, for Enigma Galaxy, what a game. What a game, honestly. It was a real tough scenario they went through. They end the match on 10 Elims. I think that's a good profit. I think you come away with this one thinking to yourself, we went through hell and back just to get towards this location of the map, and we still came away with 11 points total. So very, very well done. Because we do only have 6 teams left at the 17-minute mark. This is the quickest we've seen the lobby cold before, off the back of a really horrendous circle. S2G set themselves up, Kamikaze as per usual, flying in towards those front lines.
S2G just cleaning house on Alula. They've gone down pretty swiftly. Ooh, Furia might actually get a bit of a read on this, though, with the forward scout we've got from Ayala in the back of the vehicle. So a lot of sight lines being opened up between our squads. Aurora still got space to play with. In the grand scheme of things, it's been a little bit quieter on the Elim front for Nonshin, but they're still in the running of the conversation. They've had some good, consistent finishes today. It's felt like it's all been coming together communication-wise when they get a good angle to play off in these games.
Well, Hyunbin's basically the crowbar of South Korea right now.
He's been cracking these lobbies open.
He has been cracking the lobbies open. It's good to see. And I think the rest of the team rallies around that. So easy. He's been very, very nice on those long sight lines. We've got to come up against Aurora, though. Aurora's starting to really feel it. And despite having a lot of weird finishes, where second places, where they should have won, especially versus Nongshim Red Force earlier today, they would have been far and away at the top of the leaderboard. Some moments where Aurora just can't quite finish the job. Even then, the consistency has been good, so it's an impressive showing from them. But we have that rivalry back up to bat once again here between Nongshim Red Force and Aurora, but shots coming from the sidelines does make things awkward.
Oh, nade right over the top. That's Doc that looks to hit them heavy. And if Doc's fired up, mate, Aurora might keep the pace on pretty swift on this one. Fury just off in the distance, haven't overcommitted to anything just yet. Yunbin still up and kicking. They got height on it. Can't really afford to overextend too far. Get caught sleeping. This could be a big unraveling for that side. Tizzy's got to bandage himself back up to stay pretty in the situation he's been left in. Aurora are aware of that angle from Furia, at least. 3 smokes for Tizzy being the difference between a raw face from Reefers potentially coming their way.
I think the problem right now is absolutely that angle you're talking about between Furia over towards Aurora. You've got Top off in the distance there, currently holding on alongside with Zhol. They look to make the move out, but Furia had that angle on. One player very low in the back of the vehicle. I believe that is Yol at the moment. Can't quite find the next shots, and Ayala is playing it very safe. The angle over towards this way, but Tizzy with nasty nade goes straight through the side mirror window. Oh.
Response back over, they dash some nades of their own on target, but it's actually a response from 4 Thrives. Pulling up to the party, looking to third party on this one. Aurora trying to withstand. Nonshin going down as the last man, and So Easy will collapse from it. Doc already piecing out. Ooh, mate, that's the rotate straight into the camp of Furia.
That is very on point for Doc.
He's got that Doc in him.
Yeah, that's the brand right there. Moved instantly over towards Furia, held that angle, made them feel a little bit afraid, right? S2G still got Kamikaze swinging, layering in the vehicles. Circle moves over towards Kamikaze. You can hear Turkish fans for S2G a little bit loud themselves. Hamzi finds a shot over towards Hazaifa. That's on the roadside, and a horrible time for it to happen. But it's all popping off now. Reefus up first, nade in hand, looking over towards Isla, very low. Chief pulled the pin, but a little late. Solke runs through the both of them.
Oh, mate, the car's done enough just with the bonnet. He's dived out with the shotgun in his hand, vehicle burning behind him. Squad mates falling around as the shots are being spammed. Quick turn, finds that one, throws Furia out of the running.
This is the best Solke's looked in quite a while, actually. I think that he's getting a little bit more of that aggression on board. I think a lot of times he was relegated to being this anchor player. So it's nice to see him, you know, channeling a bit of that Silas going forward as S2G gets the ambulance out, pulls out the rest of their team, gets them res and back up into a position to fight. Not taking any chances on this one. Went out for the first aid kit. A necessary first aid kit in the moment. The med kit taking him to full. Requires Doc to put a little bit of extra work in.
I'm shocked he survived that long. Reefus had the peak up at first. Left him sweating bullets, like you say. The clutch heal barely buying him enough time to stay along for a few extra seconds. Now knocked behind the vehicle.
It's a bold maneuver from Solke, but does drag him from the rest of the team. Likely leaving S2G as a 3-man, but they have the compound central. See where the next circle heads over towards. They can play off the back of that, but it's going to be Aurora. 4 Thrives. Ping-ponging between one another. Taking some pot shots at S2G in the meantime.
Hard confirmed with the nades thrown over, so much so that Doc nearly went down from the danger close of his team. Luckily does have the meds to fix himself with no one nearby to convert from the lower HP he had. But you're spot on, mate. We heard the excitement from the fans. You can see why S2G, they were playing with some confidence and aggression. Previously, it's been Kamikaze that reps himself in those situations. This time around, he plays close to the squad. They control the compound, but you're going to be pushed from 2 sides.
Difficulty with this compound as well. There's a lot of space to control here. There's a lot of space to control. There's some flat walls to work off the back of. So teams could send in over towards one side. And having a 3-man inside there means they cannot control every building effectively. So these 2 on the side here. This is over towards the eastern edge. Sat on Aurora's angle. Possibility to move in. Oh, S2G's just got to be very quick with this, but you know as soon as someone makes a move for that compound, the other team is going to fly on in. They're likely just going to wait this out until the circle confirms this is a definite compound finish.
4v4. Wow,
Don't invest your eggs into one basket until you know. A few seconds out from that zone crunching, we'll see if it's going to favor S2G once again. Shifts slightly off it, blank, pulls away.
It's nasty. Up towards that north side. Aurora looking to get a chicken under the belt here. Would likely slingshot them up towards first on the rankings. Despite what has been honestly a hairy day for them. It really has. There's been some moments where the question marks have been flung out left, right and center for this squad, but still they've been keeping themselves looking pretty. Bandaging up between the matches.
Blessing of it as well with the zone shifting. That crate that came in, you can see that Top & Co were able to push over, get an early duo onto that, grab some extra bits and bobs to armor themselves for what could be quite an intense final fight once they now get attention from 4 Thrives and S2G. They've got a full 4-man squad, similar, 4 Fribes, and they're going to jump in the vehicle, start to advance on this. Oh, that's not what you want. Reefus with a snapshot, Falak falls instantly. He's got some cover to play off here as well, Blank.
T24, he's just out. He said, I am not been on that buggy anymore, I'm dropping straight to the ground, and I think it was the correct choice. Being on the back of a buggy like that makes you a prime target, and he's just realized that Reefus has got the golden eye there. Quick shots, pinpoint as well as IQ, desperately tries to swing around the side. This is a mad dash and one that will not work out in the face of Aurora. More points added and S2G can do nothing but look on. They actually get themselves into vehicles. They're going to swing round. They have to take the moment here into their own hands. Last game, Aurora, they were able to do some good work versus them. Now looking to actually show some aggression. Reefus goes down first.
Good engage, but how long can they hold on? Kamikaze in the back wants to arc the nade over, has the SMG to play with, one thrown right back towards him. Doc putting them down with the DBS. Panic stations for Aurora as everything is being thrown at them. Doc takes a heavy hit, but he's still standing.
S2G down to 2. Hamzy G on the north side. Kamikaze lighting them up. T24 still off in the distance, dealing with top here, and Kamikaze takes nade after nade. This bounces, but should go a little bit long here, keeping Kamikaze as a half HP count.
Oh, T24 as well in the midst of all this. That's the off angle you touched on there. Able to strike from the side. Kamikaze replies with one of his own, and these two teams are coming together to make it uncomfortable for Aurora. Doc with a nade, trying to cook that one. Meanwhile, they respond back onto 4 Fribes as they throw that in. T24 behind the tree.
Doc now worried. Split the difference between 2 players here. Not easy to regroup. Another nade in the hand of T24. Sent it across. Doc is down. The other might fall to the nade from across the way, but seems like he lived it. S2G playing the game of their lives right now.
S2G,
such a quick swing, Jackie, as well. Love to see it.
This is huge from them. Complete different play style. The confidence out in full force. Right time, right place, and the back door has worked out well. Top trapped, T24 spamming so close to him. He knows he's exposed. And this duo from S2G looking to take this one with force, but they still play it smart.
Makes the run across right now, trying to deny sight lines. Aurora, top will at least find it, but the shots are coming through. Kamikaze once again sends straight center. It starts to work out. Nate gets close to the lovely bouncer on it, but won't go quite far enough. Back behind the loot crate. A little bit of cover to work with, but S2G, they've got 2 angles. Top is going to have to play out of his mind to make this one work here. One first aid kit ready to go. Looks to send an arc over the top here to finish off the game. Goes wide to the side.
He's really trying to run the risk on this one. He peeks over the top of the crate, using the smoke to block the angle from Hamzy G so he can take an isolated fight. He's reading it as well. This 1v2, like you say, it's got to be impeccable from him. He cannot afford to miss a single shot. The reactions are going to be there. Kamikaze on the road. Slight height advantage. Throws in the molly, takes the ball.
S2G भाई second chicken dinner भाई.
Cleans up as S2G get it.
Last game, S2G. They Kamikaze, crazy for the finish. What a game, not lazy whatsoever, with a quick swing out to the side. You gotta love it, you gotta believe it. S2G is here to play.
We thought it was Aurora about to blot out the sun and cast the shadow, illuminate the stage, but no, it's S2G that once again prove how much of a powerhouse they could be here in France.
Dog को उस टाइम नहीं मरता था ना, dog बच जाता ना, तो अरोरा का ही था गेम भाई पूरा. अरोरा के मुंह से छीना है भाई पूरा गेम. मन में उन लोग 40 को संभाल रहे थे, 40 से डायरेक्ट. एक्चुअली ना उनको टॉप के साथ एक को रहना चाहिए था जो 40 को संभालता और इनकी तरफ से 2 दिन हो गए.
We get the replay from that one. Some big individual maneuvers. I love the strategy as well, Blank. S2G here, the way they were able to control the situation, knowing they had to be so proactive, but didn't overstep the mark. And then on the flip side for Aurora, you're playing with dice, gambling on some of these peaks, knowing realistically, it's a risk that you have to take. It's not an easy 1v2.
It's actually a very difficult circle, and yes, it pulled away, but they were unsure where they wanted to fight out towards, and maybe they had to full commit over towards Fourth Rise, clear that angle sooner to deal with S2G. But again, for S2G as a 3-man there, they make the only decision they can. It's been something they've been saying all tournament, is we just don't care. We will just push those angles. We will try and get something done in those end games. And it was lovely to see them prove that immediately after that last game where they sort of just laid down over on Arangel. Didn't quite let that game fall into hands. This time around, they leave nothing up to chance.
I think that does summarize the playstyle realistically. This point in the competition, after so many play days, so close towards the real big picture. That prize pool looming over you, you can't afford to have any doubts in your mind. Leave it to another team and your dream could be snatched away. Whereas for S2G, they've been rising to the occasion, and that oomph, that killer instinct, that's what's giving them these leg ups.
Absolutely, and in the end, for S2G, this isn't even their best map, man. They live it on Miramar. This is where they usually thrive. So to have some good moments here over on Erangel is lovely to see. Again, a couple of our teams really making their mark right now. Fourth Thrive still playing really well. Honestly, for them, I think even that early game where we saw Hazaifa playing the big Lions Rock, where he could just have that oversight, knew exactly what they had to do. As teams flowed in, just deny them. But we do have Kalaris over on the stage for a little hit with the players.
We know it's old, but it doesn't have to look like this.
Can someone please fix this?
अरे भाई साहब
and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get it. He's on the move. He's on the move. Okay, no, we've actually got to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. This specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment.
John Allen?
It looks, I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like, oh, did you see that? Get a close-up of that. Get a close-up of that. I think they've got him. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
Absolutely.
일단 이전 매치를 좀 가볼게요. 사실 그 전 에란겔에서 유리한 고지를 좀 먹고 있었는데 아래에 있던 퓨리아를 이제 잡으려다가 좀 판이 좀 아쉽게 돌아갔거든요. 그래서 퓨리아 때 좀 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 퓨리아를 밀러갈 때 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 그리고 만약에 그 판을 좀 다시 하게 된다면 좀 어떤 콜을 내렸을지 좀 그걸 묻고 싶네요.
일단은 저희가 오른쪽에 한 팀 더 있는 거 알았어갖고 좀 한 팀 교전하면 한 팀 무조건 올 거라는 거 알고 저희 팀원이 1평을 둘을 입혔어갖고 가갖고 잡은 게 일단 맞는 플레이를 한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew like if we going to push Furia, then the other party would come. So we tried to do, push it as fast as possible. But I think if we, I think we'll end up in retrospect, I think we should have just let him just use that 1-feet place, and then just we can hold on to our spaces and would much use it wiser.
Okay, so let's talk about the Rondo game, because that Rondo was amazing from Nongshim Red Force. So talk to me about any potential threats that you had to consider whilst playing out that game, as well as the end where you were able to pull off an amazing victory.
이제 론도에서는 사실 정말 키를 쓸어 담으시면서 또 치킨까지 가져가셨는데 그때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 플레이를 하셨는지, 그리고 뭐 부담감이나 압박감 같은 건 없으셨는지 궁금합니다.
부담감이나 압박감 같은 거는 없었고 일단 교전 부분에서는 저희 팀이 가장 자신 있었기 때문에 쫄지 않고 자신감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any pressure at all. Honestly, we were very confident in our team fights. So yeah, we tried to get it head on, and then I think that worked really well.
Thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin. Thank you very much, Maddox. That does it for us. Down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that interview. A marathon of a day that we're having here, as 6 matches have already been played, and S2G has been able to go now back to back with those chicken dinners. We still have 2 more matches to go here, but honestly, S2G, this bounce back inhibitor out of them.
quite literally a bounce back. All these nades coming in clutch here for S2G. Very, very good sign for them. They're climbing up those ranks. That should put them theoretically in that first place, but we'll wait for the overalls to confirm that. But it's looking very, very good for them. With just 2 more Miramars to go, S2G, they are a Miramar team. It looks like, hey, maybe we'll have another. Oh, we already do. Well, no, that's the match ranking.
No, that's the match ranking.
Whoa, hold up.
I'll give you a chance before or after this to do some prediction. But yeah, S2G putting up those 19 points. Aurora Gaming though, I can probably end up guaranteeing it that after this match, when we do end up seeing the overall, they'll probably end up being in first place, Max.
They go from 8th position, then of course they get that huge game earlier on their angle. They gave themselves 2nd place, and now maybe the jump into number 1, which maybe it's the
most Aurora thing we have seen, right?
Yes, it is the most Aurora thing, and you know what's also Aurora thing to do? After that, dropping down to like outside of top 5. Maybe
wow.
I'm just saying they've done it before. They could do it again here, but no, overall some of these plays are interesting. But I want you and me, Niptro, to break down what happened here, because you and me, we're talking about some of the finishing moments here, but this 4 Thrives push, in particular to the western side, I feel like could have been executed way better on the Pakistani end of things.
Listen, I was on the edge of my seat screaming at the television because I was like, okay, guys, they just need to hold. They just need to hold. They go up around onto a third-party position. They're playing this very, very well. The zone just goes complete opposite, and they're like, absolutely not. You're not getting this win. I'm like, okay, this is tough, right? But they could still make this work. And then they just do nothing with it. They wait far too long. The indecision is right back where we started. And to top it all off, rather than making a very decisive play and just full sending it, they stop really, really short, slow down, allow Top and the rest of Aurora just to go all over it and go, no, you're not coming over here. What were you even thinking for Thrives? And honestly, I have to say the same thing.
I mean, really, you hit the nail on the head right there, which is they slowed down. And that was the big mistake. At that point, just capitalize, commit. Even if you get eliminated, I'll respect you a lot more for at least trying to go the entire way, because if you do so, you get rid on the western side. I think it was Doc and possibly Top at that point, which you get rid of those 2 players. Guess what? You got a decent dip to work around. It's still not sure you're going to get the chicken dinner, but at least you have that opportunity to go the entire way and actually get yourself that chicken dinner. So 4 Thrives, still good points on the board, but they could have gone in a bit more in this match.
Yeah, they could have gotten a little bit more. And once again, that indecision, you guys highlighted it too. I just want to back you up with it, because that's been the biggest question mark for this team, for 4 Thrives. We've seen good performances out of them so far, and you know what, let's take a look at it again, because you can see right there when they are stopping, that's when they question themselves in the tour, and we were all hoping that they would just fully send it.
And you know what's crazy is T24 actually got a solid finish. He tried his best from that position. If they had just gone a little bit further, kept 2, maybe 3 players up in that position, Top would have had a real run for his money. As it was, T24 was making it very hard for Top to even survive as far as he did. So yeah, I think it's such a wasted opportunity from them just by slowing down the middle of the field like that. It's far too open, and Aurora of all teams is going to be all over that.
It's still a team that feels like they're getting their bearings, especially here in day 2. We've seen a great performance though, and a great switch too from 4 Thrives, from what we saw yesterday to what we're seeing now. More players are performing. It's not just pubg. Now we have also seen IQ earlier in the day as well. I want to see some of the other players being able to stand up as Aurora Gaming jumps up to that first place. E-Arena goes down to that 2nd. And what happens when you go back-to-back chicken dinners? That's right, you jump up that leaderboard and you end up in 3rd place.
We're seeing what they did in their group stage. Literally the same thing, right? Just coming back is just Ida staying at the bottom. But otherwise, S2G are making it happen for themselves. Loving it. E-Arena still getting a few points pretty consistently throughout the day, but when you get bangers like that from Aurora Gaming, oh my goodness, they are looking fantastic with the eliminations in particular that we saw earlier today, right, Niptura? Placement points were fine, but the eliminations, they were a little bit lackluster in some of those matches. Man, they're putting up big number after big number after absolutely big number.
Big number.
Yeah.
It's the momentum that we saw yesterday from that one Erangel game, right, with the 2 hovercrafts. S2G just bullying the lobby with those. No hovercrafts today in the same fashion, but still managing to get that chicken dinner back to back. That's going to be looking very good for them there.
One thing's actually scary right now, and I'm starting to realize it. I know we kind of joke about Aurora, the inconsistencies that we have seen out of this team, but for this team, one thing that has been consistent for them is their placement. At one point, we were kind of critiquing where those elims are going to be coming in. Their placement points have been there. The eliminations now are starting to get picked up here in the 2nd day as well, and this team is looking like a team that wants to become a champion.
They're like 4 placement points away today, S2G, they got 3 wins, by the way, which is an insane ratio to have. So definitely
Aurora only has 1.
Exactly. They do only have 1 chicken dinner, so that's some very consistent stuff on board. That I'm looking at a team that it's kind of the opposite from Aurora, which is Ulf, right? They had a massive rise. They got that chicken dinner with a 4-man finish on Erangel, and after that, their second place, falling down very slowly. Now in the middle pack, but though we on the second page, big upset Santiamba, just not able to maintain that top position 7, which is heartbreaking for this team.
Tiamba was one of those biggest question marks for us, especially because of the way that they ended up performing yesterday. We saw Milu being able to pop off. Today is not the same performance out of their squad. We knew that they have the fragging power, but those placement points were just non-existent, and right now, nothing's going their way.
Nothing is going their way. I mean, you're seeing them there with 9th place there, 63 total points, 14 placement points.
I thought you were going to go with that catwalk again. This will be the perfect time.
Not this time, maybe later. But yeah, no, the only thing we can hope to see is that they come back tomorrow stronger, fighting, able to do what we know they can do. I mean, they go into teams and crush them in seconds. I mean, it's easy for them, but just not today. It's just all over the place. Yeah. Tomorrow's a new day.
It is. I mean, I'm looking at a team in particular on the second page that I've been a little bit disappointed by is Vitality. After their opening day in the group stage, I was like, yeah, Vitality, we're looking so good, so much domination, everyone looking so good. They even swapped out Federalis, right, for Vexi, which I was like, that was quite an interesting decision to make. But man, oh man, that was really just a flash in the pan. They had that one insane day, and this, of course, it's hard to replicate, but they're not even getting close to that initial performance on that opening day of their group. I would love to see a comeback from my boys, Razak, but so far it's been a bit of a non-performance in the finals.
Another team along those lines as well is Team Flash. Team Flash has currently been non-existent for this squad. In the last game, though, I do want to highlight something for one team that was able to perform well, that was able to put up those points, and it was none other than Enigma Galaxy. If I'm not mistaken, Enigma Galaxy ended up with 10 eliminations, and that's good because that's a squad that has been consistent now 2 days in a row.
It is, yeah. They had a really nice 2-2 split on the southwest side of zone that really enabled them to get a lot of those eliminations, and even if they didn't make it further into the zone, further into the game, you know, they're just ticking along. They're making sure that they're consistent with those points, ready for tomorrow for those last few matches where they might just win it all.
Well, we have now hit 6 matches, but we still got 2 more matches left. Miramar is going to be coming up. Are these players going to start crumbling, or are they going to start shining, as we have seen some of the other players start shining as well? Let's send it over to 2 men that are definitely shining, none other than Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. That's right, we've had to tone it down slightly because we're blinding the crowd, so don't worry. The spotlight, of course, will be on the incredible plays that are being made by teams much like S2G. Huge show up into that previous game, displaying an unfathomable level of aggression that is really doing wonders for them. But this lobby doesn't get any easier, Blank. We've got a ton.
दोस्त, इतनी मेहनत से ब्रांड बनाते हो.
It'd be right here when we change the scenery and move into Miramar.
Heading over towards the dusty desert, and you're right. On this scenery change, teams will need to paint a very different picture on the leaderboards. We're getting closer to setting that boundary for tomorrow for Smash ruling. Potentially a team's able to pick it up very early tomorrow. But the amount of chicken dinners that S2G's got, I mean, it's very much a possibility for them to make that happen. They've been very consistent so far. Loving how aggro Kamikaze's been too. We get a very, very northern start here over on the northwest side down towards Truck Stop. So a little bit more inaccessible down towards that south side. We're looking at Los Leones, Puerto Paraíso, Impala, Minstavalle, Chumacera. So more of these positions on that north side need to be taken up, like La Cobreria, even water treatment potentially for Armada, El Zahar. You see Nongshim Red Force, I always found this drop spot kind of odd when they were choosing them, but Nongshim Red Force has like ruins. They take ruins all the way on the northwest side, and they just play that out. It's so out of the way, but with this plane path, they get out super early and get this trash drop started almost immediately.
Sarah boats for them on this one. Some other big plays that were coming out, you know, not realistically into the late game there in terms of placement, but for the raw elims and handling themselves under pressure, you got to give that shout out over to Enigma Galaxy. That was very nice to see, right? A lot of early carnage, uncomfortable situations with how they were fighting. but they looked good in the clutch, having to pull out points where they could. Ended that one with what, 10 elims?
Yeah, it was 10 elims, 11 points total because they got towards that top 8 side of things, which is, I think, genuinely a really, really good result for Enigma Galaxy. I think when you have those types of games, you've got to go for a massive salvage. Now, we start over on the northwest side of the map in terms of dropping those players off. We're moving hard down towards that southeast side. Got a lot of water involved. We've got the rocky outcrops. To the top, where a 20-point game can be a big difference maker. For Enigma Galaxy, they get a 20-point match. Suddenly they're tied with Aurora, who have currently managed to settle themselves in first. The first team to break the 3-digit mark as well and hit the century here in the finals.
I do wonder if maybe teams will get a little bit more antsy, force some issues slightly earlier into this one. A couple of our big names already inside the zone there. 4-5's Aurora, Godlike, not too far away. S2G making their rotate down from truck stop. And then Tiamba, of course, towards the coastline. Keep that in the back of your mind, but focus on this as well. We've got some weapon skins, of course, for those of you at home that want to get your hands on some lovely bits of kit inside of the game. So make sure you're participating in that.
Absolutely, and we'll throw that up on screen shortly. You can take a look at it then. But for Aurora, there you go. We'll just go down there. Knows he's nowhere near the rest of his team, isn't going to bother them. So unfortunate there for Aurora to lose a player out almost immediately. Again, weird entry point for a lot of squads where they want to get in towards the circle as soon as possible. S2G giving themselves the best advantage early on as they find out from the eastern side of the map. And swinging past Impala right now, might look for some of the high grounds that sit towards the southern portion of this one. Enigma Galaxy a slower start though, over towards El Pot, so they're going to hang out here for a little while longer.
और एक मैच बचा मेरे हिसाब से गॉडल आज टॉप 10 में चली जाए. अभी अगर टॉप 10 में चली जाती है ना गॉडल कल कंटेंडर बन सकती है. ये मेरा बात लिख के ले लो. After the first match of round.
I do genuinely think it helps having. I think as much as we've talked about Coops, I think we do need to shift the perspective a little bit to Lord. I think Lord has been such a consistent player on that team. We've given a lot of love to Coops so far, but I think Lord is able to excel because he has another strong fragger on the team. Now, I think Satan as well as Ralph are both very good players, but they're not your front line, right? And if Lord was always playing that front line, he was very good with it, he needed someone to play off the back of, and I think he works phenomenally well with Coops right now. So a big shout out to Lord this game. Hopefully they can continue that pressure. Milu back in, actually, for Tiamba. Looks to move up against Lost here, but will unfortunately go down. So Tiamba losing Milu right off the back there. Very sad stuff to see. I think Tiamba was not expecting this. S2G sort of making a Tiamba play versus them themselves.
Yeah, giving a taste of their own medicine there. That's unfortunate, the return of the king, but only for a few brief minutes on this one. We'll see if he comes back for another Miramar outing. Absolutely beasting in the event overall, but S2G stealing some of that energy and starting it out with a nice elim to send the rest of Tiamba scarpering, as they know they don't want to stick around and sacrifice anything more on this one. 3-man squad lives on to see if they can steal some points away on the long con.
For Tiamba, still 7 more matches to go, and like you said, they've been having a great run at the start of it. They had a lovely pushing over towards the finals itself. They looked fantastic. Now sitting over towards the middle side of the tables, haven't really able to put up many points after that. But they still have a whole additional day, and that can change a lot of things. Remember, you just need to get past that smash ruling point system and then hit the chicken dinner. So they just need to get themselves in range. That's it. They've got one more game to do it. They've got this game here to try and get some consistent points on board. like you say, the return of the king was very short here, but next game, potentially some royal decrees being thrown out here and there.
Yeah, take the opportunity to sharpen the steel once more, and then come back out swinging. Potentially, that's got to be the play for some of these teams as well, because you touched on the fact, obviously, you're trying to set that barrier, that scoreline to beat effectively going into tomorrow, stopping some of these top teams dead in their tracks, seeing if you could stop them from bloating it to a very large scoreline. It's a risk versus reward that you've got to weigh up in some of these situations for teams that are looking to still climb, but don't want it to be too tall of a task to reach it going into tomorrow. If you want to lap our top teams with that smash rule being in effect. OG on the move here, Ida just off in the distance.
Yeah, pretty big funnel, this portion of the map around La Bendita. Cruiser in the dead ground sits around here as well, to the north side of Los Leones, staging upwards towards some of those buildings. Ulf's already met that quota right now. They're a little bit further towards the center of the map. Ulf looking for another good game. They were in second place for a little while, but then swiftly fell out of it, and Ulf's looking to get some more points on board. Again, for them, a good game would pretty much settle themselves up towards the top 3. They just don't really want to get trapped by that second place curse. You know, it's very much the Alpha 7 of old. Flash loses one on the knock and will be immediately flushed there by S Power. It's from Godlike on the south side. Vitality having a little bit of a look in towards S2G and Puerto Paraíso, actually. You've got a 2-2 split going on, fairly dangerous.
Zypher up on the roof. Nade in his hand as he starts to make a move over the top side and see if he can get that one down on target.
मार देता
collapsing in early. Jiggle knocked. Sleepy arcing a nade back over as well. Going to cook that one. If they came running over now, could be very detrimental. They can tuck into the stairs as well. Get a safe recovery on the go here, so Jiggle can still be in play.
Though, putting on the pressure, and again, the flashbacks towards yesterday. 4th rise up against Aura. No Fear able to clutch it out towards the end. IQ though finds Sky, and No Fear nearby. Starting to fly on in, but I think it might be too little too late here. T24 did hit the floor. For the rest of 4th rise holding on fairly decently. Tanky though from the sidelines on OG. Literally as soon as T24 got picked up, hit the deck straight again.
Floating around just on the periphery. The Vultures circling these two teams right now. Ooh, up close inside of the compound though, it's Sleepy that looks to clothesline them in the close quarters combat. Few shots fired over, good assist from No Fear with the SMG as Falak gets lit up. They go in from both sides, the stereo piece.
Nice.
It's a brilliant clear. Oh, punishing 4th rise one by one.
चलो ओजी ने पुश किया है मुझे वाइप कर चलो दोनों टीम को वाइप करो पॉइंट लो और साइड हटो ऊपर डाल 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 तेरी मां के डाल
but OG they come in to pick up the pieces, and that's 4th rise down. No Fear taking some shots once again, but Sleepy is out, and OG with a fantastic 3rd party onto it. Oh dear me, for 4th rise, the horror experience continues.
Yeah, those weren't scare actors, Blank. Coming in with real weaponry on that one.
गॉर्डन ने और एक प्लेयर को मारा, किसके कौन से प्लेयर को मारा रे मेरे को किल पे देखना पड़ेगा यार।
OG certainly did though.
भाई ये यार भाई अरोरा देख कभी जोन के बाहर खेल रही है, आराम से खेल रही है। लास्ट टाइम पे आराम से जोन में गई, आराम से फाइट ली भाई। वो स्ट्रेटजी उनके लिए बेस्ट वर्क कर रही है।
Checking with some other teams though. Aurora very, very slow to the circle itself. They're coming from that western side past Chumacera. Likely will hit a traffic jam though with the boundaries in place. A lot of teams trying to sidle their way through the northwest edge of Los Leones down towards the southeast.
But we are hitting those rocky outcrops where we slope down towards the eastern side, leaving Vitality and S2G on a little bit of an island of themselves. The next circle will determine where these teams do need to cramp up towards. Oh, okay. S2G, fourth one on the cards, potentially. All right.
Hey, man. Goes over towards them, already set up down towards the coast there. A lot of water in play once again. These circles have been so spicy time and time again, forcing some quick thinking out of our squads.
For S2G though, I mean,
बैंडे उस
as
साइड
an
का
all,
देख रहे
it would be
हैं कहाँ
an
जोन
incredible
खाली पे
achievements, right?
कोई वहाँ से
To
उसको
come off
छाननी
the
है भाई
back
उसको
of
पूरा एज
winning
क्लियर
one
मिला है भाई
international
लेफ्ट
previously in the
नॉर्थ
past,
वेस्ट
and to rebuild and do it again, that is a great
North West
marker of
पूरा खाली
success
है
for S2G.
क्लस्टर इधर ही है पूरा
So we'll just have to wait and see for the time being. For them, they're down towards that east side. Very limited information of what's happening over towards the west here, as it does.
ये भाई S2G भी आ गई कंटेंडर में वो what the fuck
Not really seeing all of the
भाई
information,
S2G climb कर गई बे
all of the intricate details on that side, so they're going to play it safe for the time being. Tiamba did get a central position though, but they are playing as three. Milu going down earlier on. Coops finds Schweppes, good shots. Does not miss those often.
Ooh, a couple claps back over. Off-angle peek there, getting a few on target. You can see it's a wide spread with the setup from Nigma Galaxy. This off-angle could be so dastardly. He's got his eyes on target. Mormon just trying to stay alive, digging his heels in towards the cliff face. Ralph looking to get those final confirmations off. Tony K low on health as well. 2 smokes dropped. Tucking in while Schweppes is finally confirmed. That was the knock we saw from Coops earlier into this one. Joker does fight back. They know about the angle from Ralph, but you are so pinned in, so many positions to be aware of, and they can take shots from all sides.
This is the only problem with sometimes Ralph's flex outs is that he really does just bait his teammates sometimes. It has worked out quite a bit today, but this is the problem that arises. Lord does go down for it. I think in the straight fight, they might have done a lot better there having nades, because Ralph's also got all the nades. He's got 5. Like, those would have been lovely. He placed over towards this side, up against the players. Coops sends one in. It's a good amount of damage. Knocks one over towards Turney K. Luckily, Mormon was able to dash down the hillside, avoid a lot of that shrapnel. Still took a hell of a beating.
Going on for a little while here as well, and starting to drain some of the more offensive utility that's being thrown out. See, they're tucked in just on the rock face here with the map geometry, making it uncomfortable to fight with bullets. They have to nade onto it. I think that was the last nade for Coops, now thrown in. Satan is somewhat closing the gap, but he's being peppered back as well, and they now know.
Bro, Ralph, just come over. It's 2 players. Let's hit the 3v2 and just win this fight.
Oh, it's going on for so long. Finally, at least one more confirmation as we will see Tony K buckle.
क्या fight back चालू है
just been
बे?
given this free fight with no assist. Mate, this could end terribly for both squads at this rate.
I mean, Joker's still off in the distance there as well, and Ralph finally gets in the car. This has been a strange one. It's been a very strange one, and it almost feels like very reminiscent of Nigma Galaxy of old. Comfortable with these odd splits here and there, and Ralph goes down.
After that explosive opener, you thought they had him banged to rights, but E-Arena one
खत्म भैन 1-4 कर दिया 1v4 बे.
That last nade from Mormon hitting Coops. They thought it was all over. Well, it is now.
But E-Arena, they are very glad to have this guy on side. He is more than a man. He is more man.
क्या किया निग्मा गैलेक्सी भाई? तुम्हारे पास 4 मैन अलग थे ऑलरेडी, तुमने उनको पिन करके रखा था, पीछे वाला कवर देता, तुमको सिर्फ मारना था. अरे fuck
बे
भाई,
you can't afford to be doing that.
पूरा तुम्हारे पे था यार.
Not worked out for him whatsoever, mate. Too indecisive.
Yeah,
split.
I mean, look, Satan is frustrated, and so he should be in that situation. What a... I don't even know what to say.
for E-Arena. I mean, counting their blessings, they get away with that as a duo. 4 elims picked up, putting them on 98 points total right now, still alive in the game. If they can coast this one out long term, maybe there's still more to be said for them on a bit of a big score on this one. But they've made out with a brilliant heist. Got in there, made out like bandits. A watcher. Ralph. Observing. Noticing.
I've noticed you in a 2v2 with my team.
Yeah, brutal way to go. Hey-ho, is what it is. OG back on a move onto bigger and brighter things. Let's see what they can do. ACOP, quick shots. That's Chief getting spearheaded straight through, and the vehicle going to confirm him. Silence up close with a nade in his hands. Pin pulled, sweaty palms. Can he blow them away? Silence does get one off. Back onto ACOP, leaving them in a effective 3v3. Zone going to be crunching back in onto Silence as well, and he's low on HP right now. Nate's thrown all over the shop.
He's worried. So he should be. Might just get the first aid kit off here. Pulls it off in time. A tanky though, going low, gets the heal. Silence is down and out. We got Nightcam on board. Watching on as the team struggles up against the forces of OG. Either now looking down towards them, punishing. Only Ayala left for the squad to move forward. Vitality found themselves in a decent position, and somehow Nongshim Red Force have been able to swing down towards the southern side of the map. But again, I feel where Tiamba's playing, completely workable from this spot. But you'd hope for Ulf this is a good game. This is where they need a good game to stay in contention for the top side.
Yeah, if they want to be in that conversation, you gotta get the boots moving.
Hey.
As we get this established here with the map crunching in, we did see Ayala, I believe they're on Furia forward. So Furia do go out with the on-watching from the coach, main man Knight. So OG get away with one player still in the contest here. See, Widgock's going to have to play a very, very slow game from this point as just a solo. Does cut away some of that effective close line early setup we saw from S2G. They're going to have to move over. This is why you were highlighting Ulf there. Very central. Tiamba, similar sort of story. And Aurora with just the duo.
Yeah.
That could try and get involved in the conversation as well.
And if we look over towards Ulf as well, and pan past them, they're on some really nice high ground. Looking down on a lot of these teams, like it's a very, very good spot, not only to gather information from, but to springboard the rest of your game. It could be front a curveball and get a hard shift over towards the northwest side or down towards the southeast, in which case you need to push down there. But yeah, I think for Ulf, they should have a good lay of the land going forward. Flash still as a 4-man though, over towards that northern edge. E-Arena off towards that eastern side. Living actually, despite everything. They were stuck in the blue for quite a while.
You know what, man? Maybe there's a chance as well. We start to get some big booms coming out of the squad like Godlike. Man like S-Power, supply crate come down near them. He's a bit of a cheeky chappy. He's got that good energy about him. If they can get armed,
he does, yeah.
Potentially get a good bit of a shift on this one as well that favors them positionally. I think they'd be a team to show back up. This is the kind of environment they can certainly deal some damage.
Right, you don't have to shame them.
Does he make it this time?
It's just a shame cam. Okay,
gosh, you've been done.
Not a single thing gets past our observers.
No, all the shots on that one.
They notice.
Look, that's the thing about ladders. They can be a bit hard to climb.
They can be. They can be. Especially when they're off the ground level. But a good attempt. See if Flash makes it later on. We'll have a little peek back in there. Probably not now though. They've been embarrassed on the big screen. Nongshim Red Force looking over towards S2G. Important fight here for the eastern side. Trying to play off that edge. Kamikaze looks over the top immediately. Pulls off from that angle, gives them space on this one. Lost on a real long back angle there. I do like where Lost is playing. He's done this a few times before where he's this really cheeky position. Luckily, Tizzy immediately notices him.
Thing is, this being a bit more of a downhill battle as well, STG just casting the nades towards them, it does give them a little bit more oomph on those bad boys, try to get them on target. At some point, both of them have got to move as well now, with the zone shifting over, and Hyunbin's gone for the more aggressive approach, zipping up towards the ridge line. He's got some cover to play off with this as well.
The crowbar.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Looking to get dug in over towards S2G. Prime apart. Ulf, Aaron actually finding shot over towards Darkin. That is a mega shot, by the way. Oh my goodness me, how far is that? Almost 400 meters on that bad boy. That's Aaron for you. MTG still wandering around on one nade there from So Easy. Tries to get a bit of damage done. Lost still in the back lines, but he's been effectively harassed. Vitality yet to move, and Nongshim Red Force just trying to dominate the high ground off the back of this. I think with Hyunbin's original push out, that swing was very good, gave them a huge amount of advantage playing forward, but we are just playing in tandem at the moment, slowly stepping up this hillside.
Yeah, climbing up bit by bit. For the Mafia, it looks like there's a little bit of posturing from Godlike back down towards this fight that's occurring in the Elim feed with Alula taking on Ida. So Godlike might try and siphon some points out from that one, whilst you do still have this elongated uphill battle between Nonshin and S2G. Ooh, the duo of Aurora as well, getting a good distant connection off onto Godlike.
But
to at least knock one of the players. Also pushing a bit further down as well. They were debating going for it. That's actually top. Getting the knock onto Soulless.
That's awkward there. Kamikaze though, E-Arena. It's Mormon once again at distance. M4 taking the shots in. Kamikaze immediately has to rebuff that position. Nongshim Red Force takes advantage of it. So Easy peeking. Good shots from Joker. Goodness me. Lucky to still have his hat on. Aaron knocks over towards Razak. Aaron has been hitting some nasty shots, by the way.
Yeah, he's been super slick with it. Great gun skill on display. From range as well, gets a little bit more awkward from some of these long range fights.
Very important he gets that knock as well versus Vitality massively slows them down because Ulf had two players down. Now they do. I think they just lost one entirely. Yeah, they did. So they're down to 3 now.
Top 5, top 4 ऐसा देखने को कितना अच्छा मजा आएगा ना. इसलिए बोल रहा at least. Convertible होना मुझे ये match भाई.
I don't really know how they lost a player there. And it's hard to deny those sight lines in this area of the map. There's a lot of little defilades, random bits of environmental objects that are going to keep you alive. Skinny trees.
32 बंदे बचे हो गया जोन ना थोड़ा सा ना समय तक बनेगा देख लेना.
Top has been having a really good day today.
इधर का जोन है,
topping the damage meters. Well, hey,
ये कितना जोन आएगा.
Reefus playing alongside him up there.
इधर का जोन है. क्या बोला मैं? सोमय का जोन है. क्या बोला भाई? जा गॉडल को जाने का. सोमय के पास पहला जल्दी पूछना पड़ेगा.
But this battle between Ulf and Vitality has been going on. Meanwhile, amongst it, S2G start to crash onto Tianba. The drums starting to beat. Just outside the doorway, shots into the back line.
No match.
Heels being pulled out as QZZ tops himself back up. Hamzik so low as well. You're going to be going around. Wow, somehow gets past the door. Oh, mate. Bullets bouncing by him.
बहुत फाइट है, बहुत फाइट है. अभी सब जगह भाई. कुछ भी तुम लोग मार रहे हो भाई, तो भाई थोड़ा बच के.
QZZ lucky there. Almost went upstairs as the nade came through. Joker will finally go down. I mean, E-Arena was certainly making some enemies, stinging away at some of the players around the map there, but for Tiamba, they've got a love for this longhouse, and holding on to it is the name of the game. Sadly, no Milo here to make those 1v4s happen. Only 2 players from S2G, so not looking like a dinner going forward.
इन लोग तो ट्राई करेंगे कि भाई वो और ऊपर जाए.
Hold out all the teams coming in from the north east. Molly goes down, forces MTG into the homestead.
Yeah, they got the read there, they know the info. Heard the thunder footing of the footsteps as he plays close on the stairs. Meanwhile, Vitality continuing to put pressure onto Godlike, holding the back line. Ulf stealing away some of the points as well, as Razy will get hit heavy. Razak down as well, calling for backup from Axel. That's got about 1 point of health left. And that's Nongshim Red Force that are lighting him up with so easy coming in.
हम लोग को तुम्हारा किल मत दो हाँ बैगन.
Scary scenes for Vitality. Nades being cooked out from Scarface and dash back down onto Nonshin Red Force. Still waiting.
बैगन के बाला हम लोग को भी किल दो ना.
SPG side close towards Tiamba's compound. 4 different fights occurring here.
Yeah, this is pretty madness. Over on this side of the map, Nongshim Red Force looks to finish off the final player there from Vitality as they swing down. Leaves so easy on Overwatch towards Ulf. Flash stepping up to the play. Unbeknownst to them, this is a 5-man team inside the building. Lost, Kamziji and Tiamba underneath. Smoke start to bloom. Nongshim takes quite a lot of damage though as Godlike starts to push on through whilst Ulf maintains a little bit of help.
Flash just sprinting in. Clear towards the top side of their area of the building. Meanwhile,
मारो बैठ की मारो भाई अभी अपना गेम में मारो मत. डरो मत बैठ की. अभी डर के नहीं खेलने का भाई मारो भाई अपने बंदे लोग तुम लोग मार सकते हो. तुम लोग मेरे को भरोसा है तुम पे यार. मेरे पे क्या पूरे इंडिया पे तुम पे भरोसा यार. मारो तुम गन पावर है हम लोग को दिखता है भाई मारो.
Has to play the outside now. Love that from Aking though. Just decided to push up. Sadly, Wynn's already on the rooftop. Gets the good shots in. Will flush out the player. QZZ gets in the building with the S12K underneath.
भाई ये तो फाइट एकदम भाई फ्लैश और इसका तो भाई टीएनबा का तो अलग ही चल रहा है. अरे दो भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना भाई.
Bozi's down and Tiamba is making the hold here. One player left remaining. He moves out. It is just Eagle, I believe, left here for the team.
Oh, he tried to bait him back on the double step into the building.
Flash और इसका है
Thankfully for Flash, Wynn finds that one on the reply. He can't pull a fast one on him, but that's a quick way to go down for the last member of Aurora. They fall as well, and the numbers get fewer and fewer as we go down to our last 4 squads. Flash, Godlike, Ida, and Ulf remain.
उला को तुम लोग को मारने हैं भाई गॉडल. तुम लोग को मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई तुम लोग को मारने का. बैगन इनको मारना भाई. इनको छोड़ना नहीं. इनकी बैगन को इनका बैगन को पकड़ के ना सर करके उठा के फेंकना भाई. बैगन मार मार एक ग्रेनेड मार भाई. पावर पावर का ग्रेनेड नहीं है ना मार की. तभी मैं सोचूं
try and not let them push whilst Admino and S Power essentially bully Ulf.
हाँ चल बैठ के उसको समझे यहाँ पे ही बंदा है.
As Wynn makes this swing. What's over the moment? S Power and Admino just not giving up though. They're going to send in good shots from Aaron. Tries to take down Wynn quickly, but
चल दे बैगन दे बैगन.
Left alive here. Scarface tries to hold it down, but cannot keep the hope alive here for Ulf as S Power takes advantage of the momentary distraction, and that's just with 2 players here.
सोमे पे रश मार दिया इन लोग की माँ की. बैगन दे इन लोग को. बैगन दे बैगन 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 दे जल्दी. बैगन बैगन निकल और दे इनको चो पाक तेरी माँ. बैगन दे बैगन बैगन.
Opens up the boot, looks for more.
They thought they found.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ बैगन दे भाई. सोमय बैगन तेरे को देने का पड़ेगा. बैगन नहीं दिया तो बैगन दे बैगन.
With the vehicles, but he blows away the first line of defense with a nade.
रिवाइव मत उन दे इन लोग को. बैगन दे इन लोग को.
2v3 trying to pull back while still fighting. Last bit of offensive utility thrown out by Salme. He's got to get his head down. Off-angle split between the 2 players. S-Power from range, putting shots on target. Darkin waiting for the peak. Throws the nade over. Could be good to at least force S-Power back out into the open.
Good damage over towards S Power there, like you say. It doesn't force him out though. He
भाई
just
नहीं रे. सोमे पे आएगा रीटा का भाई. रीटा
bounces off the rooftop, but Salme's not bothered.
एडमिनो मार रहा है तेरे को. एडमिनो एडमिनो पावर दे दिया. पावर दे दिया पावर.
Now just Rita all alone. The rest of Godlike pushing down into him.
The terrifying trio of Godlike being
भाई यही तो चाहिए था रे भाई. 4-man लाइफ चाहिए रे हमेशा अपने को. बच्चे अपने को 4-man लाइफ. मेरे को पता है अपने पास गन पावर है. अपन दे सकते हैं भाई गन
को. Do the arena proud as Rita makes a move. Bullets on target. Gotta hit the deck. He's low. He's trapped. And Godlike know that they are inches away from grabbing the chicken dinner. Salme with the elevated peak. They're looking for the shots. Rita gotta make the move. Peeks back up. Fires the warnings over. That's one.
नहीं
Rita looks to hold
पावर.
Can he somehow clutch?
नहीं पावर रे. पावर
Final moment as Godlike.
भाई जीजीस हो जाते थे. पावर नहीं देते तो पावर.
Look dire, look bad, but he brought it back into full clear picture. Godlike grab themselves a chicken here. They've been getting closer and closer to that meal, and it's here right at the end of the day.
And if you're fortunate enough to be here at EWC 26 for PMWC, you'll hear that organization's name echoing through the hall.
यही तो चाहिए गाइस, यही तो अपना मिसिंग था पूरा, यही तो मिसिंग पजल था अपना.
A clutch play at the end denied, and Godlike securing the dinner to give themselves a fighting chance, setting their sights at climbing up the rankings.
यही चाहिए था भाई, अपना यही मिसिंग पजल था भाई. मैं बोल रहा हूँ अपने को नेक्स्ट लास्ट गेम भी यही खेलना है, भूलना नहीं है. यही गेम को फॉरवर्ड करना है. ऐसा मत सोचो कि अपन ने चिकन लिया अपन ऊपर है, नहीं. यही गेम अपन कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं. इसको सोचो कि अभी तक अपना चिकन डिनर नहीं है, अपने को ऐसे ही मारना है.
But fire is definitely starting to roar a little bit now here for Godlike, and a good ending over on Miramar. What was quite a difficult circle to play.
Yeah, played it to the best of their ability as well, right? So many back-to-back fights where they were just thrown into the blender. Yeah. And no one got any
just
time.
crept out every time.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is like so many of those teams could have been in a position to keep this one going, but you just never had any respite. They were running low on ammo, using up all their meds. You barely scraped through one fight. Next team's right in behind you. Intense, like sort of, 5 to 7 minutes there of action.
This S-Power guy though.
Oh, he's giving it. He's bossing it.
He is giving it.
And they love him.
He is giving it. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I was more... As much as S-Power is kind of ruling the lobby at the moment, it was cool to see Salme play that out. I think Salme has some really good off angles for the team, and he's a reliable player. It's quite rare to find that in a team where you can just rely on that one guy to do his job, picture perfect, and not go down in the meantime, because they were fighting 2 different fights at the same time.
Mate,
yeah, well done.
That's the difference of it as well, right? That off-angle setup, when they crunched in with the vehicles, they've seen that as like, oh, this is a weaker knee. If we get that one pick here, we can actually try and steamroll and play off the back of this. The fact that he didn't panic, didn't overstep, cooks the nade, gets it off, and buys the team time to win that one. Incredible play from Salme. Big chicken dinner, but so much more to come. We'll see you in a sec.
Welcome back to PMWC at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG. I'm joined by Maxman and also Snowix, a professional player for PUBG Mobile Esports. Snowix, what are you doing here?
I'm chilling around. I'm chilling around for the collaboration of Spider-Man and Naruto, and I'm enjoying the time with fun and watching the match.
Oh, he's getting to play some Brain Rot Royale as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a very fun booth, but I want to ask you, you're watching the game, Snowix. Who is your team that you're predicting to be the champions here at this event?
At the start, I predicted E-Arena and Nigma, but the way Nigma and S2G playing right now are really amazing, and I guess it's going to be between one of these two.
If you had to pick one, I'm being complicated, sorry.
now. सो गए थे आप तभी.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what, Nigma
सो गए थे तभी आपको मैं बोला भी था कौन सा white वाला.
So they've been able to put up. What team has surprised you here in day 2?
S2G, definitely.
Those back-to-backs?
Yeah, 3 chicken today, no? 2? Yeah, they play very well.
Yeah, very impressive. Do you have a question for you, though? Of course, position here in this tournament, Hustler Crew, took it away from you. I want to know, can you make us any promises as to what you might deliver in the full season of this year?
We're going to give our best, and the goal going to be to reach all global final.
Hell yeah, love to see it. Let's go.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you at PMGO Season 2 in Pakistan and also PMGC in Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us. Snowis, Maxman, 7WG. Back to PMWC at EWC 26.
नसीब मैं ये सब ना पॉज कर दिया हूँ.
It was scary.
Thought you meant scary from Netura in that rotation. But look, absolutely impeccable. It was a little bit scary, but of course we believe in the clutch ability from S-Power and the way that they were able to fully swing on Nongshim, right? And then you think, oh, okay, Ulf might come and contend that. No, they're going to absolutely obliterate them too, putting themselves in that nice position. Obviously, they had such great support as well, but to have that front line and to be able to come from that rotation that they did and to calculate, I mean, it is tough because you don't know what other teams are going to be doing, but to calculate that sort of swing on the southern side, heck yeah.
Heck yeah, indeed. And for Godlike, a team that definitely needs the points, this puts them in contention, Max. If they get another win or if they have a strong finish here, they could end up challenging for that top 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility right now. But I love in particular this game when you're looking at Godlike, they just put down the hammer and said, this is our position on the western side, forcing teams not really to crash onto them, but forcing teams to avoid the fight, right? Especially in Ida, forcing them to go for a wider northern rotation. Al-Ula eventually just crashing and completely failing in their attempt to actually get control of that western side. This is a very impressive Godlike we saw this game.
Yes.
We don't see it very often, but this is, in terms of oppression in tournament, this is one of their best games so far.
It is. And the thing, Natura, is that this team, just to remind everybody, it is their first international event, first international finals for all these players. And they're being able to put up the numbers. Hey. And boy, that makes me happy seeing S-Power. Not only the great hair, the great gameplay from him, but you could kind of see the inexperience there towards the end of the match. And that's one thing that I'm kind of happy they're going through this and they're gaining this experience, because next time they're going to be ready, they're going to be more prepared, and they will be able to just finish off that match a lot easier.
No, absolutely. They will be able to finish the next win they get, because I doubt this is their last. They will be able to finish it off much better, just with a bigger bang. I totally agree. I think overall they did play that final fight very, very well. They held off when they needed to. They were aggressive when they needed to. They didn't go full aggro without enough information onto Ida because they didn't know where they were. Very, very well played. That's a mature style of gameplay, but they just did take it a little too far in those final moments. They almost got 1v3 there because they didn't wait. They didn't push when they should have.
I mean, this third party, by the way, over to the eastern side, what a great push-up. The timing of Godlike was literally on point. There's no way Ulf can even fight back. They're just cornered. They were getting rid of one player of Flash just to make sure they get the extra elimination and placement point. And then Some hits that. Of course, it was not like a top speed vehicle coming in his way, but still Some, his utility is some of the best I've seen from this team so far. Of course, Rita, I was believing this might be the Ida win, but S-Power put down the hammer and make sure they got that chicken dinner.
Never doubting S-Power, especially with the way that he has been able to put up numbers. We're looking at the top damage dealer so far. Godlike up there, obviously, with that performance that they have. But we got to talk about some of the other players, because Ida has continued on a strong performance here, bouncing back from those hot drops yesterday. And it's not just those hot drops that they stopped doing. They actually been fragging out. They've been moving up that leaderboard. Another team that has been able to put up good points, especially in this last match, has been Ulf Esports.
Yeah, Ulf actually, really good fight they had on the side of Tiamba. At one point, they were getting a little bit involved on a third-party distance, a bit of a distance away, and then getting rid of Flash. Good stuff overall from Ulf. I feel like they're still not on the level I would be expecting from them, right? Because Ulf is a team that I know has the potential to be a global champion, right? We've seen it back, PMGC second place, PMJ Season 1 second place. They have that potential. They're not delivering on that initial promise, but Ulf is a team that I know they're going to be willing to iterate and make changes if needed. But yeah, right now, a bit shaky.
Bit shaky. Another team that has been shaky and has been very, very shaky is Furia, because Furia LA's, they started off strong, but if we look at Furia's past 4 performances, it has been 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, and 2 eliminations. Not what we were expecting here out of Furia.
What was that? Sorry again, 7?
0 eliminations, 0
Reality
eliminations,
check देते हैं,
0
reality check
eliminations,
देते हैं भाई.
and 2 eliminations.
Oh, they got back in the car, didn't they?
4-0-0 फिर बच्चे 2 eliminations भाई क्या रॉमिन चलेंगे.
Since revoking it in time. It just becomes this sort of point, like they are a team that, yes, capitalize on eliminations, but it does get to them on these longer stages, on these longer types of tournaments, because their play style is just getting completely shut down now that everyone is forcing and playing those placement points. So they do need to sort of adapt and move back into what I want to say yesterday, they were doing yesterday, where they were actually prioritizing placement. What I did like from them on this map particularly, they did get into that place, rotation a lot earlier than they traditionally do, but it fell incredibly short because they are tunnel visioning on trying to get those eliminations. So it's like it's a hit and miss for Furia, but like once they get that ball rolling with the elims, they're making the plays.
Yeah,
they want those positions, but if they're standing still, getting caught out, they just pull their pants down.
Well, if they want to be challenging for that first place, you don't want to be caught with your pants down. You don't want to be caught doing those drive-bys that you've been doing, Furia. You want to see what you were able to do earlier in the day as well, which was getting those chicken dinners. But I want to take a look at the overall, because right now I want to see what the standings are going to be looking like. As we head into the final game, after this game, we will set the threshold for that Smash roll. Right now, Aurora Gaming with 104 points, E-Arena 98, S2G with those 95.
If we bring in the Smash rule into it and we look at previous times, this is so doable for a lot of teams. Usually we see such a tremendous gap, and then it's going to be tomorrow, every team just trying to catch up. The top team, I just got to get 10 points and win this thing. But this is actually incredibly close when we bring into that format and that rule that it still can be doable all the way down to 8th.
Ooh, all the way down to 8th. Okay,
yeah.
You're a believer. I like the belief that you're currently showing, because for 4Thrives esports fans, they're looking to see some kind of bounce back here. Yes, we have seen flashes of greatness, but right now in the position that there are, 30 points away, not what this team wants to be, considering that they are the reigning champions of PMGO Season 1.
I mean, I believe in them enough to think that if they have a good game in this final match of today, they still have a shot tomorrow. But it's looking worse and worse for them.
Yeah.
So it is, I think it really does come down to this final match. If they can get a 15-20 point game out of this last Miramar, then they should be okay.
I'm going to have to say for 4Thrives, they're looking like Day 2 of finals of PMGO Season 1.
No!
They're looking very... I'm not even... They're consistently not getting points, if I had to be brutally honest. So, not loving what's happening. Very indecisive, which is the biggest issue of 4Thrives is themselves, right? Their mindset, hesitant, not trusting themselves. Though, second page, one thing I want to highlight that we barely talked about throughout the entirety of these finals, guys. Horror Esports, really not being brought up in the conversation very often. And I know we have a lot of horror fans right behind us, right? And they're supporting them, but really there's no reason to cheer for them because they've been pretty much non-existent these finals.
I don't know what to say, because we saw them have some pretty good runs yesterday. Started today, they were also looking fairly strong. They had a couple of top 5 finishes, if I'm not mistaken. But now we're starting to see this team do not a whole lot of anything. And I don't know if that's because the teams around them are starting to really pick apart some of these slower paced teams. I really do believe that the teams at the top of the leaderboard are much faster, much snappier. I use that word a lot, but it's the correct word. It's really descriptive for what we're seeing here is these teams are always on the mark, always going forward, always making a move at the right time. And the teams on the second half of the leaderboard, Horror included, I just think they're acting a little bit slow. They're making those decisions a little further behind than all the rest of them. They're getting left behind in the zone.
At the beginning of the day, though, we saw them just going for those fights too. But right now, that might be what's hurting them.
I mean, actually, yeah, Horror had one good game earlier today, right? It was a podium. But the reason why I'm not super impressed, right, is that was literally right next to where they usually dropped. They didn't drop there that game on La Cobreria. But it is, I call it Horror Mountain. And they didn't do anything off the back of that, Lace. So I'm really hoping we see something on a circle that they're not used to playing, because right now it's been a nothing tournament for them.
I even backed that up and I was like, oh, they've got that placement, they've got this mountain, it's easy win. Obviously, Furia took that win in that moment. But look, yeah, it's strange and I guess confusing because they're not doing anything remotely terrible in these final matches that should be putting them here. It's more or less like you're saying that all these other teams are just, we're calculating that. We're going to do a little bit better. So it's like they could have one game to pick this up, though. I do believe, obviously, it's their last game today, guys. I keep thinking in the future, though, I'm like, yeah, games tomorrow, but there is still that opportunity. Like I'm saying, this leaderboard is so close that these major games can turn it around. We've seen it. Aurora did it. Now they're on top. It's truly possible.
If there was any other team right now in first place, I'd be like, yeah, there's a high chance that we'll play those 6 matches. But right now, with Aurora being in first place, we know what they've been capable of. They've been looking great, honestly. It's a team that's been looking really good, really consistent here in this PMWC at EWC 26, and they're looking to take that trophy home because that's what Top's missing. That's what Doc's missing. Sheol already has one global championship, and Refits, he wants to win that MVP and also get that trophy home. But let's send it over to Barney, which I don't even know where he's at. Where is that Barney over there?
That is Barney over there. Ladies and gentlemen, talk to me. Okay, listen up. So now, today has been a true test of focus and endurance for all of our players. They've left it all on the Gadir City grid, but we want and so, with the fans to see how everyone was feeling, but we want to do that one more time to get everyone energized on the Gadir City grid before our final map of day 2. And so, I'm going to send it over to Luti. Who you got over there, buddy?
Oh yeah, Barney, I am here with my vitality suits because we are French and we never surrender. We are believers. So ready, guys? Make some noise! Let's see how it's going. Hojuk's up to you.
I know who's hype after that one, baby! Godlike with the 20 points! The domination starts now! So let's make some noise! Let's go!
The excitement from all the fans. Different nations.
One more game, bhai. One more game. We need the same game.
Here in Paris, but you know what, France? Together, I'm sure we can blow the roof off this building. Let's hear it one last time. Let's absolutely go ballistic.
Last game of the day. Let's go. Miramar on the cards. We're going to set our smash ruling going forward right now. Teams look very good. Ida getting deeper into these matches. They're looking energized and good to go. Godlike also with a 20 game. I think that's just the beginning of something great to come here on Miramar.
Last game of the day.
Smash ruling will be in effect from tomorrow, but this is where we lay down that line in the sand, the literal sand here on Miramar. Teams looking very contemplative where they want to hit up, where they want to go next. Milu back in the game for his last ride here on Miramar before we get into tomorrow. Good to see him back again though. Hopefully we're having a little bit longer in this game, Jackie.
Hey, you'd hope so, man. It's good to have him back. Incredible talent, unbelievable mechanics. And this could be the reset, right? A little bit more time. He's back in. He's got his fingers on the sticks once more. You deploy him into the lobby once again. And if there was a chance for Tiamba to start to assert that confidence that we know they're very capable of, hey man, go big last game.
Points table में बहुत फर्क दिखता है, बहुत फर्क दिखता
being a nice position to try and leapfrog tomorrow, it could still very much happen.
Southern side playing path, a little bit difficult to deal with. Some of these teams getting up towards that northern edge, at least on that eastern side, but Podparaíso, Impala very much in play there. Good to go. Chumacera open for the teams to move down towards Aurora, getting out nice and early around that position. Top with the 4,970 damage, but Aaron and Scarface still doing an incredible amount of work here, despite where right now Ulf is on the rankings. That last match just generally wasn't that bad either. I mean, 81 points now. They're getting closer and closer to the top of the tables. Aurora wants to pull out something very, very special on this match, though. Remember, we want to set that line higher than anyone else by a fair margin to make tomorrow's Rondo a little bit more sweaty, right? Because I think Rondo, you can earn a lot of points on that map. You can earn a lot of points on that map, and it can get you far towards that smash ruling or even beyond it.
Yeah. No, it's true, bro. Like, we've had some incredible games of Rondo here at PMWC as well, at EWC 26. So, if it's anything like the beginnings we had, namely, it's fitting we get the arena on screen, right? Record-breaking game, some big moves, stadium finish. See that? Oh, no, bro. They're styling already.
Let's jump off the top of the building straight to the back of the bank. Okay, love to see it.
You do. But yeah, you're right. I think we'd love to see some of that level of, you know, sheer world-class gameplay, sort of championship mentality happening right then as we get into tomorrow for that first game to give you that leapfrog, that setup. We'll find out how it goes. For those of you at home as well, don't forget to participate in the event yourself with the lucky spin and draw to get some of those beautiful skins to commemorate what has been a very wonderful year here at PMWC. It feels like a rising tide has brought all ships up, Blank. The skill level, some of the plays we've seen, the 1v4s that it feels like this year we've had drastically many compared to what we'd had in prior years. It's been a lot of showmanship, a lot of excitement.
Same game Paris
has been killing it as well. So it's been super exciting.
At least top 5 के अंदर
we'll stick with the program for now, see what we get. This will be a present of a final game between these sides and who's going to benefit most.
Yeah, I've had a lot of rising stars as well. I mean, it's quite cool to see because I mean, you mentioned the 1v4s. It's been a while since we've really had that presence from singular players in a big way because we moved further over towards being like the 4-man teams have to all be consistently good together. We need 4 players that can play together very cohesively, but also
अपना कल का रोंडो 30 बॉम्बर चला गया तो we are can contend for the top 3. मेरे से लिख के लो अगर कल का टॉप अभी का मैच पे तो भरोसा इस पे रखूंगा ही. अभी तो मैं रख ही रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को लगता है कि यहाँ से भाई और थोड़े अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकल जाए so that कल अपने को इजी हो राउंडर के बाद. ठीक है देखेंगे. मैं पहला सर्कल क्लोजिंग भी होने चालू हुआ देख. अबे लूटने तो दो भाई दो. हेलो लूटने दो.
Positions around there, some of the trash drops, some of those compounds in play. Like this is a very compound heavy area of the map to start things off, like individual areas, not POIs. That does always make for a fun end game. Orin via the Ma, you got Nongshim off the back of that southern plane path, dropping down towards Partona. Tizzy's already moved across though, giving an anchor point for the rest of the team to move in towards. Still far down towards the south of the map, but at least gathering some information early whilst he loots up the couple of buildings. They used to be very much like RRQ stomping grounds back in the day. Way back in the day. Back in 2021, 2022. We're going back there.
Kicking it old school. We're rolling back the years with some of the plays we've seen. In some ways, it's felt like that has been the case, right? Kind of a weird dynamic of the old and the new coming together to make something very tasty with the maneuvers we've seen. Hey, bike rotate, shout out. Man's getting his exercise in. His legs will be aching. The one neuron for both of us engaged at the same time. That's unreal.
Oh, dear me. Well, okay, Adrian's going to move on. Over towards Milu by the gas station. Does have a vehicle. Don't abandon him. Come on. You make him go further. It's so rude.
His fires are going to be burning.
No, Milu's got bigger and better things to be moving on to right now. Can't be dealing with you on your bike. Heads over towards Eagle. This is over towards east side of Impala right now. We do have OG actually rotating very closely at the moment. I think that's just a couple of players there, though. It's Aru. See a tanky over towards Graveyard right now. So quite a wide split as Godlike just slices down the center of them through La Bandita. So they are cut off from one another for quite a little while here. It'll be quite a slow start because again, this is always funny. I mean, for an end of game circle, end of day circle, this is really, really cash. Right? This is super casual. Nothing super scary to worry about with. We're not down towards that southeast side where we're playing uphill the entire time, up towards the plateau by the hay bales. It's just back to normality, which I bet a lot of players are quite fond of. It's going to make a lot of the early game a little bit more slow, a little bit more simple in your rotates. A lot of your daisy chains are going to be easy too.
Very cash money for these teams indeed right now.
Casual, not cash.
Could be both, mate. Casual cash money.
Yeah, casual cash money. At the end of the day, you know, you get yourself up towards that top side, potentially secure yourself.
Yeah,
huge point
cash
leads.
money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the lion's share of $3 million here on the line it is insane. I mean, it's life-changing money.
Oh yeah. You got the bread with the cheddar in the middle, called out a money sandwich. That's what they're all fighting over. Because it is ridiculous, man. You'd be doing wonders for your fans, for your organization.
Even just your family, really. It's an incredible thing to win. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, super cool following their journey. Since their win last year, I mean, they've been very much celebrated. You love to see it. And all the guys just seem so happy coming into this. And lovely to see them repping the Ancient Charm set as well. They've got their own skin in game. Wonderful experience here over at PMWC every single time, year to year. Fourth right is very central on this one, though. Just over the western side of Picardo, moved out there nice and early, but we are hitting our next circle shift, the largest one here of Miramar into zone 2. It's going to be La Riviera, though. I kind of already know it. It's not. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want to go there. I always find those circles really uncomfortable. Instead, we're heading over towards Power Grid. Enigma Galaxy kind of engrossed right now with Alula. Yasser, as well as Quick, a little bit slower to the plate right now as R3B and Claws get very much in the mix with them. Chasing him down. Give me another sideline, please.
They're begging for an angle. Hey, Lord though, up to his old tricks. Loves the risky peaks from all the way at the top side there. Pretty effective from that position. We'll see if he gets any chances to shine. S2G and E-Arena near each other as well on the drive up. Oh, hello, Darkin with a Mini 14. That's a connection over onto Falak.
Yeah, Falak going down there. Bad news there for Fourth Rise. He's really the front man of the team. Brings a lot of confidence to the rest of the squad when he's still in play. Should be able to get the res on this one. That it was from Eder, I believe, and they are in front of them. So this is more a case of a step back type of deal rather than the full-on commit. But both Turkish teams, you got S2G and Ulf making a pretty big send here. I think Ulf understands that they want to go a little bit further in this match. As before, 81 points, but they are taking big tags right now. Going very low. Just about stay alive in this one. Wonder if that was from S2G. There's some serious rivalry between those two teams as well. I love it. I do love it.
Feels like even over the course of this one event, we've had so many narratives of like little rivalries that have been popping up. And it's given us a lot of excitement. It's made some of the fights pretty intense, not only in the actual battleground, but for the reverberations it has between the two orgs that are going head to head. Left a lot of room for some cool stories to appear. Aurora on the move here, bumping around, doing the suspension in, but they won't care.
Always switch vehicles if you need to. I thought it was quite interesting for Aurora because starting Chumacera, I think it's quite a straight shot up towards that north side, but they were a little bit slower to circle, so maybe playing a little bit more comfortable on the edge here, or they just wanted to get as looted as possible, understanding that there is quite a lot of dead space in this zone. And they wanted to know that when it comes down to it, they have the utility, they've got the resources and supplies to make it through to the end, and they weren't going to be mega late by any means because they were starting in Chumacera. Enigma Galaxy do finally find that angle. Saw them earlier all lining up to take those shots. Zalula will get one dropped. No flush just yet though. Whew. Yeah, this is a difficult one. We do move over towards that northwest side. We've got the field in play. We've got the almost Death Valley that sits between Monte Nuevo moving up. Furia actually has a good spot here. I think Ayala already picked up a nice compound, and likely the rest of the team will be flitting back over towards him. Oh no, they're greeting it. They're going doubles. I don't know how I feel about that.
Trying to make a quick getaway with Lord taking a couple shots towards the back of the vehicle there. A few stray bullets to connect, but he's still on the move, so won't be dropped out of the car by Hora. They're just going to keep forging a path forwards. Amidst all this, you also have OG. That's Orangutan getting lit up with the crosshairs of Ida being able to spot them out and somewhat punish them, keeping them outside of the zone on their rotation up and over with Wolf close by as well.
Furia right now, they're playing a 2-2 split. Yeah, I mean they've got compound that sits over towards the western side and then one that sits a little bit further east. They do have a lot of confirmation. I wonder if they're doing this just because they knew the playing path went from west to east, so a lot of players dropped out on that eastern side because there's more playable space over there in the first place. So they're assuming that there is going to be a big traffic jam on that eastern side, so they can afford to go for a 2-2 split right now. I would expect them to regroup on the next one, but this does give them opportunities and options going forward. And no one's challenged them. I thought S2G might try and plummet down there, but they've stopped short over towards some of the rockier areas of the map where they can settle in. Aru, they're finding good damage over towards Aurora, our current lobby leaders. And one's already down. Doc's very low. Nade goes long. It's quite good. I thought it was going to roll over the top there. Oh dear. Oh dear me. Scarface once again. Those taps were deadly accurate too.
Yeah, punishing quick jabs to the ribs there. Gonna leave them bruised. Orangutan doing the classic strat. Through one by one. Aurora eating the shrapnel.
top contenders को मार दिया बे.
Taking the heat straight to Aurora. So 104 points is where their day of big earners ends.
I love that from Orangutan, honestly. There's been so many times where they have had struggles on these roll-ups where they'll just roll through and try and get the drive-bys. There they just stop short. AKOP gets out and just hits the shots immediately. Then they can move on because they need to get further in. So big hats off there to Orangutan. Shots from behind there, but they're moving directly into occupied territory with 4 thrives. As Ifa's down the back lines there, though. No one's really safe. Wolf is right now just trying to profit off a lot of the teams coming in from that eastern edge to Tiamba, sending it directly over towards S2G. This is a hell of a push. Nice shot from Ready to go over towards 1, but T24 will shut him down.
Mate, punishing reactions.
भाई OG का चार्ज होगी क्या अभी गॉर्डन ने कुछ निकाला तो क्ले में देखा
but here's the re-aggression. Oh mate, vitality on the reply. Whoa, they're going to crumble under it. So 4 Thrives keep on fighting.
मैं को झूठ नहीं बोलता हूँ OG चार्ज हो गई है क्योंकि गॉर्डन का चिकन है मेरे को लगता है एक दूसरे का कंपटीशन बन जाओ भाई तुम लोग भाई अच्छा खेल लोगे भाई मेरे को ऐसा लगता है OG कॉल पे गए तो 100 गॉर्डन को भी टेंशन आया हुआ है
Quickly moved on this mark as well. They heard the fighting. They realized that there was an opportunity to open some space in the circle on the eastern side. They left behind that fight between 4 Thrives, hearing it go on for quite a while. And they're going to be coming in late after this. OG even setting up in front of them, dropping down the barbed wire there for them to wander straight into. Tiamba, it is aching, making them... It is aching, making him move outwards. Understanding today, the peloton won't be moving much further for Tiamba. Try and get some placement points to finish things off. Junction Red Force playing down towards that south side. In the meantime, E-Arena took the eastern compound after that shift, and Furia regrouped over towards the western side. So, happened as expected. But Furia does get the better off angle because of that, so well done.
Ida as well. With Emre there getting line of sight back over. It's IQ that suffers from this one.
Damn, well done again.
Yeah, bro. Ida started off, all finish it. So 4 Thrives removed from the equation here. 7th place, 77 points at the end of the day for them. OG were close by to all this as well. They pulled back when they saw weakened 4 Thrives, didn't overcommit, but they're still amongst basically a bit of a rough sandwich with Wolf and Ida potentially pushing down. Jiggle eaten by the blue as well on Horror's late rotate. That's not ideal.
What's happened there then?
I don't know, bud.
It's an interesting kind of events for Aura. They love that position, but doesn't seem like it loves it. It loves them right now. Sadly. Aura's going to move down, try and swing over towards OG. Grams GG, what a shot over towards Lord on Nigma Galaxy.
Sleepy will find OG on that one. Oath might want to push a little bit further in, clear out even more space over towards this eastern side. AKOP just trying to swing on down, will immediately get shut down for that. That was a bold maneuver. The rest of Aura moving up. Last player alive is Aru, and he is down and out.
Two very quick pumps there from the shotty in their face, and that's going to finish them. Looked a little bit scary from Sky when he was left behind, but the off-angle peak did wonders. Hamsik still going, by the way.
The Garand going crazy.
Mate, Sniper with a hell of a scope right now.
Yeah. That is great stuff. Great stuff. Not what you expect to see on the last game of the day. Circle centers directly. A very, very kind circle. But it's all this weird rocky ground towards the center here. S2G mostly having control over it. They even have Kamikaze down towards that south side, providing another point for them to move over towards. Aura looking over towards Ida right now, and Ulf still being those gatekeepers on that eastern edge.
You've basically had this blockade slowly shuffling further back from Aura. They pushed in, deal with OG, set the focus up onto Ida. They've got a bit of a read as well where the other potential teams are. Just throw nades over, especially with the visual contact there. A few shots back onto them from Ulf. They've got a bit of a ridge to play off, so they can sort of hunker in. Solus is on the off angle towards the left-hand side. This is his POV here. You can still paranoid though. Compound behind them, that's got E-Arena in it.
Barking, finding final player there from Tiamba. The Tiamba will finish on 8th place, 71 points. Potentially taken over there by Furia, because I think they've got quite a good spot going forward on this one. Sky goes down to Solus, and Ketch will pick up the elimination. So Ulf still putting up points this game, up to 5 so far, but they are down to 3 players after an early knock and flush over towards Solus. They're making the most of it on this eastern side. I like to see it.
E-Arena. That's a nice readjustment there. Solus being hard confirmed, but that's stolen away by Horror that finally feel confident to push up into the face once E-Arena dispatch Alula. Shutting them down now, re-aggression, no fear, holds the line, puts shots on target. Ida getting involved as well. So all fragmented. The 5 elims they got might very well be where they end this one with only a single reserve left. Mormon coming up quick. E-Arena, mate, they're in a good position. If they can pull points out of this game and stay alive, clean up on this battlefield ahead of them, it could be a gigantic slingshot to overtake Aurora.
Yeah, set themselves up nicely for tomorrow. Mormon dropping smokes, trying to create a distraction in the front lines. Emre takes a heavy hit. E-Arena been quick with it so far. Mormon being a massively big player for the team. What a nade over the top. That is a long toss on that one. Sends another for the airburst. It's a little bit of damage in. Swing gets hit hard, and E-Arena is bombarding the front lines.
It's massive from Swaps, and he wants even more. Sleepy just trying to steal points where possible, and this is now the response play.
It's a backstab right now, actually. Oh my goodness me. And they do catch E-Arena sleeping. Nade goes out, Sleepy very low. One last nade in the chamber, goes too far. Airburst might have been needed to be a little bit cleaner on that one, but Schweppes not quite out. And Ida floundering in the background.
Mormon back to his old tricks. Headshot there onto Darkin to finally finish him off. We see Nonshin Red Force showing up in the Elim feed as well, with Nigma Galaxy similarly taking the hit over towards Godlike, and Furia have smelt this weakness. They're coming in for a close collapse behind the vehicles, putting the pedal down to the metal. With S-Power gone, goodbye Godlike, but now they've got another team to worry about. This is the fight established by Furia.
Pins pulled, all the nades sent over the top right now, looking for Nigma Galaxy. And stitch them up on this side of the map at the moment. Good push up from Fury as well. Love to see it. They knew that they cleared the majority of the space. They get rid of Nigma Galaxy. They're playing essentially straight in towards that eastern side. No worries, the 180 behind them. Nigma Galaxy though, quick, a very, very quick rotate out, understanding that it's better to regroup, reassess from that location on that north side with cover before they make their next maneuver. They might actually just have to make a full send, full rotate towards the eastern side despite not knowing what's there, because both S2G and Fury is going to have nasty sightlines over towards if they try and play in from that northern edge.
Nonchip being able to hit perfectly up against Flash, resulting in only Tops barely limping away there. Got back behind the vehicle and pieced out in the driving seat. They've got that 2-2 split with focus still turned onto Rita. It's the angle of Coops in play right here, though. Close quarters connection, spamming with the SMG in the face. Yasser trapped, no escape plan there, and Alula fall off the back of it. Amidst this, we also wave bye-bye to Ida as the last man is dispatched. The arena taking shots over towards the setup from Nigma Galaxy. Hamzid looking so damn sick with this snipe. Ready for a little bit more. You peek out and your block could be knocked off.
CG, you still got the Garan as well. It's very, very cool. Playing to the end here. Hamzy G looking good so far on the long range peaks. Nigma Galaxy opt not to go for that swing over towards the eastern side. I do feel like this is a bit of a death sentence for them though. I'm not sure how they're going to extricate themselves from this. S2G looking for another chicken dinner here though. They have been so consistent with it. They've been so bold in these games and really taking advantage of that fact. And Fury is struggling to make their way out from this western side. Pushing into open ground. Lord explodes one vehicle. In comes the rest, and Schweppes is setting up for the big spray.
Schweppes could steal so much from this. The eye in the sky taking pot shots when they're weakest. The nades thrown from either side, detonating all around as silence finally falls over Furia with him being dropped. Ayala cooking the last nade back, dashes it into Nigma.
Doesn't go far enough though. The grass kind of obscuring his vision just a little bit. Still over towards the edge, assuming they're going to jump out towards the sides. The nade comes in, but both baits unsuccessful. Swatching out the JS9. Need that long range to feel fine versus Furia. Ayala sits on the other side. Blue's going to be a bit of a nightmare here. Chief just stayed behind. We got the night cam on board. Not the best time for him either. Watching his team in a real sticky scenario. Like you said though, E-Arena looking to put up more points, but it's Nongshim Red Force actually who might have a good chance here to really set themselves up the rankings. It'd be great to see those rankings. So we can set up for tomorrow of where that smash ruling placement would be.
For Nongshim, you're spot on though. They do thrive in these kind of situations, so let's see if the teams forget about them and they can step back up. Here you go, this is the lay of the land as well, what we wanted to see. E-Arena on top right now. They just lapped Aurora. 105 points with a 7 elimination game and showing no signs of running out of fuel just yet. They've been keeping the intense action on. Tops was the last man from Flash. He had to hightail it, went for from Nonshin a few moments ago, and he's still running away. Looking for a setup center zone to stay alive for a little bit longer, but might be food fed over to S2G.
Tops goes, MCG, man, what is this? This is actually insane behavior. But he's making it work. Bayonet on the front, and he is slicing and dicing through the opposition. Pure stabs to the enemy teams. Lobby getting perforated by S2G. Nongshim Red Force might have to move forward with the Kevlar in play at this rate.
Damage done again.
What is he doing?
Shot after shot. The bolt action sending reverberations through the lobby, but now they're going to try and turn this one to an up-close and personal encounter. Nongshim put the pedal to the metal, they drop in close, the nade blows the car away, Hyunbin buckles under the pressure as So Easy hits the deck, Kamikaze, 3 nades in the back pocket, 1 thrown towards him, split the difference, that's the reply back. So Easy trying to keep himself alive. In the midst of all this, we say bye-bye to Furia, and Kamikaze knows that E-Arena are collapsing as well. Nongshim up close, good play done. The pump action silences S2G.
E-Arena off the distance. Nongshim Red Force looking to finish out the game now. What a good push up there. The hero Hyunbin himself does go down, but the rest of the team carries the cape forward and will eclipse out the rest of S2G, so no more chickens for you. Two top teams remaining here, face to face, Nongshim Red Force and E Arena. 3 versus 4 on the cards. There's shots coming through from Mormon. We know how sick this guy has been so far. XZY looking to finish things off. Go by his ABCs, keep this simple, keep it calm.
But is school in session though? Can E Arena teach Nongshim Red Force a lesson on this one? If they can find a knock, find a pick, they could collapse off the back of it, and we know they've been so damn good in thriving in the chaos today. That could be their outlier, that could be their way to close this with a huge game. Not only take first place, but absolutely skyrocket up to a nice point barrier going into the Smash Rule tomorrow. A lot riding on this for either team. And like you touched on, that one bit of benefit is the manpower advantage for Nongshim. They can play off each other in a slower approach.
The Arena still have vehicles in play, but Nongshim Red Force, they're on foot right now. Feel the sand between the toes, but it looks rougher right now for E Arena. Smoke's been sent out, and a big old lineup here from Nongshim Red Force. Still using Tizzy as well as Hyunbin, playing off one another on this little ridge line. Buggy towards the center. Joker pulls out the initial nade. Wait for an opportunity to use it, so easy. Masked by the smoke, gets up towards the hard cover first. Hyunbin, always the first to charge. Crowbar in hand.
Can he smash his way through the defense? No! Mormon asking them to feed him more as he just wants opportunities to show how good he is. The nade is primed. Nongshim lose their edge down to a 3v3, and the nades keep landing on top of their heads so easy. On the wrap back around, he's going for the off-angle adjustment. Hyunbin crawling in to try and be saved. XZY committing to the medic play, but Schweppes, an off-angle reposition. The nade barely bounces over. Chip damage done.
So easy behind the tree. They did get the res off. Hyunbin's back up again. E Arena wasn't able to push forward because the backline support coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Mormon round the side. Molotov prevents the push, but so easy. Sidesteps it. Gets into this one. Hot beat on the card. S12K goes crazy.
He's firing off shots, but these aren't warnings. It's him coming in to show how much damage he can do. So easy wants to live up to his name as the punishing play arrives. And it's Nongshim Red Force with the chicken dinner.
Showing some force right at the end of the day, and they do force themselves past everyone else on the leaderboard. This will be a nice points barrier going into tomorrow. Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin has been amazing so far. That aggression that the rest of the team can follow up on is absolutely contagious. Yes, he goes down, but what a follow-up from his team today, right at these finishing moments. And a long day, to say the least.
In a moment of panic, a team that's proved that communication and teamwork has been what's put them in the conversation with championship mentality is what will get them over the line. They dig their heels in deep, they play off each other, save their mate, and then show us that aggression that we know they have inside them. Unsheath the sword blank and chop straight through E Arena, standing strong in that gladiatorial combat for the final chicken dinner of the day.
And this was a crazy finish from So Easy. Just did not stop moving. Essentially charged over the top of that ridge side and just shut E Arena down. What a wonderful play there to finish things off. I mean, definitely showing up Hyunbin a little bit there, I would say. And I mean, it's good to see. And I think for Hyunbin, it's almost a good thing that his aggression is contagious, because for South Korea, for a long, long time in the past, it used to be that they were the team that would dominate from the center. And then we slowly got more and more of these teams, these players, D+ Kia, for instance, who started to bring that aggression. And it's awesome. It is awesome. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to that right now. I think this team has a real chance. They have been slowly but surely eking their way up the rankings, but that could be said for a lot of teams. I mean, Ulf, E-Arena, Aurora today, S2G, all looking fantastic. It's hard, man, because there were even teams from survival stage that I was sad not to see in the finals. I was sad to lose teams in the group stage, even when it was only 3 at a time. This has been such a competitive arena right now here at EWC, at PMWC. Just so cool stuff. Can't wait to see more tomorrow. And I can't wait to see how that scoreline adds up at the end of the day when we throw it back over to the desk.
You're spot on there, man. This is the sort of LAN event that goes down in the history books, not only because we'll crown another champion once again, but the fact that it feels like the skill level has risen so far across the board, teams being able to adapt and homogenize not only that slow, smart play style, but like you say, turning it on, hitting heavy, playing confident when they need to. And it's even just the sheer showmanship of some of the eliminations we've been seeing throughout the whole day, but in that very game as well. Some powerful plays.
It's still insane as well because Nongshim Red Force, they're just coming off from PMMI winning that one. But in the meantime, we do have an interview with E-Arena with Kalaris down on the stage.
Yes, we do, and with a legend of PMWI, PMWC, it's Shreps, of course, here, 2-time champion. Let's talk to E-Arena about some of these games. First things first, off the back of this last Miramar, were you surprised by Nongshim Red Force not going around the eastern side? And talk to me about those last moments in that game, of course. Despite Nongshim Red Force getting the win, E-Arena still looks fantastic today.
อยากพูดถึงกับเกมสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้นะฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับนงชิมรู้สึกประหลาดใจกับวิธีการเล่นของเขาไหมฮะที่เขาไม่ไปฝั่งอีสฮะแล้วก็วิธีการที่เขาเข้าหาทีมเราอะฮะก็ปกติครับมันเป็นช็อตที่เขาต้องเล่นแบบนี้อยู่แล้วแล้วเขาก็ทำออกมาได้ดีครับส่วนเราไม่มีออปชันพอที่จะไปสู้กับเขาแล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นน้อยกว่าด้วยก็เลยตามที่ Okay, so to be honest, I'm not surprised with how they play and how Nongshim approached to them during the last circle, during the last fight, because like they don't have any much more option left to play, and also like for E-Arena, we have the disadvantage of the player number. But yeah, congratulations to them.
Absolutely. So now you're in first place. Obviously, you're going to be setting the smash points threshold going into tomorrow. E-Arena has looked brilliant throughout the day. Is there any extra added pressure? How are you feeling about going into the next day, of course, with the potential of you're even personally becoming basically a 3-time champion on this stage?
ก็ตอนนี้นะฮะเราอยู่ที่1ของตารางแล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ด้วยกฎของ Smash Point เนี่ยในวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกว่ามันมีความกดดันอะไรบ้างไหมฮะแล้วก็รู้สึกไงบ้างครับที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราเหลืออีกแค่9เดียวที่เราจะได้เป็นแชมป์3 สมัยแล้วครับก็ไม่รู้สึกอะไรครับแค่โฟกัสไปเกมต่อเกมไม่คาดหวังครับก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆตามเกมตามสเต็ปไปเรื่อยๆ So actually we got no pressure at all. We're gonna play game by game, round by round, like step by step, like, and hopefully we're gonna get like chicken dinner tomorrow. And like good luck to everyone too.
I'll finish it off with one last question. With you setting that threshold now, which team would you be most concerned about on your heels, catching you up, considering the lineup of teams that are here?
คำถามต่อไปนะฮะก็คืออยากถามว่าในตอนนี้เนี่ยเราอยู่ในฐานะที่เราเป็นอยู่หัวตารางนะฮะอยากถามว่ามีทีมไหนที่ทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเป็นกังวลมากที่สุดไหมฮะที่ว่าเขาจะไล่ตามเราขึ้นมาได้ฮะก็ทุกทีมเลยครับมันก็ยังมีโอกาสที่เขาจะแซงเรากลับขึ้นมาได้แต่ว่าสุดท้ายแล้วก็อยู่ที่ตัวเรา Well, to be honest, like every single team could be like catching up to them for tomorrow. Like who know what's gonna happen? Like everyone can become the champion at this point. So hopefully, like everyone can play and perform like as best as they can.
All right, thank you very much, Fabs. Best of luck tomorrow. That does it down here on the stage. Let's head over for more PMWC.
With none other than E-Arena. But right now, we have something major going on with the club championship as Magnus Carlsen. He's been able to defend his...
That's right. All right, let's talk about this, okay? Because it was an insane finals over in chess. It means a lot, too, for the club championship side of things. Magnus Carlsen, back-to-back champ, defends the title, does an absolutely fantastic job, too, does not drop a game in the process. Yeah, I mean, honestly, insane work out of Magnus Carlsen. But it's also the story of Dennis Lazovic, right? Because second place finish for AGAL not only was massive for the club, but massive for GM Dennis as an individual. Magnus was saying that he's really looking to have someone that can kind of be his set rivalry. He wants a rival to look forward to going up against every single tournament. The question is the new up-and-comer, the 19-year-old GM Dennis, going to be that person?
Is he going to be? I mean, he did end up getting 2-0. We'll see what's going to be happening later on in upcoming years. But in regards to right now, their rankings, AGL being able to secure that second place does put them up in the rankings.
It does. I mean, so that now puts them 500 points above Falcons after Falcons got the third place amount of points in chess. See that reflected here. Team Falcons still in second. However, that's now all the points AGL can get this championship weekend. Falcons, though, are still in the discussion. There's an insane matchup happening as we speak at the STC Arena between Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. A little bit of a Mina battle going on. And if Falcons are able to come on top, move their way into the semifinals, they get even more points on the board.
They will. Falcons looking to retain that first place in the club championship, especially with the quarterfinal. A major moment going on in the club championship. And thank you so much, Glitter, for joining us and giving us that update. I'm going to send you back to that one because if we're still live here for PUBG Mobile Esports, I would like to find out what's going to be happening. So thank you. Let us know what ends up happening. We'll be hearing more from Glitter Explosion. But let's get back to PUBG Mobile Esports, to PMWC at EWC 26, because right now, E-Arena has regained Hot Jukes that first place.
Let's go, baby. E-Arena winning this, or actually being so back at first place, is insane, right? I mean, I cannot express to y'all how important this is for this team here, okay? They're coming out from Thailand, performing so well, especially the fact that they just barely made it here into the finals. It's so wild to see.
It actually is, but I do want to say, for a team that's currently in first place, these average elims are actually quite low. We don't have anyone standing out. They're all around like that one average elimination per game, but it's all about especially that survival time. Survival time equals placement point. Do we see what actually right chicken dinners, also podium finishes? That is really the main reason why they're currently contending at the very top and currently should be right number one above the likes of Aurora. So yeah, the eliminations way lower than I expected.
As we look at the overall ranking, E-Arena finishes off the day with 112 points. So what does that mean for tomorrow? The Smash rule is set, and it's going to be at 122 points if they want to win via Smash rule. Just remember, for everybody watching, if you're not familiar with the Smash rule format, E-Arena or whoever ends up reaching 122 points tomorrow, after that, they are eligible to win via Smash rule.
Yes, they are. And to get Smash, what do you have to do? Just win a game. So it's just as simple as that, which in this lobby is no simple matter at all. But I tell you what, man, Nungshim, Aurora, S2G, Nigma, Ulf, all of those teams can actually make it.
They're coming for him. They're coming for him hot, and they're gonna have to.
So guys, अपने को तो मन पड़ ही गया अपना क्या है, क्योंकि अपना लास्ट गेम तो उतना अच्छा गया नहीं था. तो I hope everyone enjoyed today's stream and I am glad कि इसको मज़ा आया होगा. I know कि आज जितना कुछ 10 मैचेस ऑलरेडी 8 मैचेस है 10 बज गए. I'm streaming from 3 o'clock. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 6 hours, 8, 9, 10, 11. So how many hours that I have streamed? Wait a minute. I know कि आज जितना कुछ 10 मैचेस ऑलरेडी. Let me tell you कि मैंने कितने hours stream किए हैं. So I almost streamed almost more than 7 hours, and I think that's that's a very I don't know like what I could say, but thank you so much for joining the stream. I hope everyone is doing good. It's fine. One thing that I can do is
to really perform, because
able to play very well. They could go ahead and
Godlike at 12th position with 57. Hora is 58. Team Flash is with 63. So ज़्यादा दूर नहीं, अपन टॉप 10 पहुंचेंगे. टॉप 10 के बाद थोड़ा सा अपने को थोड़ा सा एकदम टॉप नॉच. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, कल का मेरा मारे बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मैच है भाई. कल का मेरा मार बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है कि पूछो मत भाई। मैं ये बोल सकता हूँ कल का मेरा मार बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। स्नैक्स भाई क्या करे? स्नैक्स भाई का देखता हूँ
आपको। बाकी मैं आप सबसे प्रे करूंगा कि सारे के सारे लोग जाके प्लीज गॉड लाइक और ओजी प्लेयर्स को हार्ट्स डालना चैट में। दैट्स इट फ्रॉम टुडेस वॉच पार्टी। एंड अगेन माफी चाहता हूँ। माफी मतलब मेरी गलती तो है नहीं। शुरू के 2 मैच में वो साउंड का जो भी इशू हुआ वो मेरे साइड से नहीं था, टेक्निकल साइड के साथ इशू था। उसके बाद साउंड आ गया था, उसके बाद सुपर स्मूथ स्ट्रीम हुआ एंड 3 लाख लाइक भी हो गए। और कितने 3,03,000 लाइक हो गए एंड वी डिड हिट 2.6 मिलियन। तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द लव एंड सपोर्ट। आज अपन ने कल अपन ने पबजी मोबाइल इंडोनेशिया के चैनल पे इंटरव्यू दिया था, आज अपन ने पबजी मोबाइल ऑफिशियल चैनल पे इंटरव्यू दिया। आज अपने को A7 की जर्सी भी मिली एज अ गिफ्ट फ्रॉम द अल्फा 7 टीम। तो थैंक यू सो मच, बिग शाउट आउट टू देम फॉर द लव एंड सपोर्ट एंड दिस इज स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप मैन। यही प्यार मिलता है, थैंक यू सो मच। एंड इन प्लेयर्स की वजह से रेस्पेक्ट मिलती है बॉयज, मोर देन दैट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस प्लेयर्स वी गेन दिस रेस्पेक्ट। तो थैंक यू सो मच टू ऑल दिस प्लेयर्स, लव एंड सपोर्ट गाइज। एंड आई टेक अ लीव। कल मिलेंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स डे 3। स्मैश होगा नहीं होगा इसकी प्रेडिक्ट।
चलो गाइस, द सेम थिंग दैट आई विल अप्लाई। बाय। यार मैं गेम खेल सकता हूँ ना यार, थोड़ी देर गेम खेल ही सकता हूँ। ठीक है चलो गेम ही खेल लेते ना। तो ये हटा देंगे, ये हटा देते हैं। थैंक यू, हटा देते हैं। भाई जल्दी आज नहीं है मेरे को टूडूं। I would like। अरे यार 2 मिनट पहले देते ना। छोड़ो भाई, ये कनेक्ट तो नहीं हो रहा है अपना.
Predictions upstream.
If they're within the Smash point, they are very, very scary. We saw in PMMI, they won by Smash. They're
now. If you love him so much.
Why?
You don't even know exactly. You don't have a favorite team. You don't even know who's on the roster.
एक दो का नाम याद है यार ऐसे तो
Exactly. You don't have a favorite team. You don't even watch PCT. That's the thing.
Oh shit. Mushroom invited.
Oh, hi, Crazy. What's up? What's up? Just playing some Valorant.
पेट भरा.
How's your day going? How's your day going?
But you know, where the fuck are you? Yeah. T1 still has a chance, you know.
And
they are gonna qualify.
And what about it?
And your favorite Zestia team did not.
That's okay. It is sad, but that's fine.
I love your coping mechanism, self-validation.
मैंने कहा बोंगो पर बहुत काम.
बटाका नहीं है.
बटाका नहीं है वो.
अरे हाँ लेकिन मेरे को बहुत ऊपर पेट भरा हुआ है नहीं का बोंगो.
There is meteor, there is munchkin.
बस अभी नहीं देना.
You just.
Amen.
Amen. You just googled it.
B के बाद एक और है.
Bye. I have too many. Oh my god.
Spike planted.
What the fuck? What about you? Based on the round that just happened, not great. You get some sleep after we freed Scoutmaster's soul from the mountains. Now that we think about it, isn't it crazy that we gave the Scoutmaster freedom on Independence Day? That was so cool and ironic, wasn't it? Five second, wait, yeah, 5 seconds, yeah. I thought I was 3 seconds, but no, yeah. 5 seconds.
B main.
B main, okay.
B in.
Recalling my bot. Spike planted. Last player standing.
The Spectre. Yeah, I did reach the top. We did reach the top.
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Just keep laughing as you use.
Are you dreaming about what?
Mix Vandal then apna.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Alarm bot out.
Hey, Bija, I'm literally playing.
Wanna peek?
Bitch, I am playing A. Why are you also A? Who's gonna hold B?
Not B.
It's you and
Spike
me.
down A. Turret destroyed.
One guy's mid, they can come from.
Killed my bot.
140 on Wele. Why did I spray after the first tap? Am I stupid?
Yeah.
Spike.
The mid. One could be here.
Spike planted.
Wele is 140.
Enemy remaining.
Wele is dead. Cypher.
Here. Turret out.
GT. Nice. I just realized that
actually thinks that would work.
2 hours मुझे लगा huh?
Now they are noticed.
Oh, I'm streaming from 2 hours. मुझे लगा अभी start किया. No, I was playing Make a Chameleon after before this.
Unemployed.
Need a drop.
Oh my god, you recently got employed. Are you happy?
No one is B, yeah?
Someone has to go be Chamber. What are you doing, Chamber?
Trip लगी जाबो तो back तेरी. No fucking patience whatsoever.
Trip तक तो पीछे को लगा था बरिश.
2 guys mid.
यार Yo, let's go. What is all this playing?
क्या है ये सब, है ना? ये सब छाती टू छाती मिलाओ डांस है, क्योंकि मैंने इस चैनल पे 100 सब हिट कर दिए हैं विद वन मोर अचीवमेंट ऑफ 20 लाइक्स। इसलिए माई फ्रेंड इज डूइंग छाती टू छाती मिलाओ डांस इन दैट खुशी में। बहुत हो गया, छाती खिंच गई मेरी, अंदर हो गए। अकेले करूँगा मैं, अकेले बढ़ाऊंगा। मैं पायलट तो अच्छी है, अंदर हो गए। अच्छा डांस है। एक और डांस था ये दिखाऊं क्या? तो है डांस। फुल है मेरा, वो फुल है। बेचेंगे, रुक जाओ, बेच के आओ। सुनो आउटपोस्ट पे जाओ, आउटपोस्ट पे है यही है। जाओ मैं तुम्हें लॉन्च करता हूँ। आओ इधर आओ। रुकना। चिचिया ये चिचिया, थैंक यू संस्कार भाई।
ये सब क्या है?
हल्दी टूथपेस्ट।
इसी बात पे थोड़ा शहीद हो जाओ। ये कॉस्प्ले के साथ डीप वॉइस में बात करो भाई, इसके साथ तो मुझे वॉइस चेंजर यूज करना चाहिए।
क्या है भाई? कहा रहा इंसान है भाई ये।
अच्छा मिले, अच्छे मूवी थे, एक कहानी भी अच्छी मूवी है।
क्या?
यो निशीर, हेलो बापू, हेलो ब्रो, हेलो। अरे चालू क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? अरे गेम चालू है क्या हमारा?
ब्रदर नहीं।
हेलो
चालू है ब्रो, चालू है।
अने वेलकम टू माय स्ट्रीम और हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे। मैं स्पेशल आपके लिए, आपके वॉइस में कुछ अजीब से पटपट आ रहा है। ओके कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रही। मेरा माइक का इशू चल रहा है। हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग आपका ही होगा।
थोड़ी भूखी सी और लग रही है मेरे को यार।
भूखी मुझे भी लग रही है। यो अने डिनर हो गया आपका? यो चलो सेव
Yeah, you have to ask yourself that question. Why are you at 0 kills?
Here.
Last match I had 30. What?
Killed my bot.
It's okay, then I get it.
They're A.
अच्छा मैंने स्क्रीन ही ऑन नहीं किया तो
What the fuck? Chalo guys, bye bye, take care, good night, thank you.